Chapter 521, The Days of Living Under the Fence, Boom, Boom. There was a sudden knock on the door. Aaron turned his head and saw three familiar faces, causing him to roll his eyes. Harry opened the sliding door and walked in, leading Hermione and Ron. "To be honest, I don't want to see you," Aaron said bluntly. "Every time you come looking for me, preoccupied, nothing good ever happens." An awkward but polite smile appeared on Ron's face. "It's different this time. We have good news for you." "Huh?" Aaron was stunned for a moment. "I remember the sun rose from the east today. Could it be that I remembered wrongly?" "You remember correctly. It really is good news," Harry said with some embarrassment. "We decided to invite you to live with the Order of the Phoenix this summer vacation." Puff! Hearing this, Aaron almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. "What? The Order of the Phoenix? Are you sure you're not joking?" "Sure," Harry nodded earnestly. "This is one of the few ways we can help you. After all, you can't go home now." "Hey!" Aaron patted his forehead and glanced at the three of them playfully. "Can I understand that you are pitying me?" "No, don't get me wrong. We just..." Hermione stammered. "Just trying to make it up to you," Hermione said awkwardly. "Yes, that's what I meant," Ron added. "Pull it down. You obviously want to kill me," Aaron said angrily. "Where is the Order of the Phoenix? It is the front line against Voldemort. It's too late for me to hide from him now, and you still want to place me there? Isn't that intentional?" "But it's safe there," Hermione explained patiently. "Dumbledore is the secret keeper, and unless he's dead, it's impossible for outsiders to find it." "Safe?" Aaron snorted. "Maybe you're right, but if I live there, I owe the Order of the Phoenix. If they or Dumbledore ask me to help with something, I don't think it will be easy to refuse." This. Harry hesitated for a moment, then summoned up his courage. "You may not be happy when I say this, but since you have violated the rules of the Gaius family, why not?" "Stop," Aaron interrupted with a wave of his hand. "Even if I am on the opposite side of Voldemort, it doesn't mean that I have to join the Order of the Phoenix to fight him to the death. It won't do me any good either." "If you don't want to live with the Order of the Phoenix, how about the Burrow?" Ron suggested. "You don't need to bring a tent this time. I will give you my room, and if you don't want to live in my room, you can stay in George and Fred's room." "It's really kind of you to think so much," Aaron said with emotion. "But forget it. Life under the fence is hard." Embarrassment flashed in Harry's eyes. He wanted to live at the Burrow rather than at the Dursleys, and the Weasleys had never treated him as an outsider. "Is it necessary to make such a distinction?" Ron complained. "You saved Ginny's life. You let Abe heal my dad, and the Department of Mysteries is also thanks to you. Otherwise, we might all be dead. It's just arranging a place for you to live. You really don't have to think too much about it." Hermione and Harry nodded together, agreeing with Ron's statement. "You may have misunderstood something," Aaron said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "I just can't go home, but the small shop in Diagon Alley is my private property, and I can live there." "It's not safe there," Hermione said worriedly. "If you live there, Voldemort could come for you at any time. Voldemort should not be so arrogant as to arrest people in Diagon Alley." "It may not be true for others, but it's hard to say for you," Hermione said in a deep voice. "The secret you have is too tempting for him." "That's true," Aaron sighed slightly. "But if you can't beat it, you can still avoid it." "No, it's too risky. What if you get caught?" "I'm sure," Aaron emphasized. "The flu network in my store still works." "And after that," Hermione demanded, "where can you hide after that?" "For your safety, you must choose between the Order of the Phoenix and the Burrow." "Impossible," Aaron replied with a contemptuous smile. "You don't need to teach me how to handle things. If it doesn't work out, I'll go to the Ministry of Magic and find a job. Diggory owes me a favor, and he'll help me. Unless Voldemort is ready for a full-scale war, he won't dare to break into the Ministry of Magic." The three of them exchanged glances, but remained speechless. It never occurred to them that Aaron would prefer the Ministry of Magic over the Order of the Phoenix. The train moved forward, the trees and the lake outside the window retreating rapidly. Harry and Ron played wizard chess, while Hermione picked up a copy of the Daily Prophet. Aaron hugged Abe, gazing at the scenery outside the window with boredom, while also allocating part of his attention to building a mental space. Hello! Hermione nudged Aaron with her arm, the Daily Prophet covering most of her face, looking hesitant to speak. What's up? Aaron asked. I have something to ask you, Hermione said falteringly, lowering her voice. Oh, Aaron suddenly realized. It's about the Department of Mysteries. It's over. Don't think too much about it. We're good friends. We should save you. Just good friends? Hermione glared at him sullenly, her eyes slightly red. She had given him her first kiss, and Aaron had risked his life to rescue her from the Department of Mysteries. No matter how you looked at it, this couldn't be just a friendship. The slightly reproachful gaze and the sudden silence in the compartment made Aaron feel guilty for no reason. He immediately corrected himself. Better than good friends. Just better? Harry put down the pawn in his hand and interjected with great interest. Aaron, I have to say, you seem to misunderstand the term girlfriend. Yes, that's right, Ron nodded approvingly. You should learn from Ginny. She knows how to find a boyfriend, even though she's a year younger than you, although I'm not very satisfied with her choice. What do you know? Aaron said disdainfully. He believed that a woman would only slow down his progress toward becoming a god. Even if he had some unclear feelings for Hermione, they could only come second. Moreover, his family had been urging him to go on blind dates for several years. If Vico and Lysana found out he had a girlfriend at school, they would be ecstatic, even setting aside the ancestors' precepts to celebrate. We understand a little bit about this, Ron coughed, pretending to be knowledgeable. From an outsider's perspective, the relationship between you two is definitely beyond ordinary friendship. Enough of you, said Hermione, blushing. That's not what I'm talking about. Don't be embarrassed, Harry interrupted. This kind of thing should be approached boldly. He winked at Hermione, signaling that they owed her for all the help she had given them with their studies and homework. Hermione understood the meaning in his eyes and rolled her eyes, but she felt somewhat relieved. You two, Aaron said with a gentle smile. I would venture to ask, are you two still single? Puff! Harry and Ron felt a stab in their hearts, and their expressions froze instantly. This? Harry gritted his teeth. I've never eaten pork, but I've seen pigs run. Like Cedric and Cho Chang? Aaron asked, causing Harry to subconsciously cover his heart, his face turning slightly pale. He trembled, unable to speak. Didn't I just say a few words, trying to clarify your relationship? Is it necessary to kill me with words? Although I've never been in love, my sister has. Ron said. Break up, Aaron said lightly. As far as I know, Ginny has already broken up with Michael Corner. What? Ron exclaimed, but the next moment his face lit up with joy. That's really great. She's in a relationship with someone else now, Aaron continued. Dean Thomas now, Hermione added weakly. Waterlaw. Aaron glanced at Ron and said, She shouldn't have told you. No one likes others dictating their personal matters. Yes, but how did you know? Ron asked, puzzled. While I was reading, I happened to see the two of them walking hand in hand, talking and laughing, Aaron replied. Rumble. Thunder seemed to roll in Ron's heart, and it began to rain continuously in his mind. My sister dumped that dorky Michael Corner, and that was definitely cause for celebration. But how did she end up with Dean Thomas? This Gryffindor isn't much better. Aaron smacked his lips with a light smile. Next time you preach to others, think about whether you're qualified enough. Harry and Ron exchanged wry smiles, too embarrassed to speak again. Okay, let's get back to business. Aaron turned to Hermione. What did you want to ask just now? Hermione hesitated. It's about the portkey. Nima. Aaron's heart pounded wildly, but he kept his face composed. What did you say? Teleportation location, Hermione said, looking straight into Aaron's eyes. The portkey didn't teleport me to Hagrid's cabin that night, did it? Oh, your imagination is really rich, Aaron said, trying to deflect. Don't lie to me, Hermione insisted. After I was teleported away, I opened my eyes and saw a neatly packed hut, but then I passed out, and when I woke up again, I saw a messy hut that had been destroyed. Hagrid was attacked by Umbridge. How could there be no signs of a fight in his house? Maybe you're mistaken. Mana consumption can cause poor condition and hallucinations, Aaron suggested. And the smell, Hermione added. The place I teleported to smelled like lavender, but Hagrid's hut, you should understand, right? Even if I'm in a bad state, I can't confuse two completely different smells. Aaron couldn't help but laugh. It was my negligence. You're a bit smarter than I thought. If it were the two of them, they definitely wouldn't have thought so much. Where is that place? Hermione asked curiously. It shouldn't be far from Hogwarts. Not far from Hogwarts? Harry looked at Aaron in surprise. Is there a place to grow lavender near the school? Isn't it the Forbidden Forest? Ron asked in disbelief. It's not the Forbidden Forest, so don't make random guesses, Aaron replied. I woke up in Hagrid's hut after I passed out, so you probably brought me there too? Hermione guessed. It was me, Aaron admitted. I carried you on my back before dawn. Hearing this, Hermione looked away shyly. Actually, you can tell me. I promise not to tell anyone else. That can't be done. That place is very important to me. Very, very important, Aaron emphasized solemnly. Don't even try to find it. That place is more hidden than the Room of Requirement. You can't find it. It may not be found, Hermione said, unconvinced. Ha ha, Aaron laughed. I appreciate your confidence, but it's no exaggeration to say that even if you turn Hogwarts upside down, it would still take you 2 or 3 years to find it. The Shenming Hall was built under the Black Lake, deep underground. Even if they dug, it would take 1.5 years, not to mention the water of the Black Lake and the magical creatures like grindylows and mermaids in the lake. It's not that exaggerated, Harry doubted. If one day you find that place, it must be because I took you there. Rare, but that's not a good thing, because it means that the Order of the Phoenix is at an absolute disadvantage in the battle with the Death Eaters. After Aaron's words, the atmosphere in the carriage froze instantly. The expressions of the three of them became serious, feeling inexplicably heavy. There won't be that day, right? Ron said, a little uncertain. Definitely not, Harry said firmly. We have Dumbledore. Cut, Aaron curled his lips, disapproving. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Dumbledore is very reliable, but he does not think that a white devil who puts his hope on prophecy can be reliable. The train slowed down and came to a halt at King's Cross. The 4 people in the carriage got off the train with their pets and suitcases and walked through the magical partition between the 9th and 10th platforms. Moody, Sirius, Tonks, and the Weasleys, George and Fred, were all waiting outside the station. They wore Muggle clothes, but the mix of old and new, expensive and cheap, made them stand out conspicuously. Mrs. Weasley rushed forward and gave Ron, Harry, and Ginny big hugs. Are you all right? She asked, her voice full of concern. We're okay, Ron murmured, then glanced at the leather jackets George and Fred were wearing. What's that? Proper dragon skin, George said proudly. The most high-end kind. Our business is doing well, and Mum has nothing to say about it, Fred added with a grin. Harry, Lupin called out as he approached, giving Harry a warm hug. We thought we'd have to have a good talk with your uncle and aunt before you go back to their house. Harry froze for a moment, then turned to look at the trembling Dursleys standing not far away. Is this really necessary? He asked, uncertain. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Let's go now, Moody said, striding forward with Arthur towards the Dursleys. They intended to warn the family not to mistreat Harry during the summer vacation. Chapter 522, Homeless? Special circumstances can be handled. Especially, Aaron couldn't help but sigh as he watched the others being escorted by elders. In the past, Jins would have immediately taken the suitcase from his hand, but this time he really didn't come. Standing here alone felt quite uncomfortable. Well, I asked my dad to take you to the Leaky Cauldron first, Hermione suggested softly, as if worried about hurting Aaron's pride. He has a car. At least it will be more convenient. No need, Aaron replied, pursing his lips. It's also good to take the night bus. Are you sure? Hermione asked in surprise. She had been on that bus before and knew what it was like. Sure, but I have to go home before that, Aaron shrugged and took off the ring on his left hand. I have to return some magical items. The young master's decision is really gratifying. Jins walked over with a light smile. Mr. Jins, Hermione said excitedly, since you are here, does that mean he can go home? No, but it's about the same, Miss Granger. The young master has violated the ancestral precepts of the Gaius family, and logically speaking, he cannot go home. But this time, the situation is special. When you say that, I suddenly don't want to go back, Aaron said awkwardly, taking a step back and pulling out 2 magic books from his pocket. Since you're here, you can take back the magic ring and the magic books. Master, you don't need to be nervous. It's hard not to be nervous. Who knows if you'll take me back to be punished? Punished? Hermione's eyes widened immediately. Really? Not at all, Jin said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It's true that the young master has violated the ancestral precepts, but he can go back under certain circumstances as long as he is willing to accept the arrangement. I don't accept it, Aaron said decisively. I've been arranged before, and my 2 trips were nothing short of miserable. It's nothing to do with travel. It doesn't even require you to go to cram school. That's even worse. It just shows that the arrangement at home is more complicated than I thought. Okay, since you have decided, young master, I can't force it, but... Jins paused for a moment, turning his head to look not far away, and said meaningfully, Mr. Malfoy has looked this way a few times since just now. By the way, there have been more strangers in Diagon Alley recently. Although it looks a bit gloomy, the business in the young master's shop has improved a lot thanks to them. Gulp! Aaron swallowed and cursed inwardly. What is this? Intimidation? He had underestimated how much Voldemort valued him. He originally thought he would have a year or so before being targeted, but now it seemed Voldemort didn't have that patience and had already prepared for surveillance and ambushes. If he didn't agree to go back with Jins, he would probably have to run away after leaving the station. And Diagon Alley was more dangerous than he thought. So, was it really necessary to go to the Ministry of Magic? Hermione also seemed to understand the seriousness of the matter and pondered, I think it's better for you to live with the Order of the Phoenix for the time being. This time, Aaron didn't immediately refuse. He turned his head and looked at Mr. Lupin, who was having a good chat with the Dursleys, and couldn't help but feel a toothache. He couldn't go to the Order of the Phoenix unless it was absolutely necessary. Unless Dumbledore died, he might be sold out at some point. That old man was very cunning. He would definitely do such a wicked thing. Phew! Aaron took a deep breath and looked at Jins embarrassedly. Can you reveal the specific reason so that I can be more or less mentally prepared? The old patriarch is back, Jins said hesitantly. My grandpa? Aaron was surprised for a moment, and then his face became extremely animated. My grandpa and I haven't seen each other for 10 years. How could it be that long? It's only been 5 years, Jins explained. He also came to see you, Faff at the station when the young master went to Hogwarts to study, but you didn't see him. That's long enough, Aaron said with some complaints, but he felt relieved in his heart. Vico and Lasana might blame him, but his grandfather truly loved him unconditionally. Even if he couldn't make an exception and take him home to protect him during the holiday, he would still talk to him about the old days. To a certain extent, this was also a relief for him. As long as Jins could bring him back, the Death Eaters would not dare to attack him on the way. Master, this subordinate can only say so much. If you still don't want to go back, then this subordinate can only wish you good luck. Return? Why not return? Aaron handed the suitcase to Jins very sincerely, then hugged Abe and greeted Lucius, who had been paying attention to him. The meaning was very obvious. There was still someone covering his back, so they needed to think carefully before taking action. Seeing this, Lucius forced out a relieved smile and led Draco out of the station. So, your security problem is solved like this? Hermione was a little overwhelmed. It's only temporarily safe, but it's really hard to say after that, Aaron said, wiping the sweat that didn't exist on his forehead. Uncle Jins, we can go. Okay, Master, Jins smiled, then pushed the suitcase onto the car. Goodbye, you can call me if you need something. Aaron waved his hand, turned around, and followed Jins. After a while, Harry and Ron came over. The two looked at Aaron's brisk back and had deep doubts in their hearts. Can't he go home? Harry asked, puzzled. Some accidents happened, but it's not a bad thing, Hermione said thoughtfully. Sitting in the car, Aaron was in an extremely wonderful mood. This summer vacation would be easier than ever, and Jins had mentioned that he didn't even have to go to cram school this time. There was nothing better than this. Jins saw the smile on Aaron's face through the rearview mirror, and a hint of amusement appeared on the corner of his mouth. Are my parents home? Of course, Jins said. The old patriarchs are back, so naturally the patriarch and his wife are also at home. Haha, as expected of my grandfather. I usually have to depend on my luck to see them both. But things changed when my grandpa came back, Aaron said gloatingly. That may not have anything to do with the old patriarch. The main reason is that you played too much, young master. The patriarch and his wife also feel very headache. That's not important. What does my grandpa look like? The old patriarch is only 60 years old. For a great magician, this age is nothing at all. He is naturally very healthy. I'm asking about his mood. Aaron asked a little nervously. Is he angry with me? This shouldn't be there, Jin said uncertainly. The old patriarch knew that the young master just smashed his study after you violated the ancestral precepts. Hearing this, the corners of Aaron's mouth couldn't help twitching. Is there still time for me to get out of the car? You don't have to worry, master. Pull it down. It's not like you don't know how much he loves that study room. My dad will be scolded for going in without permission. I remember, master. You can come and go freely. Can this be the same? Aaron complained speechlessly. In his heart, I must be worth more than the study and my dad, but what he did has proved the anger in his heart. If I go back, I will definitely be beaten first. It's not that serious, Jin said. The old patriarch was quite angry at the time, but after several days, the anger has almost subsided. And the old patriarch received a letter 2 days ago. He smiled very happily, so he decided to let me come to pick you up. What letter? I can't say, but what is certain is that the young master can make an exception and go home, thanks to that letter. In addition, the family's next arrangement for the young master also has. Aaron raised his eyebrows, showing some interest in the letter. But he quickly suppressed his curiosity. You'll know what you need to know when you get home. As for the arrangement of the family, it depends on your own mood. If you can do it, do it. If you can't, you'll be kicked out. But it doesn't matter. Just seize the opportunity to buy enough supplies, then hide in the Shenming Palace, and don't worry about the flood outside before school starts. A few hours later, the car pulled through the gates of the castle. The house elf, Jobby, quickly ran over to salute and took the suitcase from the trunk. Master, the old master said that you should go to the living room to look for him after you come back, Jobby said respectfully. Understood. Aaron nodded indifferently, then walked to the door of the living room and pushed it open. He went numb when he saw his parents sitting side by side with his grandfather, Tepler, a hale old man with a goatee. The three of them looked at him in unison, and a sense of oppression suddenly washed over him. Aaron couldn't help shivering. He dared to swear that he had never been so thrilled, even when facing Voldemort. You're back, Vico said lightly. Father, what are you? Can't you see? We are waiting for you, Lysana said, a little exasperated. Okay, let my grandson sit down first. Tepler looked dotingly at his grandson, whom he hadn't seen in a few years. Let's talk about business first. Otherwise, it's awkward for you to watch with fear. Did you hear that? Vico rolled his eyes at Aaron. Your grandpa told you to sit down. Aaron immediately sat across from the three of them and lowered his head tactfully, as if humbly accepting criticism. Oh, Vico curled his lips sarcastically. Who are you showing this to? You are my son, and I don't know you yet? Things have already happened. Isn't it too late to admit your mistakes now? Your dad and I never realized that you are so bold, Lysana said tiredly. It is clearly written in the ancestral precepts that members of the Gaius family cannot participate in disputes in the magic world. But you, in short, I almost had a heart attack when I received the news. You were very reliable before, so why are you so reckless this time? I'm so sorry. I won't do it next time. Do you dare to do it next time? Vico was so angry that he almost wanted to hit someone but was stared back by his old man. Dad, there must be a limit to preference. You can no longer protect him. I'm not angry that he overestimated himself, but that he dared to violate the ancestral precepts of the Gaius family. This time he dared to get involved in the disputes in the magic world. Next time he might dare to fight for the dominion of the magic world. When the time comes. At that time, I will personally cross out his name on the family tree, Tepler snorted softly. Just don't stop me. It depends on the situation. After all, he is my own son. Vico said with an unnatural expression, then looked at Aaron angrily. Did you hear that? I won't be able to protect you at that time. Understood, Aaron nodded. I promise there will be no next time. Just no, Vico said angrily. Tell me why. What? Don't pretend to be confused. Why did you go to the Department of Mysteries? Tepler looked at Aaron seriously. My dear grandson, you caused a lot of trouble this time. We must know the reason. For justice, Aaron said righteously. The battle between the Dark Lord and the White Lord has already begun, and if it is not stopped, it will affect the entire magic world sooner or later. As a descendant of the Gaius family, how can I sit idly by? The room fell silent. Jin smiled, without saying a word. Vico shook his head while resting his forehead. Lysana rolled her eyes speechlessly, and Tepler showed a hint of appreciation in his helpless eyes. Do you believe this yourself? Lysana teased. Of course I believe it, Aaron replied, though he couldn't convince himself. Vico was fuming. You better. Forget it, Tepler interrupted. The child has grown up and has his own IDs. It's normal if he doesn't want to say it. Vico pursed his lips, immediately suppressing his urge to question further. When Dad spoke, he had no choice but to listen. Let's get down to business, Tepler said, turning his attention to Aaron. Do you want to know why we called you back, even though you clearly violated the precepts of our ancestors? Yes, Aaron nodded. I considered the possibility that you, Grandpa, made an exception for me, but after thinking it over, I realized it was unlikely. It's really impossible, Tepler laughed. Violating the ancestral precepts is not something that a retired patriarch like me can forgive. Hearing this, Aaron looked at Vico thoughtfully. If the retired patriarch couldn't do it, then it could only be the current patriarch. Why are you looking at me? Vico said angrily. Do you think the current patriarch treats the family rules like a joke for his son? If I dared to protect you, your grandpa would dare to kill his own kin in the name of righteousness. Then, could it really be because of that letter? Aaron asked, a hint of horror in his voice. It seems that Jin's told you, Tepler said, as if he had expected it. He casually tossed the letter to Aaron. The Gaius family's ancestral precepts are very strict, but special circumstances can be handled with discretion. Aaron caught the letter and began to read, his eyes widening as he absorbed the contents. The letter detailed a situation that warranted an exception to the rigid family rules, a situation that directly involved him. So it's true, Aaron murmured, looking up at his grandfather. This letter, it changes everything. Indeed, Tepler nodded. But remember, this is not a free pass. You must still prove yourself worthy of this exception. Aaron took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the responsibility settle on his shoulders. I understand, Grandpa. I won't let you down. Good, Tepler said, his eyes softening slightly. Now let's discuss what needs to be done next. Chapter 523, Relying on Engagement to Avoid Danger. Aaron opened the envelope curiously. After reading it, a layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his face began to twitch unconsciously. The letter was signed by Adrian Klein, and it contained only a simple sentence. Kilia will visit the Gaius family in 3 days. Make Aaron ready. How is it? Vico raised his eyebrows at him. Are you surprised? Are you moved? Surprised, moved. Aaron put down the letter slowly, forcing a smile that was uglier than crying. Grandpa, please don't tell me that this letter refers to special circumstances. Of course not, Tepler waved his hand dismissively. It's not enough to make Gaius's ancestral precepts compromise simply because the heir is in love. But if it's an engagement, it's a different matter. The Gaius family places more emphasis on blood than anything else, and only another ancestral precept can overcome it. Engagement is the best solution to the problem. Hey! Aaron covered his face and smiled wryly. This joke is a bit much. No kidding, Lysana said seriously. As long as you are engaged to Clea, you can legitimately stay by her side during her visit to the Gaius family, and we have no reason to kick you out. Additionally, you will also be the son-in-law of the Darwin family. This status is enough to make Voldemort wary. Even if you leave the castle, he will not touch you easily. Hearing this, Aaron rolled his eyes, feeling extremely speechless. I have to admit that you are very thoughtful. Only one thing, I never asked if I would like it. Aaron stood up while speaking and put the magic ring and several Gaius family magic books on the sofa. I tell you very clearly, I don't want to. Stop right there, Lysana said loudly. Do you know what will happen to you when you walk out of this house? The siege of dozens of Death Eaters, not to mention magical creatures such as dementors, werewolves, and giants. What? Aaron's eyes widened. He thought Voldemort would restrain himself after knowing that he was taken back to Gaius Castle by Jeans, but he didn't expect him to be so crazy. More than that, Vico added lightly. Because of the Ancestors' precepts, we can't even help you. What the hell did you do to Voldemort? He values you even more than Dumbledore and Harry Potter. It's not my fault, Aaron said innocently. He spent a lot of energy to come to the conclusion that the Gaius family is the descendant of gods, and he is sure that our family hides the secret of becoming a god. Then it makes sense, Templar sneered indifferently. His ancestor Salazar Slytherin tried to make an idea of the Gaius family before, and then failed without accident. Unexpectedly, his descendants have not learned the lesson yet. But he is not stupid, knowing that the Gaius family is not something that a mere Dark Lord can shake, so he naturally focuses on you. Pretentious, but ridiculously ridiculous. But the problem is that Aaron can't beat him now, Vico said in a deep voice. I still have the certainty of escaping, Aaron pointed to Abe. It can now become a dragon more than 10 meters long, and its speed is fast enough. As long as Voldemort doesn't shoot himself, I won't let those Death Eaters get to me. It's not that simple. Since he chooses to attack you, he won't give up easily. Voldemort's sphere of influence is wider than you think. If he is determined to find you, there may not be a hiding place for you in the entire wizarding world. He couldn't find me, Aaron said very confidently. Interesting. The corners of Templar's mouth lightly raised. It seems that my good grandson has not been idle all these years and has his own secrets. It's still Grandpa who understands me. But your grandpa doesn't understand Voldemort. Lysana looked at Aaron and said angrily. I don't know how confident you are in yourself, but your enemy is definitely not easy to fool. Voldemort is a shadow above the wizarding world anyway. Who knows if he has any special methods? Felt a mix of ID and concern. Lysana's eyes welled up with tears, but she held them back, not wanting to show weakness. Aaron, wait, Vico called out, his voice softer now. Aaron paused at the door, turning slightly to look at his father. We just want you to be safe, Vico continued, his tone pleading. We don't want to lose you. Aaron sighed, his expression softening. I know, Dad, but I need to live my life on my own terms. I can't hide forever. I promise I'll be careful. Lysana stepped forward, her voice trembling. Just promise us you'll come back safe, Aaron. That's all we ask. Aaron nodded, a determined look in his eyes. I promise, Mom. I'll come back. With that, he turned and walked out the door, leaving his family behind. The room fell silent, the weight of his departure hanging heavily in the air. Templar broke the silence, his voice filled with a mix of pride and sadness. He's grown up, Vico. We have to trust him. Vico nodded, though his heart ached with worry. I know, Father. I just hope he knows what he's doing. Lysana wiped away a tear, her voice barely above a whisper. He'll be fine. He's strong, just like his father. As Aaron made his way to the train station, he couldn't help but feel a sense of liberation. For the first time in his life, he was making his own choices, facing his own challenges. The road ahead was uncertain, but he was ready to face it head-on. When he arrived at the station, he saw the familiar sight of the Hogwarts Express, its red engine gleaming in the sunlight. He took a deep breath, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. This was the beginning of a new chapter in his life, one that he was determined to write on his own terms. As the train pulled away from the station, Aaron looked out the window, watching the landscape blur into a tapestry of colors. He thought about his family, their love and concern, and he felt a renewed sense of determination. He would prove to them and to himself that he was capable of handling whatever came his way. The journey ahead was uncertain, but Aaron was ready. He was no longer just a boy. He was a young man, ready to face the world and carve out his own destiny. And no matter what challenges lay ahead, he knew he had the strength and courage to overcome them. The family exchanged quick glances. After a moment, Templar nodded to his son and daughter-in-law. Wait, Vico said suddenly. Aaron turned around. Father, you don't need to persuade me anymore. This is my own decision. Well, To be honest, I'm really relieved, Vico said, looking at Aaron. You've really grown up. I've been grown up for a long time, but you always treat me like a child, Aaron replied, unconvinced. You're still just a child, Lysana said, gritting her teeth. Aaron couldn't help but smile. You really don't have to worry. The escape is only temporary. I will stay in a safer place until I am ready. Although Voldemort has exposed his existence, there are some places where he wouldn't dare to wander, right? That's not what we're going to talk about, Vico said, taking out a second letter from behind him. Look, this is what Adrian specifically asked us to hand over to you. Aaron frowned slightly and opened the envelope. The next moment, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. There were only 2 sentences in the letter. The first sentence read, "Don't forget what you promised me last year." Last year's Triwizard Tournament, Adrian had used his status as a referee and eldest sister to intimidate and lure Aaron, forcing him to agree to date Keelia for a period of time within a year. At the time, Aaron didn't think much of it, believing that time could change everything. But he didn't expect time to pass so quickly, and now the retribution had fallen directly on his head. The second sentence read, "Do you dare to run?" It was concise and clear, but it revealed a hint of murderous intent and was full of warning. "Is this a joke?" Aaron asked. "What do you think?" Vico replied, playing with the letter. "Now, it seems that we are really a failure. Even though we are your biological parents, we are not as dignified as your cousin." Aaron's cheeks twitched, and he felt like crying. He hadn't even left the house, and Adrian had already blocked his path. It was too much bad luck. "My dear grandson, you understand the situation. You are now—" "I can't help myself," Aaron interrupted. "You can't say that. It's too serious," Tepler said mockingly, pointing at the door. "The door is right there. If you want to leave, we won't stop you, but you will be at your own risk." "Who said I'm leaving?" Aaron sat down helplessly. "It's impossible to get engaged. I'll take care of her for 2 months at most." "Take care?" Lysana gave him a hard look. "Just take care of her?" "No, what else?" Aaron said guiltily. "You." "Hey, okay, daughter-in-law, don't be angry," Vico interjected. "But father, look at his attitude. It's really disappointing," Lysana said. "Emotions can be cultivated slowly. I thought about it carefully, and I was really anxious to get engaged as soon as I came up," Tepler said. "You are also experienced, and you should understand that haste makes waste." "I don't understand this," Lysana said, glancing at Vico resentfully. "I only know that if I hadn't acted quickly—" "Ahem," Vico immediately coughed, interrupting Lysana. "Don't talk about those things about us." "Ha!" Aaron said with a half-smile. "There are stories here." "Don't ask children about adults' affairs," Vico said with a straight face. "You said just now that I have grown up. But that doesn't hide the fact that you're underage. Forget it. I'm not as knowledgeable as my own father. Grandpa, if I am not engaged to Keelia, can I still stay at home?" "Yes, but you can't stay for too long," Tepler said after thinking. "After all, you have indeed violated the ancestral precepts, and you are not willing to obey the family arrangement. In this way, your identity becomes irrelevant, and your father and I can't keep you at home under pressure." "How long will that last?" Aaron asked. "At most 10 days to half a month. If in the meantime you decide to get engaged, it's all talk and we're all happy. But if this deadline is exceeded, then we will have to kick you out." "That's reasonable," Aaron said, pursing his lips, thinking he still had a little time. Aaron knew he had to act quickly. With only 10 days before school started, he needed to design a breakout route and a life plan. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "What about my cram school?" he asked. "Classes are suspended," Vico replied. "During this period, you only have the right to visit the ancestors. I don't need to remind you what that means." Aaron smiled knowingly. He understood perfectly. It was similar to when he visited Professor Snape after class to ask about potions. Snape would answer his questions based on his mood. Given his relationship with the ancestors, the so-called suspension of classes was practically unenforceable, which wasn't necessarily a bad thing. His biggest worry this school year had been Ancestor Weihert checking his progress in light and dark elemental magic after the holiday. But now, with classes suspended, Ancestor Weihert wouldn't have the chance to scrutinize him, even if he wanted to. "What's there to be happy about?" Tepler said, exasperated. You've lost access to the top-notch educational resources that everyone dreams of. Besides, the ancestors in our family are all old foxes. None of them are easy to deal with. Chapter 524. The Artifact Nearing Completion and the Marriage of Rave Reviews. Night fell. Aaron lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. Ever since he joined the battle in the Department of Mysteries, he had been mentally prepared, but the actual situation had almost broken his resolve. Voldemort was more shameless and insane than he had anticipated. He had been preparing since he got off the train. Not only had he sent people to block his shop in Diagon Alley, but even Gaius Castle was under surveillance. If he were kicked out of the house now, he would likely be hunted down by Death Eaters not too far away. The arrangements at home were even more outrageous, requiring him to sacrifice his dignity for safety. He didn't consider himself a superficial person, but he had agreed to Adrian's plan last year. This hurdle was unavoidable. He could only say that the path he chose had to be walked, no matter how difficult. With extremely complicated emotions, Aaron sighed softly and slowly closed his eyes. The next day, sunlight hit Aaron's face through the window. He got up, dressed, and washed, then dragged Abe up from his little bed. "Let's go. It's time to eat." Hearing the word eat, Abe immediately perked up, his blue eyes widening, and a sigh of relief escaping his lips. The food at home was much better than at Hogwarts. Aaron was speechless at this. Abe was 5 years old and still couldn't control his appetite. When would he be able to make a difference? One person and one dragon came to the dining room, where Tepler and Vico were sitting and waiting for him. Jin stood aside, and the house elves placed the plates one by one on the dining table. "Here, I'll wait for you," Tepler hurriedly beckoned Aaron to sit down. "I don't even remember how long it's been since I had dinner with my grandson." "Yeah!" Aaron nodded expressionlessly and asked while eating. "It's okay for Vico and Lysana to run around all these years, but where did you go, Grandpa?" "Well," Tepler paused. "It is reasonable to wait until you become an adult before I can tell you, but with your current strength, you are barely qualified to know. But are you sure you are ready?" "Forget it. Past experience tells me that the more I know, the more troublesome it will be." "You can't say that. No, you will know sooner or later, and it won't have much impact on you." Tepler smiled gently. "This is the responsibility of the Gaius family, and only the patriarch is qualified to do it." "But you are different. From the day you were born, your talent has determined that you have more choices than us," Vico said enviously. "You have the right to refuse this responsibility." Aaron blinked and looked at the two suspiciously. "How many responsibilities does our family have?" "Not many, but very important," Tepler said with emotion. "Vico, I, and my father, your great-grandfather, are still performing the duties of Gaius." "Oh!" Aaron seemed to have thought of something and suddenly realized, "so the two of them often don't come home, and it's not just about traveling around the world?" "Of course," Lysana gave her son an angry look. "Your dad and I are also very busy. You are the most relaxed in our family right now. You are still in the blessing and don't know the blessing." Aaron couldn't help but laugh. "My dear mother, if you knew what happened to your son and me when traveling in another world, you wouldn't be so relaxed." "That's not what I'm talking about," Lysana explained, exasperated. "Although traveling to another world is dangerous, it is also an opportunity for growth that others cannot envy. But when you inherit the position of patriarch, you have the right to refuse this obligation. There are mainly two things that need to be done. One is to improve oneself as much as possible to become a holy magister or even the god of magic as soon as possible, and the other is to marry a wife and have children." Puff! Aaron spat out a mouthful of rice and looked at his mother in shock. Aaron stared at his mother in astonishment. "Are you serious?" "Of course I am. You are now the only member of Gaius's main line, and inheriting the bloodline is your unshirkable responsibility. That's why we are very concerned about your lifelong events, and we are even more worried about your confrontation with Voldemort. If something happened to you, your father and I would have to practice a trumpet." Hearing this, Aaron's face twitched unconsciously. He seemed to understand why his parents were so keen on setting him up on blind dates. Apart from their worry, their reluctance to practice the trumpet probably accounted for a considerable part of the reason. This experience was a lesson to be learned, and when he stepped into the grave of marriage, he still had to learn from Mr. Arthur Weasley so that he would have a whole family of children. Cough, cough! Pull away. After breakfast, Aaron talked about his usual studies and life with his 3 relatives, and then carried Abe to the family's secret room. For him, not every one of the more than 20 ancestors needed to be seen. He didn't have that much time, but there were 3 who must be seen, including his spiritual mentor, Gaius. Jins didn't follow. After all, classes were suspended, and naturally he, a teaching assistant, had no reason to appear in the classroom. Opening the first secret room, Ancestor Arg was standing in front of the furnace, staring at the sword embryo inside. Aaron came closer to observe curiously, and his pupils shrank unconsciously. The sword embryo was more complete than last year, exuding a colorful light. Countless complex magic circles, runes, and alchemical symbols loomed on its surface. "Ancestor, is this almost finished?" Aaron asked. "It's still a little bit away," Alger sighed. "I haven't rested much this year because of your sword, and I added some treasures from my own collection to it." "Thank you, Ancestor," Aaron said immediately, deeply moved. "Don't rush to thank me," Alger interrupted. "This artifact now has multiple abilities: elemental attack, guarding the soul, healing injuries, devouring spiritual power, transforming and carrying, long-distance summoning, etc. But there are still deficiencies." "Where is the deficiency?" Aaron inquired. "The core, in other words, is sufficient energy supply," Alger explained. "Ordinary magic crystals cannot meet this requirement. I have some high-quality magic crystals here, but I don't think they are worthy of this sword and cannot exert its maximum power." Aaron frowned slightly. "I'll figure out a way." "I believe you will be ready," Alger smiled. "Also, it is best to find another ore that is hard enough." "How hard should it be? Mithril or heavy silver?" "That's not enough. What I want is a treasure that can withstand the power of all the magic on this sword." Aaron looked at the various runes on the sword embryo and couldn't help but click his tongue secretly. How could he have this? "Wait, it seems that there is one. The Fang of Darusi can definitely meet this condition." "Understood. I will get it done as soon as possible." "It doesn't matter if you can't find it. Even if its power is reduced, this sword is still a divine weapon." "That won't do. I can still imagine the difference between ordinary artifacts and high-grade artifacts. A year later, I'll find the ore." "Not just the ore, but also the energy core," Alger reminded. "Understood. Ancestor, this time Needless to say, the troubles I caused will be resolved by myself. I'm just a blacksmith, so I can't give you any advice." Aaron nodded and then walked to the 7th secret room. As soon as he entered, countless magic circles were instantly lit up, exuding brilliant colors. Ancestor Wayhet emerged from the magic circle in the center and looked at Aaron with a smile. "How is the new magic learning?" Wayhet asked. "It's okay." Aaron pursed his lips. "Why don't you say that you are my ancestor? I finally received 2 magic books, and they are still elemental magic." "I'm thinking of you," Wayhet said confidently. "Yes, Patre. Arch, you are right. At first, Aaron sighed deeply, feeling the weight of his situation. "I always thought that achieving greatness required a bit of greed, but now I see that mastering one skill to perfection can be more effective than being a jack of all trades," he said, his voice tinged with frustration. "But I never expected to face Voldemort so soon." "Life is full of surprises, isn't it?" Wayhet replied, his tone calm and reflective. "I had planned to teach you light and dark elemental magic this holiday, but it seems my foresight was not enough. It's a pity I can't guide you personally now. Can you tell me what happened that night?" Aaron hesitated for a moment before recounting the events of the battle at the Department of Mysteries to his ancestor Wilhelm. He chose to simplify the story, replacing the complex mental constructs with a basic avatar and omitting certain details about the mental space. Wayhet burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. "The praying mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind it, but who would have thought there'd be an eagle behind the aureole? And behind the eagle, a hunter. The game between the Dark Lord and the White Lord is truly fascinating. I haven't heard such an intriguing tale in centuries. But what role did you play in it? The aureole? I don't see it." "Ancestor, please don't mock me," Aaron protested. This is not mockery, Whitehead retorted coldly. Knowing the existence of eagles and hunters, Gaius's best heir in the past century wouldn't be foolish enough to end up as the Oriole. Tell me, why? With your intelligence, if you didn't want to, no one could force you into that pit. For the justice in my heart, Aaron stammered. Cut, Whitehead sneered. Little Aaron, you must understand that the future is long. The suspension isn't permanent. Of course, if you're confident you can surpass me before the suspension ends, then ignore me. Aaron's mouth twitched slightly, and 4 words suddenly came to mind, settling accounts after the fall. It was because of impulse, he admitted. That reason. Whitehead pondered for a moment. It's still reasonable. You believe that too? Aaron asked, eyes wide with surprise. I know you're talking nonsense, but so what? All I need is a reason, and it doesn't matter what it is, as long as it convinces me. Your request is really strange, Aaron said bluntly. To him, impulsiveness seemed even less reliable than justice. I died on impulse, Whitehead reminded him. Aaron suddenly remembered that his ancestor had perished on the battlefield, fighting to the death against 7 equally powerful opponents. Impulsiveness suited his temperament. Let me see your progress this year, Whitehead demanded. Aaron nodded, then took out his wand and drew a magic circle. Half a minute later, 7 different colors, red, blue, yellow, purple, green, black, and white, reflected in midair, each exuding a unique aura. It's all the ultimate magic circle, but, Whitehead began. But the light and dark elements didn't meet the standard. The others are barely adequate, Whitehead finished, his tone light. However, achieving this with your current magical energy is commendable, but you're still far behind in forbidden elemental magic. I will master forbidden magic as quickly as possible, Aaron vowed, recalling his previous experience in the mental space. No, Whitehead shook his head. Now that you're opposing the Dark Lord, there's no time for you to learn forbidden elemental magic. Even if you did, it wouldn't be effective if your magical power can't keep up. With your current level, there's no need for a second attempt. Focus on perfecting the ultimate elemental magic. If you can combine the 7 layers of ultimate elemental magic perfectly, its power will rival that of ordinary forbidden magic. I understand, Aaron nodded heavily, though he had his doubts. Whitehead's standards were aimed at mid-level magisters, but Aaron knew his true strength was only at the elementary magister level. It was only a matter of time before he advanced beyond the level of a mid-tier magister. After leaving the 7th secret room, Aaron headed directly to the 8th secret room, number 20. Flo appeared before him, smiling. From the first time I saw you, I knew you would reach this point. It's exactly as I expected, but I didn't anticipate you coming back. If I'm not mistaken, that boy Tepler is arranging a marriage for you, Flo said. Damn, Aaron nearly froze. How do you know that? It's not like no one has taken advantage of this loophole before, Flo replied matter-of-factly. It's received rave reviews. Praise? Can there be praise for that? Aaron asked incredulously. In the history of the Gaius family, there are many instances of getting married first and then falling in love. The partners chosen by the elders are generally well-matched. However, these things are never recorded in writing. I just happen to have lived long enough to know about them, Flo explained. Living family history? Is that what you mean? Aaron asked. You could put it that way, Flo said, raising an eyebrow. So why did you come to see me? Spiritual space, Aaron said, getting straight to the point. Flo paused for a moment, then quickly approached Aaron, looking at him as if he were a rare specimen. Do you want to build your spiritual space? No, wait, you're already building it, aren't you? Yes, Aaron admitted, scratching his head guiltily. I want to ask for your advice. After all, you're an expert in this field. Brilliant, truly brilliant, Flo marveled. But almost no one in history has wasted time on it. The weak can't even find its existence, while the strong, they find it pointless. Unless one's spirit or soul power far surpasses the opponent's, no one would foolishly sneak into an enemy's spiritual world. It's practically a death sentence. Voldemort, are you serious? Chapter 525, The Construction of Spiritual Space. My suggestion is not to waste too much time on this. It's enough to be able to defend against mental attacks, Flo said seriously. Unless you can realize the spiritual space in the future, but even for gods, it is not easy at all. It's equivalent to creating a whole new world. For the gods, it takes at most 100 years to occupy a piece of land and transform it into what they want. This is countless times easier than building it from scratch. I understand this, but Ancestor, you seem to have ignored the advantages of spiritual space. That is a space that is completely controlled by oneself, and no one else can covet it. If you choose the latter, you can't leave easily if you want to keep the foundation. You can train suitable candidates, Flo said disapprovingly. The universe is huge. There is no shortage of strong wanderers, and it is not difficult to arrange a few housekeepers. If you don't have enough time, you can hire a group of mercenaries, and they can solve most of the problems. Aaron blinked blankly and looked at Flo in surprise. Ancestor, what you said has impacted my worldview a bit. Stop pretending, Flo said angrily. You have also been to other worlds, and your vision is not as small as ordinary people. But my vision is not that big. You said it too easily. Because I have existed for a long time. I have seen every heir of the Gaius family for more than 1,000 years, and there are many geniuses better than you. Their road to godhood is a good reference for the younger generations. Isn't there a way to build a spiritual space? Aaron asked disbelievingly. Yes, there are 2 that succeeded. Flo seemed to recall something, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. One was built after becoming a god, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Aaron noticed Flo's expression and asked with interest, "What's the relationship between this and you?" "My great-grandson," Flo puffed out his chest proudly. "But that's not important. The Gaius people who can enter the secret room are basically of direct blood." What about the other one?" "The other is the founder of the Gaius family. He began to build after he perceived the spiritual space, and he didn't stop until he was sacrificed. Then why can't I? Master Ancestor was chased by gods to feed and eat, and his soul power is uniquely endowed. Do you have enough soul power to support you to continue?" "Maybe I have it," Aaron said weakly. "Huh?" Flo was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Aaron in surprise and said with a meaningful smile, "It seems that your 2 trips have been very fruitful." Aaron smiled embarrassedly, neither admitting nor denying it. He didn't mind having a few more such misunderstandings. As for the power of the spell, it's better not to expose it. But even so, constructing a mental space will still consume a lot of your energy. Wouldn't it be nice to use that time to learn a few more spells? "Ancestor, I have already decided," Aaron said resolutely. "What is the function of the missing body clone? He already has twice as much time and energy as others, so he doesn't care about consuming more. That being the case, my suggestion is simple. Use the world you know as a reference and eliminate the essentials." Aaron frowned slightly. "Is there any more?" "You don't fully understand what I mean. I don't just mean buildings, landscapes, climates, etc., but also resources, laws, and even vitality. I guess there should be no living things in your spiritual space." It's really not. That's right. No matter how beautiful your current mental space is, it is essentially a dead place. "But I can't create living creatures at all now," Aaron wondered. It's not that he hasn't tried, but every time he created a living creature, it would dissipate automatically after a while. "Then wait until you become stronger," Flo said indifferently. "The world is slowly evolving, and you will have the power to create life in due time. To start simple, let me give you a piece of advice. It's best not to create highly intelligent creatures in your mind space," Flo said. "What does that mean?" Aaron asked, puzzled. "Literally. You may understand later. This is just my personal, perhaps immature suggestion. I don't know if it's right or wrong. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but you shouldn't leave any hidden dangers for yourself in the future." "Inexplicable," Aaron muttered, curling his lips. He seemed to grasp what Flo meant, but at the same time, he didn't understand anything. "I also find it a bit baffling," Flo shrugged with a smile. "You are just a magister, and I was only a holy magister when I was alive. A holy magister teaching a magister about issues that even the god of magic might not consider. There's no one who dares to speak and listen. All in all, simple problems are often complicated. If you have time, it would be good for you to read more Muggle books, especially those related to science and sociology." "Understood." "Then," Flo raised his eyebrows at Aaron, a playful glint in his eyes. Should you tell me why you are involved in disputes in the magical world? For justice in the magical world, Aaron said without hesitation. Hey! Flo rolled his eyes. Although I've been dead for thousands of years, you don't have to fool me like this. What kind of justice would make you, a guy who is good at survival, stand against the Dark Lord? I heard you even fought him head-on. You're really pushing your luck. It's not my fault, Aaron said, aggrieved. Voldemort knew the Gaius family had a god and wanted to capture me for research. Come on, I'm sure you violated the ancestral precepts first. Otherwise, Voldemort wouldn't have had the chance or the guts to catch you. Flo patted Aaron on the shoulder. For the sake of being your ancestor, tell the truth. On impulse. I'll give you another chance. Be honest, I won't laugh at you. Aaron lowered his head in silence, and Flo couldn't help but laugh. I can guess it even if you don't tell me. It's for a woman, right? Nothing of the sort. Aaron immediately looked up, meeting Flo's teasing eyes. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Similar things have happened many times in the thousands of years of the Gaius family's history. But history is always surprisingly similar. 8 out of 10 times, it's for a woman, and these ancestors or descendants all ended up marrying the women they wanted to save. Ah, Aaron laughed awkwardly. This sounds somewhat outrageous. Besides, ancestor, you seem to think too little of me. Why can't I be one of the remaining 2? Are you sure? The remaining 2 were for men. Not sure, Aaron said immediately. Speaking of which, does our family have abnormal sexual orientations? This might insult our ancestors, but... Don't get me wrong, Flo interrupted Aaron's twisted conjecture. The remaining 2 married the sister or younger sister of the man they saved, as expected. Damn it! Aaron couldn't help but swear, looking dazed. What's the difference between that and doing it for a woman? That's why I'm sure you're doing it for a woman, Flo said confidently. But don't worry, I deduced this based on family history. Vico and the others don't know it yet, and I won't tell them. I'm not doing it for a woman. I'm doing it for the justice in my heart. Understood, I understand. Flo waved his hands impatiently. It doesn't conflict with doing it for a woman. Aaron rubbed his forehead, speechless. No wonder Templar said that none of you are easy to deal with. That's right. After all, whether we are alive or after death, the people we deal with are you excellent family heirs who are sharper than monkeys. Even if one is as pure as a white lotus, after 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years of wind and rain, it's hard not to turn black. Aaron was immediately speechless. What Flo said was so reasonable that he couldn't refute it. To call these ancestors old foxes was simply an understatement. I'll help you think of a way. Flo sighed, resigning himself to the situation. Aaron's eyes lit up with hope. Thank you, grandfather. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Flo shook his head, a wry smile on his face. Don't thank me yet. The path ahead is fraught with danger, and there's no guarantee of success, but I'll do my best to guide you. Aaron nodded earnestly. I understand. I'm ready to face whatever comes. Flo's expression turned serious. First, you need to understand Dumbledore's true nature. He is a man of great complexity, capable of immense good, but also ruthless pragmatism. He will use any means necessary to achieve his goals, even if it means sacrificing those he cares about. Aaron swallowed hard, the weight of his ancestors' words sinking in. So, what should I do? You must be cautious and always think several steps ahead, Flo advised. Dumbledore is a master strategist. You need to anticipate his moves and be prepared to counter them, and most importantly, never let your guard down. Aaron nodded, absorbing the wisdom of his ancestor. I'll remember that. Flo continued. As for your prospective girlfriend, you need to be careful. Her sense of justice makes her a valuable pawn in Dumbledore's game. If you can protect her and keep her out of harm's way, you might be able to avoid being manipulated. Aaron's heart ached at the thought of her being used as a pawn. I'll do everything I can to keep her safe. Flo's eyes softened. I know you will, but remember, you can't do this alone. Seek allies you can trust, and don't be afraid to ask for help when you need it. Aaron felt a surge of determination. I won't let you down, grandfather. Flo smiled, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. I know you won't. Now, go and prepare yourself. The road ahead is long and treacherous, but I have faith in you. With a final nod, Aaron turned and left, his mind racing with the challenges that lay ahead. He knew the journey would be difficult, but with his ancestors' guidance and his own resolve, he was ready to face whatever came his way. Flo said angrily, "With a face as thick as a city wall, you might just be able to outlast Dumbledore in the future." Aaron stood up and smiled shyly. "I'm confident, but time waits for no one." "Humph," Flo snorted softly. "It's impossible for you to escape the chessboard. Neither the Dark Lord nor the White Lord will allow it. So until you have enough power to overturn the chessboard, you must play both sides. To put it bluntly, you need to survive in the cracks. You can't completely align with one side unless you're ready to be a pawn." "I understand the principle, but how do I do it?" Aaron asked. Looking at the current state of the magical world, only the White Demon King can fight against the Dark Lord, and only the Dark Lord can deal with the White Demon King. Aaron seemed to grasp something, and his eyes lit up momentarily before dimming again. "Ancestor, I think I understand what you mean. You want me to show favor to Voldemort, reduce his hostility towards me, and ideally, return to a neutral position." Aaron smiled bitterly. "But that's almost impossible. In his eyes, that's the path to becoming a god." "Do I still need to teach you this?" Flo said confidently. "Give him a promise that seems reliable and easy to achieve, but in reality will never be fulfilled, or won't affect you even if it is. That's the way." Aaron sighed inwardly. "I'm still too young to be compared to these seasoned individuals." Chapter 526. The whole family has been bribed. The sense of betrayal. After emerging from the secret room, Aaron felt a significant weight lift off his shoulders. Flo's words had indeed awakened him to new possibilities. However, negotiating with the Dark Lord required not only the capital to negotiate, but also the right bargaining chips. Without these, any attempt could backfire disastrously. Moreover, Aaron couldn't reveal his true strength. If the Dark Lord felt threatened, negotiations would be impossible. According to Tepler, Aaron could stay at home for another 10 days or so. During this period, he needed to find a suitable opportunity to negotiate and return to a neutral position. "Master, you're here," Jins greeted Aaron excitedly. "Come with me." "What's wrong?" Aaron asked, puzzled. "You seem unusually excited today. Miss Clea will be here soon." "What?" Aaron was shocked. "Didn't she say she would arrive in 3 days?" "Today is the 3rd day. Master, I must remind you that the old patriarch received that letter 3 days ago." Aaron slapped his forehead helplessly. "Uncle Jins, what should I do? You know I have no interest in this." "But knowing that doesn't help," Jins replied with a wry smile. "I'm just an ordinary butler. It's not my place to make decisions." "Give me some advice," Aaron pleaded anxiously. "I'm afraid I can't. If I give advice to you, it would offend the future young lady." "Don't talk nonsense," Aaron snapped. Jins smiled, but said nothing. He had served the Gaius family for decades and knew some secrets. He didn't know about others, but this young lady was practically a certainty. "Housekeeper, I order you to give me an idea," Aaron said sternly, trying to use his authority. "The young master does not have that power now," Jins replied, gloating. "Whether you can continue to stay in Gaius Castle depends on your next choice," Aaron retorted. "Why didn't I realize you were so snobbish before?" Aaron thought. "Ahem. Ancestor Flo gave me a 3rd choice just now. As long as I am well prepared, I will be safe even if I leave Gaius Castle." "That's great. I'll wait and see," Jin said nonchalantly. "But that's for the future. You have to see the people you should see now. You can't hide from them." "You don't need to remind me," Aaron said, giving him a hard look. He picked up Abe and walked forward. Back in the living room, Vico, Lysana, and Tepler gave him knowing smiles. "I don't care what you think, but don't make Killia unhappy," Vico said seriously. "Don't forget what Adrian's letter said. Even if you want to run away, you have to maintain a good relationship with her for 10 days, Lysana added. "It's best to deepen the relationship so that your father and I don't have to worry. Son, trust your mother. You will fall in love with her." Aaron's face twitched. Before he could think of a reply, Tepler said with a soft smile, "Don't force my grandson. It's better for young people to solve their own problems. But, for your personal safety, I suggest you think about it carefully. After all, an engagement is not a marriage. If you are not satisfied, you can find an opportunity to cancel it in the future." Aaron rolled his eyes at them, speechless and wanting to curse but couldn't. He could accept Vico and Lysana's attitude, but Tepler's words caught him off guard. The first half of the sentence moved him, making him feel that someone in his family cared about him. But when he heard the word but, his heart turned cold. They were all the same. Calm down. Aaron took several deep breaths to steady himself. When will she arrive? Jins looked at his watch. Almost 10. Is it 10 minutes? Aaron asked, stunned. Jins was momentarily taken aback, but then continued as if nothing had happened. 8, 7, 6, 5. Aaron gasped. This was too much. He had thought his father, mother, and grandfather were enough to handle, but he hadn't expected the housekeeper to be the real master. Boom! Green flames suddenly burst forth. A figure emerged from the fire. Replace, and Aaron stared in a daze, his brain momentarily refusing to function. He and Clea hadn't seen each other for almost 7 years. Back then, she was just a little girl, naughty, cute, and beautiful. But now, standing before him was a living beauty, almost beyond imagination. Dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt and sky-blue jeans, Clea had a curvaceous figure and flowing blonde hair. Her slightly green, oval face had a faint blush, and her 2 green eyes sparkled with a smile. She exuded an elegant temperament. Abe, cradled in Aaron's arms, poked him with his tail. "Master, are you okay?" "It's okay, I'm fine," Aaron responded in a low voice in dragon language. "But you have a nosebleed." Aaron's pupils dilated slightly. Just as he was about to use his healing power to stop the bleeding, Abe reassured him. "Master, you can rest assured that I have stopped your bleeding, and there is no leakage." "Sensible. I'll give you extra food tonight." "Okay, but Master, why did you have a nosebleed? Is she really my future mistress?" "Don't jump to conclusions," Aaron said, poking Abe's snout hard. "That's just a simple appreciation of beauty. Your master is not that superficial." Abe nodded, half understanding, but his ears could clearly hear the sound of Aaron's heart beating faster. "I came on time, I guess," Clea said with a smile and a soft voice. "Uncle, aunt, grandpa, long time no see." "It's been a long time," Lysana hurriedly replied, inviting her to sit down. She then winked at Aaron. "Why are you standing there blankly? You haven't seen each other for 7 or 8 years. Why don't you catch up on old times?" "We'll talk about that later." Clea smiled lightly, then opened her backpack and took out 5 gift boxes. When the first gift box was opened, it revealed a red polygonal crystal with a very regular shape, containing a huge but extremely gentle magic power. "There's nothing unusual about this one. It's for you, Grandpa. It can nourish the wizard's body." "You're here. Why bring any gifts? But since it's your wish, I'll accept it with gratitude." Tepler smiled, then walked upstairs slowly with the gift box. "This one is for Uncle," Clea said, opening the second gift box. Inside was an extremely delicate bonsai. Mountains, rivers, glaciers, deserts, forest basins, and other landscapes could be seen through it, with traceless stretching spells, magnification spells, shrinking spells, and transformation spells vividly displayed. "I know you often travel around the world, so this is for you." Clea glanced around the living room. "I don't know where to put it. After all, I haven't been here for a long time, or just put it in my studio," Vico said with satisfaction. "Your gift is perfect. I've long wanted to put a bonsai on my desk, but never knew what to get." "You all talk first, and I'll set it up." Vico went upstairs, giving Lysana a sneaky wink before leaving. Lysana immediately understood and gave him a reassuring look. "This one is for you, Auntie," Clea said, opening the third gift box. Inside was a square glass bottle containing something like indigo blue mud. The dew collected by the natural elves under the moonlight can keep youth forever when applied on the face and beautify the skin if eaten directly. Lysana didn't know whether to laugh or cry and patted Clea on the shoulder. "You are so well prepared. I don't even know how to refuse. I'll try it upstairs first, and I'll come down soon." Seeing the third person leave, Aaron didn't say anything but just stared straight at the last gift box, his eyes full of warning. "Uncle Jeans." Clea walked up to him and opened the fourth gift box. "This is for you, a tranquilizer and a joyful agent. When Uncle and the others are not around, you are the one who takes care of the overall situation of the Gaius family. You can definitely use these. Don't hold back on these things. You can definitely get them," she said. "I don't mind it." "Thank you, miss," Jeans replied with some emotion. "I suddenly remembered that I still have something to deal with, so I'll just..." Don't leave me behind, Aaron yelled. Ah, this? Jeans. Vico's head suddenly popped up from the stairs on the second floor. Go to the wine cellar and get me a bottle of wine. Yes, wait. Aaron hurriedly stopped him. Job. Master, you are looking for me. The house elf teleported to Aaron. Go get my dad a bottle. No, a case of wine. Strong wine. Let him drink slowly. Okay, young master, I'll go right away, Joby said excitedly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Such is the case with house elves. They are overjoyed by their master's needs. Ahem, Vico coughed. Then come over here and help me arrange this bonsai. Just as Jeans was about to speak, Aaron stood up. Let me do this. I have some experience. You don't need to come up. You don't have the expertise of Jeans, Vico said, clearly displeased. Jeans shrugged at Aaron, indicating there was nothing he could do. Your father is still your father. The power of the patriarch of the Gaius family must be greater than that of the young patriarch. The fourth person left, and Aaron sat alone on the sofa, looking pitiful and helpless. Only the baby dragon in his arms could make him feel some warmth in the world. Oh, Aaron sighed deeply. You don't need this, and you know that our family does not lack these things. I know. Kelia sat next to Aaron very familiarly, but whether they have it is their business. Whether I send it or not is my courtesy. The effect is still very good. Uncle, Aunt, Grandpa, and Mr. Jeans are very cooperative in letting you stay. Aaron smiled bitterly. Is this considered bribery? You can also understand it this way. I just want them all to like me. Although it is a bit redundant, there is always nothing wrong with being more prepared. Aaron looked directly into Kelia's watery emerald green eyes, less than half a meter away from him, and was speechless for a moment. Is the fifth gift box for me? Guess, Kelia said with a smile, then opened the last gift box. The dazzling golden light shone on Aaron's face, and before he could react, he felt his arms suddenly empty. A white shadow jumped up to the gift box in an instant, looking at the contents with a face full of surprise, its eyes curved into a crescent shape. Inside the box was a solid gold statue of Abe, almost the size of a dragon's egg, and 10 smaller gold sculptures of different kinds of dragons. The golden things have a huge temptation for the dragon, and Abe was no exception. It was the first time he saw his own golden statue, and he felt how beautiful it was. At this moment, his favorability towards Kelia skyrocketed, almost equaling Aaron's. If he had such a mistress, he would definitely have no worries about food and clothing in the future. Thinking about it like this, he showed pitiful eyes. While holding on to the gold, he begged his master not to refuse Kelia's kindness. I'm embarrassed to say this. Aaron covered his face with one hand. It's not like you haven't seen money before. Those golds belong to the master, and these golds belong to me, Abe said confidently. This was his private property, and even his master could not take advantage of it. Satisfied? Kelia pinched Abe's ear. I heard my brother and eldest sister talk about you, a cute, fierce, smart, and loyal dragon. Aaron is grateful for having you by his side all these years. It's not that lonely. I have prepared this set of gifts for you. This is a reward for you. I think you will like it. Look at the dragon's accuracy. Abe nodded vigorously, and his 2 dragon claws were not idle, carefully stuffing the 11 pieces of gold into his pocket. It's so cute, Kelia smiled. I will give you a backup gift every Christmas in the future. Abe's ears twitched, and then he turned his head to look at Aaron. Master, I've always wanted a mistress, and I think she's quite suitable. Beautiful, Aaron gritted his teeth. Even you were bribed. Abe smiled shyly and squatted down next to Aaron obediently, but his net worth had obviously increased countless times compared to before. Bring it. Kelia held out her right hand to Aaron. What? Aaron asked in bewilderment. My gift, Kelia said. Leon visited you 2 years ago, and he told me after he got home that you would prepare a gift for me when you saw me. My brother would never lie to me, so don't tell me you forgot. A look of embarrassment appeared on Aaron's face. He had indeed promised Leon, but Kelia's direct request left him a bit overwhelmed. After a few seconds, he activated a red magic circle and took out a string of exquisite pearl necklaces. How could I not be prepared? He said, presenting the necklace. Kelia looked at the flawless white pearls, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Are you sure you want to give me the mermaid's tears? Aaron nodded. Yes. Kilia put the necklace around her neck in satisfaction. Mermaid tears represent love, and they are the best gift from a wizard to a beloved witch. Aaron's eyes widened. Is it too late for me to take this thing back now? Chapter 527. The Ministry of Magic is not safe. Is there still a gift for the girl that needs to be returned? Kelia asked Aaron teasingly. If you regret it, you can exchange it for a new set of jewelry. Ah, this! Aaron pursed his lips, feeling particularly embarrassed. He only had 2 jewels in his collection. One was a mermaid's tear, and the other was a Jelani emerald, which was cursed and brought bad luck to whoever possessed it. If he gave it to Kelia, he would probably be chased to death by that bastard Leon. It seems that you don't have one, Kelia shrugged slightly. Then, I will accept this necklace. Forget it. Just accept it. Who told me to have no other gift for you? Aaron said, resigned. Maybe this is fate, the first reunion after many years, and the gift you gave me has such a special meaning, Kelia mused. Huh? You can't say that, Aaron interrupted hastily. I just don't understand the meaning of it. If I knew, I would definitely not have given it to you. Kelia pointed triumphantly at the necklace around her neck. The fact is that you gave it to me. Who cares what you think? The corner of Aaron's mouth twitched slightly. After a few seconds of silence, he reluctantly opened his mouth and said, I know why you are here, but I have always regarded you as my younger sister. Hearing this, Kelia's expression did not change at all. Instead, she looked at him with interest. It's hard enough for you to be so straightforward. When it is broken, it will be disrupted, Aaron said, breathing a sigh of relief. The longer this kind of matter drags on, the more unclear it becomes. If Kelia is hurt in the future, with her status as the favorite of the group, he will become the target of public criticism in minutes. Kelia nodded noncommittally. But that was a matter of childhood. We have grown up. Then we should be calmer, Aaron said earnestly. Marriage is a lifelong matter. We are still young and cannot be so impulsive. Kelia was not angry. She looked at Aaron with beautiful eyes. I am not impulsive. The children of the Darwin family have IQ and EQ far beyond ordinary people. I know this is a bit sudden to you, but it's okay. I don't expect you to accept me now. How to say? I will make you like me. Hearing this, Aaron felt numb. Kelia, I don't seem to understand what you mean. Where do you think I rank among the girls you know? She asked. Second, Aaron said without thinking. I think so too. I'm no worse than anyone except my eldest sister, Kelia said, then looked at Aaron meaningfully. You don't mind me number 2 chasing you, right? Rumble. Thunder rolled, and the violent wind and rain beat in his spiritual space. Aaron subconsciously wanted to refuse, but seeing the pretty face so close at hand, he couldn't say anything. I'll take it as if you agreed, Kelia said, grabbing Aaron's left hand and shaking it, showing a sweet smile. It's the first time in 7 years that I will officially meet you, the second daughter of the Darwin family, Kelia Darwin. Uncle Jeans, she called. I'm here. Jeans ran down from the second floor in a hurry. My room hasn't changed, has it? Kelia asked. Of course not. The rooms of the young masters and young ladies have been kept well, Jeans replied. Thank you, Kelia said politely. But could you please do me a small favor and tidy up the room next to Aaron's? This. Jeans hesitated, but then Lasana coughed from the second floor. No problem. It can be packed up soon, Jeans said. Thank you, Uncle. I'll go to my old room first, Kelia said, then picked up her backpack and left the living room. After she left, Aaron came back to his senses and smiled self-deprecatingly. I really can't escape this time. That can only show that the young master is very charming, Jean said. I'll just take it as you are comforting me. Aaron leaned weakly on the sofa, looking at Shenglong, who was clutching his pocket and didn't let go of his claws, and was immediately speechless. When Ab was 1 or 2 years old, he was worried about whether it would be abducted by others with a safe place to stay for the time being. Aaron's mind was racing with thoughts of where he could go. The Ministry of Magic was no longer a viable option, and he had no intention of joining the Order of the Phoenix while Dumbledore was still alive. He needed a plan, and he needed it fast. Kelia, sensing his distress, leaned closer. Aaron, you need to think this through. The Death Eaters are relentless, and you can't afford to make a hasty decision. Aaron nodded, appreciating her concern. I know, Kelia, but where can I go? The The ministry is compromised, and I can't trust the order. Kelia thought for a moment before speaking. What about Gringotts? The goblins are neutral, and their security is unparalleled. You could stay there temporarily while you figure out your next move. Aaron considered this. The goblins were indeed known for their neutrality and formidable security measures. It wasn't a long-term solution, but it could buy him some time. That's a good idea, Aaron admitted. I'll contact Gringotts and see if they can offer me sanctuary. Kelia smiled, relieved that he had a plan. Good. In the meantime, I'll keep an eye on things here and let you know if anything changes. Aaron felt a surge of gratitude towards Kelia. Despite the years apart, she had proven to be a steadfast ally. Thank you, Kelia. I don't know what I'd do without you. Kelia's eyes softened. We're in this together, Aaron. We'll get through it. With a renewed sense of purpose, Aaron set about making arrangements to contact Gringotts. He knew the road ahead would be fraught with danger, but with Kelia by his side, he felt a glimmer of hope. Aaron knew he needed a way to negotiate with Voldemort on equal footing. Otherwise, it would be like handing himself over. That's right. Ask the Order of the Phoenix for help. As long as the White Devil is willing to stand up for you, the Dark Devil will not dare to act rashly, Clea suggested. I've thought about this too, but it still doesn't work, Aaron replied with a bitter expression. Dumbledore is a cunning fox. He will never do me this favor for nothing. Don't think he will feel guilty for deceiving me in the Department of Mysteries. He will definitely demand something in return. Then give him some benefits, Clea said casually. I know you won't be willing to give in, but no matter how unwilling you are, you must first ensure your own safety. Let me think about it, Aaron said, feeling aggrieved. Asking for help would put the initiative in Dumbledore's hands. By then, it wouldn't matter what Aaron had. What mattered was what Dumbledore wanted. The day passed quickly, and the next night, the Gaius family and Clea gathered around the dinner table. None of them ate. They just looked at Aaron in unison, and the atmosphere grew tense. There are still 3 hours before dawn. What are you thinking about? Tepler asked seriously. Is it engagement or fleeing? Aaron did not answer, but expressed his attitude through his actions. He picked up a fork and began to eat voraciously. He wasn't short of funds now, but he needed the energy to run away if necessary. As for Ab, he carefully put food into his pocket, which had a seamless stretching charm, making it like a bottomless pit. He placed the dinner plates in one after another, and when he took them out, they were cleaner than ever. It's still not too late to ask the Order of the Phoenix for help, Clea said worriedly. I don't doubt your ability. If there are only Death Eaters outside, they may not be able to stop you, but the Dark Lord can come over with a single apparition. No need, Aaron said indifferently. I have a trump card for self-protection. Although I don't want to expose it, isn't that what a trump card is for? It is absolutely impossible to ask Dumbledore for help. I won't bow my head even though I've been tricked. I will not be aggrieved by that. Why are you so stubborn? Lysana said angrily. I agree with my son's decision, Vico said seriously. This kind of thing will happen again and again. In the end, Dumbledore will be completely tied to the chariot. It's impossible to think otherwise. That's right, Tepler nodded. But you should know that we can't help you. Then can I? Clea began. No, everyone shouted in unison before she could finish. You must not participate, Tepler warned solemnly. You are no better off than Aaron now. He may be able to escape alone, but not necessarily if you are added. And Voldemort should know your identity. If you go out, he will probably give up on Aaron directly. After all, catching you would be the same. The most important thing is that if you get caught, this kid will definitely not turn a blind eye. I see, Clea said, sticking out her tongue. Thank you for your concern, Aaron said sincerely. But I can only get through this hurdle alone. It's quite exciting to think about it. I hope my trump card won't scare you. After eating and drinking, Aaron stuffed Abe into his backpack under everyone's watchful eyes. He then drank 2 mouthfuls of the elixir before picking up his backpack and walking out the door, ready to face the tough battle ahead. Wait a minute, Clea called. As soon as Aaron turned around, a figure rushed over. With Wenxiang's soft embrace, his mind went blank for an instant, and it took him several seconds to regain his senses. Ha ha! Aaron gently broke away from Clea's embrace and comforted her. This is just a small scene. I've faced thousands of troops before. Nothing will happen. Easier said than done, Clea replied. Of course, Aaron nodded affirmatively. Vico quickly left and closed the door behind him. Good performance, Lysana said, giving Kelia an appreciative look. But if you had a bit more courage, you should have just kissed him directly. That way, he would never forget you this summer vacation. Vico's mouth twitched, and he gave Lysana a speechless look. Don't teach her bad habits. Kelia, you must not learn from your aunt. These things should be done step by step. Don't listen to him, Lysana said solemnly. You have to take the initiative in these matters. Unmarried men in the Gaius family generally have a weakness, and that is... Cough, cough. Vico interrupted, coughing desperately. There's no need to say this. Kelia is not an outsider. Or are you dissatisfied with this daughter-in-law? Lysana dismissed his concerns and continued. That weakness is their sense of responsibility. Kelia's eyes lit up with a glimmer of understanding. Auntie, what do you mean? Lysana nodded slightly, not spelling it out completely. I know my son well. He didn't pull away just now, which means he likes you. You need to find a way to deepen that affection. When necessary. Cough, cough! Tepler's cough interrupted Lysana, and she stopped abruptly. She could be bold with her husband, but she dared not show any temper towards her father. At the end of the day, you have to create opportunities and seize them, Lysana concluded. Thank you, Auntie. I think I know what to do, Kelia said, her face blushing. What a sin! Vico held his forehead helplessly and shook his head. I always feel that love shouldn't be so rushed. Do you have any objections? Lysana asked pointedly. No, no, Vico replied with a forced smile. How dare I? Kelia looked at the couple, her big emerald green eyes blinking in confusion, as if she had just discovered some great secret. Chapter 528, The Black and White Demon King Comes to the Door. Unqualified Cooperation. Aaron walked out of the castle gate and strolled slowly into the night. After a few steps, a figure emerged from the darkness. It was Lucius Malfoy. Uncle Lucius, I really didn't expect you to be the first one, Aaron remarked. You shouldn't have come out, Lucius replied, pursing his lips and giving Aaron a secretive wink, indicating it wasn't too late to go back. Aaron raised his eyebrows and glanced at the dark areas on both sides of the road. Stop hiding. Now that I'm out, I won't go back. As his voice fell, groups of black shadows descended from the sky. Dozens of wizards in black robes and hoods surrounded Aaron. Barty Crouch Jr. licked his lips and approached Aaron. Good evening, Barty Jr. greeted. It's you again? Aaron said in amazement. You healed quickly enough. It's been less than a month. It's all due to the great kindness of the Dark Lord, Barty Jr. gritted his teeth. I want you to repay me twice as much as you owe me. I'm sorry, but you might not be able to do that, Aaron snorted. If it weren't for Voldemort backing him, 10 more of Barty Jr. wouldn't be enough to fight him. I really can't do it, Barty Jr. admitted. But we... You can't do it either, Aaron interrupted. Where did you gather these rabble? The number of magisters is less than half, and you want to stop me with some rubbish? There is no shortage of dark wizards in the magical world. They may be weaker in combat power, but they can still delay time, Barty Jr. sarcastically replied. I ran away with my life the moment your words came out, not foolishly waiting for the Dark Lord to come. As soon as the words fell, countless black particles condensed into a figure under the moonlight. Voldemort walked out slowly with his wand. He turned his head to look at the brightly lit Gaius castle, then set his sights on Aaron. It seems that the ancestral motto of the Gaius family is still very effective, and it should be the limit to protect you for so long. How does it feel to be kicked out of your home? Not good, I assume, Voldemort sneered. I've had worse experiences, Aaron replied eloquently. Actually, I came out tonight to talk to you. You are not qualified to be kicked out of your house, Voldemort said coldly. I don't want to kill you at your door. I'm afraid it will cast an indelible shadow on your family. So follow me obediently, and you can save your life. Forget it then. Aaron calmly took out his wand. This scene is not enough for me to be caught without a fight. Let's do it. Voldemort didn't hesitate. If you don't live, you can die. Barty Jr. smiled coldly and raised his wand along with the other dark wizards. Avada Aaron was about to use the supernatural power of the rabbit charm to run away when a dazzling white light struck Barty Jr., sending him flying backward and disarming him. "It seems that my timing is very clever." A voice came from the woods. Aaron was stunned for a moment, feeling as if hundreds of millions of grass and mud horses were galloping through his heart. The situation had become more complicated. He would rather face the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters than be caught between the Dark Lord and the White Lord, especially with a shining oil bottle. It was too difficult. But tonight seemed to be a coincidence. Jinns had only found these dark wizards recently and had not discovered any other means of surveillance. "Dumbledore," Voldemort snarled, looking at Dumbledore, who was walking slowly with Harry Potter holding his left hand. "You're meddling again." "I don't think this is a good thing, Tom," Dumbledore said lightly. "Besides, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, how can I let you kill my students?" "Prudish," Voldemort said contemptuously. "But it just so happens I can kill you, old man." "That's not easy," Dumbledore shrugged. With a flick of his wand, he pushed Harry towards Aaron. "Can you help me protect him?" "I'll try my best," Aaron replied. Aaron, reluctant, Talai created the Seraphim shield to protect himself and Harry from all angles. "It's really lively," Vico observed with a sneer as he watched the situation unfold in the castle. "Two great magisters dare to show off at the gate of Gaius's house. This is a blatant provocation. Where do they get the courage?" "The Dark Lord intentionally set up an ambush for the young master, and it's probably a coincidence that the White Lord came here," Jin speculated. "Otherwise, Harry Potter would not have been brought here. Most likely, he came to visit the Gaius family." "That's no reason for him to fight in front of our house," Tepler said lightly. "Since they dare to try, let's give them a little shock. Jinns, go out and greet our guests. It would be rude if they can't even get in the door. Also, talk to Dumbledore. By the way, bring Aaron in too. It's still 2 hours before dawn." "Of course," Jinns laughed, then apparated away. "Kelia, put away your wand." Tepler smiled gently. "That kid is out of danger for the time being." Kelia smiled resentfully and put away the white wand in her sleeve. "You child," Lysana patted her head, a look of relief flashing in her eyes. "I told you not to go." "Didn't I go too?" Clea said, embarrassed. "Don't make it a habit." Outside the castle, the battle between the Dark Lord and the White Lord was about to break out. Dozens of dark wizards were divided into two groups. One group, led by Lucius, focused on Aaron and Harry inside the Seraphim shield, while the other group helped Voldemort besiege Dumbledore. At this moment, a huge scarlet magic circle emerged under everyone's feet. The immense energy it contained made both Dumbledore and Voldemort feel a strong sense of fear. Invincible, if they tried to withstand it, they would surely die. This thought appeared in both their minds simultaneously, and they tacitly chose to stop. "This is too much," Aaron murmured in disbelief. "Who would bury forbidden magic in their home?" "Master, rest assured that the offensive magic is only aimed at the enemy and will not damage any plants or trees in the house," Jin said as he teleported to Aaron. The moment he landed, a defensive magic circle of the same level surrounded Gaius Castle and began to turn slowly. "Is Gaius going to violate the ancestral precepts?" Voldemort asked fearfully. "No," Jin slowly shook his head. "We don't care how you deal with the young master just now, but your and Dumbledore's decisive battle at the gate of the Gaius family is hard not to interpret as a provocation, a test, or a warm-up before an attack. I am merely encouraging you to retreat. Voldemort, if you dismount, you will dismount. Is such a situation out of the ordinary?" Dumbledore smiled kindly. "I just came here for a simple visit, although it was a bit abrupt. If it's just a guest," Jins made a gesture of invitation. "Please come in." "Harry Potter came with me," Dumbledore added hastily. "No problem," Jins nodded. "Master, please come back too." "Wait, he can't go. It's not in line with your rules." Voldemort couldn't bear it any longer. He had sent many people to capture Aaron today. If Aaron was protected again with just one sentence, wouldn't their hard work become a joke? "Actually, the young master can stay at home for another 2 hours," Jins explained patiently. "He is free to come out early, but he can go home at any time during these 2 hours. If the Dark Lord wants to attack the young master, he can wait another 2 hours. Voldemort was stunned and speechless. He had waited for so many days and didn't care about waiting for 2 more hours. But the problem was that Dumbledore was here. Who knows whether Aaron will be taken away by Dumbledore in 2 hours? He was not confident of winning against this old wizard. What if he failed in his efforts? Any questions from the Dark Lord? Ginns asked. I am also here, Voldemort began, but his voice trailed off. Voldemort gritted his teeth and spoke each word with deliberate emphasis. To be a guest. Really? Ginns responded nonchalantly. Then please come in, but be warned, if these dark wizards dare to step through the gate, they will face the consequences. Lucius, you and I will go in. The others will stand by, Voldemort commanded. Yes, master, Lucius Malfoy replied obediently. Ginns led the way, followed by Dumbledore and Harry Potter. Voldemort and Lucius Malfoy trailed behind, with Aaron bringing up the rear. The recent events had been bizarre, but from another perspective, Aaron realized it might actually be a fortunate turn of events for him. Negotiating with Voldemort was a daunting task, but with Dumbledore's presence, Aaron felt somewhat confident. As they entered the living room, Ginns arranged for the 4 of them to sit down, and a house elf served tea. Shortly after, Gaius, the current patriarch of the Gaius family, descended the stairs. Lysana, Keelia, and Tepler wisely chose not to appear. Today is truly a special day, Vico remarked with a half-smile, glancing at Voldemort and Dumbledore. When my own son was kicked out of the house, the Dark Lord and the White Lord visit at the same time. You must have something to discuss. It was a misunderstanding, Dumbledore explained. Yes, that's right, a misunderstanding, Lucius echoed bravely. Only he could say such words, considering Voldemort had wanted to kill Aaron just moments ago. I don't care if it was a misunderstanding, Vico said indifferently. Since you are here as guests, state your purpose directly. Cooperation, Dumbledore and Voldemort said in unison. Heh! Vico chuckled lightly and shook his head. You two should know about the Gaius family. You are disrupting the magical world, and your conflicts are your own business. But if you want the hidden families to join the fray, sorry, you are not qualified. It's about the safety of the wizarding world, Harry interjected. Nice to meet you, the so-called savior of the magical world, Vico said dismissively. But you are too weak now. You are not qualified to speak about the safety of the magical world based solely on a flashy title. That's right, Voldemort sneered. I can crush this ant anytime. Let's get down to business. If this is all you have to say, then there's no need to continue. The door is over there. You can leave, Vico said firmly. Gentlemen, Harry began, but Aaron cut him off angrily. Shut up, Harry. You have no idea what our family is responsible for. What you call the safety of the wizarding world is a minor issue in the eyes of the Gaius family. If you want the hidden families to get involved, it would take a catastrophe or the end of the world. Voldemort's plan doesn't meet that requirement, at least not now. Okay, Harry, don't interrupt for now, Dumbledore said, then turned to Vico. I wouldn't come here under normal circumstances, but Tom, no, Voldemort's situation is a bit special. I hope the Gaius family can consider it carefully. Special? Vico looked at Voldemort meaningfully. Indeed, quite special. He must have learned some terrible dark magic to make himself look like this. It's for longevity, Voldemort said confidently. Those wizards who live for hundreds of years may not be better off than me. Their bodies are fragile, but I can maintain my peak for a long time. I can see that, but the price is high, Vico sighed, shaking his head in regret. You were a genius wizard. Even if you improved yourself step by step, you could have become a holy magister before you were 100 years old. Why narrow your path? The holy magister is also mortal, Voldemort said dismissively. Only the gods can enjoy a long life. Gods are mortal too, Vico replied, his tone carrying a hint of finality. But as long as I become a god, I will become an immortal myth, Vico declared with a hint of arrogance. Hearing this, Aaron couldn't help but feel disdain. Vico, a talented wizard with ambitions as high as the sky, had unfortunately narrowed his path, dooming his future to bleakness. Mr. Vico Gaius, I hope you will stand by my side, Voldemort said, getting straight to the point. Shameless! Aaron retorted, his face twisted in a pout. You were going to kill me just now. If you cooperate obediently, nothing will happen to you. I am still very generous to a pure-blood wizard like you, Voldemort replied smoothly. Generous? You mean as research material? Unless I feel that life is hopeless, meaningless, and worse than death, I won't cooperate, Aaron shot back. You can't talk nonsense like that. Ow. Vico interjected, rolling his eyes at Aaron before turning to Voldemort with a meaningful look. Go on. Tell me why you want the Gaius family to be on your side. I can restore the Gaius family to its former glory, Voldemort said confidently. As long as you support me until I become a god, I promise to cultivate a new god for the Gaius family. As Voldemort's words hung in the air, Vico and Aaron exchanged glances, clearly sharing the same disgust. It was confirmed. This guy was seriously delusional. Restore the glory of the past? Curse whom? The Gaius family had never declined. And cultivate a new god? How dare he say that? Their family had no shortage of magical deities. Supporting a mentally unstable dark wizard to become a god would require resources that could train 10 outstanding heirs. This was a loss-making proposition that no one in their right mind would accept. Chapter 529, Uncertain Factors in the Future. The principal should have privileges. Yes, Mr. Voldemort, I fully understand what you mean. And what about the answer? Voldemort's red eyes bore into Vico. I need an affirmative answer. I really can't give you that, Vico replied impatiently. Escort him out. Jins made a gesture towards the door. Please come with me. Voldemort was perplexed. He couldn't fathom what was wrong with his conditions, but he hadn't expected Vico to refuse so bluntly. He was now only half a step away from becoming a holy magus. With the support of the Gaius family, he could easily cross that threshold. Establishing a country of faith would make him the god of magic in the future, a matter of time. It seemed like a guaranteed investment with high returns. Logically, there was no reason for refusal. Lucius, standing nearby, seemed to grasp something. His pupils widened slightly. The Malfoy family excelled at seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages, and he might have noticed something Voldemort missed. There were only two possibilities for Gaius's refusal. Either ancestral teachings prevented them from supporting Voldemort, or they simply didn't value his return. Either way, it indicated that the Gaius family had an extremely profound heritage, enough to dismiss Voldemort and his future. Mr. Vico, I thought you were a smart man, Voldemort said, suppressing his anger. I advise you not to be fooled by your cleverness. Hey, Vico responded dismissively. Salazar Slytherin's attitude is much better than yours. Hearing his ancestor's name, Voldemort calmed down a bit. If you refuse to cooperate with me, does that mean Gaius will form an alliance with Dumbledore? Vico shook his head. No. I hope you will do as you say, Voldemort snorted softly. Let's go. Wait a moment, Master, Lucius interjected hurriedly, his eyes quickly scanning Aaron and Dumbledore. Voldemort immediately understood. He couldn't leave now. If he didn't keep an eye on Aaron, Dumbledore would surely take him away, making it much harder to capture him later. Good assist, Aaron silently praised Lucius, though a look of regret flashed across his face. This change in expression was noticed by Voldemort, who sneered and sat back on the sofa calmly. Don't mind if I stay a little longer, Voldemort said. As long as you're happy, Aaron replied sarcastically. Professor Dumbledore, you can discuss your cooperation. But be forewarned, if you seek the Gaius family's support as Voldemort does, then excuse yourself. As I said, the situation is special, Dumbledore smiled kindly. I hope our next conversation can be kept confidential, with no third person knowing. No problem. Vico snapped his fingers, and a gray-white barrier rose, enveloping him and Dumbledore. It's fine now. This barrier is completely airtight. Don't mind if I check it out. Anything, Vico said indifferently. Dumbledore drew his wand and walked around the barrier before he was satisfied. He sat down again and was silent for a few seconds before speaking. Mr. Gaius, I wonder if you know anything about Horcruxes. Splitting the soul and hiding it in something outside the body. This way, even if the body suffers a devastating blow, it won't die because a part of the soul remains undamaged in the world. But after the physical body is destroyed, unless there is a new body, even the lowest wandering soul will not be as good as. Vico paused and turned to look in Voldemort's direction outside the barrier. You mean he made a Horcrux? I'm afraid so, Dumbledore said solemnly, and there are more than one. Interesting. It is likely the reason why his appearance became like this, Vico mused. This is also related to the multiple divisions of his soul. A genius and a madman are separated by a thin line, and Voldemort perfectly embodies this sentiment. Vico couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity. If he had chosen the right path, he could have become a holy magister in the future. It was my negligence. I didn't teach high. Emma well, Dumbledore blamed himself. The past is irreversible, and there's no use worrying about it now. After all, it's too late for regrets. Vico comforted him, then shifted the topic. Are you trying to convince me with this? Dumbledore nodded. Voldemort now has unlimited resources to cause trouble. With his abilities, the wizarding world will always be in danger as long as he is around. I don't deny that, but it's not enough, Vico replied calmly. He will first unify the magical world and consolidate the power of wizards. He admires pure blood, which will be disastrous for Muggle-born wizards. Eventually, the Muggle world may face unprecedented destruction, Dumbledore said anxiously. Isn't that enough? I know you're in a hurry, but don't worry just yet. Vico poured him a cup of tea calmly. Professor Dumbledore, I only want to ask you one question. Has what you described happened? Dumbledore's mouth twitched slightly. Not yet. You also said not yet. We have no reason to worry about things that haven't happened. Isn't it necessary to take precautions before they happen? Dumbledore asked, puzzled. There are too many uncertain factors in the future, Vico said patiently. Maybe he is thinking about destroying the world at this moment, but he might change his mind in the next second. Gaius will not deny the possibility of the future just because of so-called prevention. That would be unreasonable. These things will definitely happen when the time comes, Dumbledore began. At that time, the hidden families will naturally intervene, Vico interrupted. Hearing this, Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that the worst-case scenario would not happen without intervention. But even so, countless people will die in the process, Dumbledore argued. That's their fate, Vico said expressionlessly. Professor Dumbledore, you may think I'm cold-blooded, but you have to understand that we can't control everything. Just like wars in the Muggle world happen almost every day, the wizarding world has never been peaceful. Voldemort is just a tribulation that this era must go through. The Gaius family, along with the other 3 hidden families, has an ancestral motto that forbids family members from participating in magical world disputes. Do you know why? I have a guess, Dumbledore said with a complex expression. If you participate, there would be no need for the Ministry of Magic. You would have the final say in the entire magical world. Clap, clap, clap. Vico didn't hesitate to applaud. That's right. With the resources we have, we could bring about an unprecedented transformation in the magical world if we wanted to. But long-term peace may not be a good thing. Without disputes, the progress of the magical world would slow down. In many cases, failing to progress means regressing. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. So, you can only guarantee that Voldemort won't go too far, right? That's one way to put it. The duty of our 4 families is to protect the world, but when it comes to internal disputes, our actions are limited. In a sense, war is also a necessary process for the evolution of civilization. What we have to do is control the scope of the war. Thank you for clarifying. I think I understand now, Dumbledore said with some regret. Then, as if remembering something, a look of embarrassment crossed his face. May I ask, do you really care about Aaron? How could I not? But this is the ancestor's instruction. Since he made his choice, he must bear the consequences. He deserves his fate, Vico said with a wry smile. I am the patriarch of the Gaius family, and if an exception is made because he is my son, then there is no need for the rules to exist, Vico stated firmly. Dumbledore's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt that he was in trouble, but he knew that if the situation arose again, he would still drag Aaron into the fray without hesitation. It's been a disturbing night. I'll take Harry away, Dumbledore said angrily. Wait. Vico peed him. A look of joy flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. He knew that things might turn around. How could a father not care about his son? As soon as Vico opened his mouth, Dumbledore immediately thought he could take Aaron away and bind him to the Order of the Phoenix. Is there anything else, Mr. Vico? Dumbledore asked. My father wants to see you, Vico replied. Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, a little confused. The patriarch of the Gaius family was right in front of him, and it stood to reason that Vico could make all decisions. There was no need to bring in the retired old patriarch. "May I ask why?" Dumbledore inquired. "There is something I would like to ask you to do me a favor," Vico explained. "This." Dumbledore was even more confused. What could the Gaius family possibly need his help with? "Mr. Vico, does this have anything to do with Aaron?" Dumbledore asked. "I guess it does," Vico smiled excitedly. "It's very important to him, and it's also very important to the Gaius family, and I guarantee that this will only benefit you, not harm you." "Okay," Dumbledore pursed his lips. "I can go with you to see him. Please open the barrier first." "It's better not to let Voldemort see it," Vico pointed out. He then rolled up his sleeves, pointed his wand at the Gaius clan emblem on his arm, and a dark blue portal opened right in front of him. "The privilege of the Patriarch," Vico explained. "I can use the sign to go to the location of the family members at any time." "It's unbelievable, but I can understand it," Dumbledore said, then stepped into the dark blue portal. When the two reappeared, they were in a guest room. Tepler was sitting in a chair reading a book, and Lysana was talking to Kelia about Aaron's personality, habits, and hobbies over the years with great interest. Although she didn't know much about him, she was definitely the mother who knew her son best in the world. "Please sit down, Professor Albus Dumbledore," Tepler said, slowly putting down the book in his hand. "My grandson is really grateful to you for taking care of him all these years." "This is what you should do as a headmaster," Dumbledore said, trying to sound modest. Tepler smiled slightly. "Time is limited, so I won't be polite to the professor. Clee, come here." "Oh!" Clee walked up to the two of them, and Dumbledore's eyes lit up. He had been a professor for many years, and it was the first time he had seen such a cute little girl. Not to mention her stunning appearance, the elegant temperament she exuded was unmatched, and her big green eyes could arouse anyone's protective instincts. "Let me introduce you," Tepler said with a smile. "This is the second daughter of the Darwin family, Clee Darwin." "Professor Dumbledore, Clea is 15 years old this year. I hope to send her to Hogwarts as a transfer student. Do you think it would be convenient?" Tepler asked. "No problem, I'll do it. Hogwarts is very welcoming to outstanding students like Miss Clee," Dumbledore assured. "I hope you'll put Kelia in Slytherin," Tepler added. "This," Dumbledore thought for a moment. "Sorting is generally determined by the sorting hat." "The headmaster should have privileges," Tepler pointed out. "Professor Dumbledore, you can rest assured that Kelia's talent and bloodline are not much different from Aaron's." "Well, Slytherin it is," Dumbledore conceded, thinking it would be beneficial to form a good relationship with the Darwin family. He could always speak to the sorting hat later. "6th grade," Tepler continued. "But her age?" Dumbledore questioned. "Age is never a problem for a genius," Lysana interjected. "The important thing is that she needs to be in the 6th year of Slytherin." Dumbledore looked at Kelia, as if piecing something together. "May I ask, is this arrangement of yours for?" Clea's face turned slightly red, and the three of them nodded in unison. Dumbledore let out a sigh. Lysana gasped. "My dear, the arrangement of objects is so blatant. Are big families really this extravagant?" "Maybe. I shouldn't say this, but Aaron might have some opinions," Dumbledore said awkwardly. "You may not know, but he has a very close relationship with Miss Hermione Granger of Gryffindor." "What?" Lysana exclaimed in surprise. "Don't worry, Mrs. Gaius," Dumbledore began, but Lysana interrupted him. "That's great. That kid finally figured it out." Dumbledore's voice trailed off, and he looked at Lysana in surprise, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. "We dare not say, and we dare not ask." "Clea," Tepler said, giving her an apologetic smile. "We really didn't know about this." "It's okay, Grandpa. I don't care about this," Clea replied nonchalantly. "And it doesn't conflict with the future I see." "Seeing the future?" Dumbledore's eyes widened in shock. "Is it the kind of future-seeing I understand?" "My eyes can see some fragments of the future or destiny," Clea explained. "It's a genetic talent of the Darwin family, and I'm just beginning to grasp it. However, it doesn't have much effect on people who are stronger than me, and it requires the other person's cooperation." Clea looked at Dumbledore. "Do you want to try it?" Chapter 530, Dumbledore's Limited Time and the Gaius family's Offer. Dumbledore, who had not much time left, had been laying the groundwork for several years. He showed some interest and sat down curiously. A gleam of light flashed in Kellia's green eyes, and then her brows furrowed slightly. "Professor, I may have misread," she said hesitantly. "Maybe you're right. Go on, I'm ready," Dumbledore encouraged her. Kellia hesitated before speaking. "I haven't seen the specifics, but your future is shrouded in death, which means—" "I won't live much longer, will I?" Dumbledore finished for her. "Yes, as long as 3 years, as short as 1 year," she confirmed. "It's a little longer than I thought," Dumbledore said, not surprised but rather relieved. "But death is another kind of adventure." Ordinary people would never have such an optimistic attitude after knowing their own death date, Tepler said with admiration. "It's admirable." "Actually, I'm not that optimistic," Dumbledore admitted, slowly raising his right hand. It was as lifeless as charred wood. It took some time to accept the reality. Tepler looked thoughtfully at Dumbledore's withered and blackened hand. "Some kind of terrible curse. It seems you really don't have long, but logically speaking, a great magician like you wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Humans always have 1 or 2 regrets they want to make up for," Dumbledore said meaningfully. "I don't have much time. There are many things waiting for me to deal with, but I can arrange Miss Clee's enrollment before I die." Tepler pondered for a while. "Vico, can he?" "Although I don't like him very much, he barely has the qualifications," Vico said unhappily. "That's good," Tepler said meaningfully. "Albus Dumbledore, the Gaius family may be able to save your life, or even help you go one step further." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly, and a storm brewed in his heart. "What's the price? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Withdraw from the disputes in the wizarding world. Even if Voldemort wins, you can't intervene," Tepler said lightly. "Of course, this is only the most basic condition." "What about something more specific?" Dumbledore asked. Tepler spread his hand on the table, conjuring a densely written parchment. "The rest is the core secret of the Gaius family. You have to sign a contract before I can tell you." Hearing this, Dumbledore fell silent. He picked up the contract and examined it carefully. There was nothing in it that required him to be loyal to the Gaius family. On the contrary, he enjoyed full personal freedom, but he had to keep everything he saw and heard strictly confidential and could not reveal any secrets of the Gaius family in any way. "Is this just a confidentiality agreement?" Dumbledore asked suspiciously. "It can be understood that way, but this agreement is very binding," Tepler explained, a wise light flashing in his eyes. "Whether you are active, passive, or accidental, you cannot reveal the secrets of the Gaius family. After signing this contract, you will know more. If you don't want to join the Gaius family's plan, we won't force you, but the secrets you know will be taken to your grave, and no one will ever know them." "It's reasonable," Dumbledore said, but he didn't sign immediately. "I think many people have signed similar contracts." "Yes," Vico nodded. "You have 2 familiar friends, Nicholas Flamel and Newt Scamander. One is an alchemist, and the other is a magizoologist," Dumbledore murmured thoughtfully. "They are both top talents. What exactly does the Gaius family want?" "Sign the agreement, and you will know," Vico said. "I approached Scamander after he retired, and he signed the non-disclosure agreement. After learning the deep secrets of the Gaius family, he was very excited and accepted our terms, but asked to bring his wife along. As for Flamel, ashamed to say, the Gaius family has sought him out many times, but he has been very busy. It wasn't until a few years ago that he changed his mind. After signing a non-disclosure agreement, I took him to experience the scenery above alchemy. At that time, he regretted it, regretted signing the agreement hundreds of years too late. His request was eerily similar to Scamander's, to bring his wife." "Sounds like you're going to have a good time," I remarked. "That's pretty much it if you think so," Vico sighed, shaking his head. "My wife and I have been running around looking for qualified people to sign the agreement over the years. After learning the secrets of the Gaius family, some joined without hesitation. Those with families would only join after taking care of their affairs, and some would wait until their lifespan was nearly exhausted to enjoy life. If nothing else, you, Albus, will be the 3rd type." Dumbledore pursed his lips and used his wand to write his name on the contract. "Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore." "You're going to see a whole new world," said Tepler. "Better be prepared." Dumbledore raised his intact left hand like a student. I have 2 questions before we start. I hope you can give me an answer. Go ahead, said Templar. The first one is, how do you plan to save my life? Dumbledore asked curiously. He could clearly feel the passage of life now. The Gaius family wouldn't just give him a bottle of resurrection potion after his death. That would be too extravagant. At the moment of your death, your soul will be taken away by the contract, and your body will be reshaped to be exactly the same as before your death, but the curse on your hand will be removed. Unbelievable, Dumbledore said, waiting a moment before reluctantly accepting it. The second question is, why did you choose me? I shouldn't be considered a top talent, right? Unless you say you are an educator, then I can barely qualify. Don't get me wrong, we really don't lack talents for teaching and educating people, Vico said dismissively. In addition to special talents, there is another criterion, and that is strength. Only Holy Magisters and above are qualified to know our secrets, but Holy Magisters are generally quite proud, and their probability of agreeing is no more than 50%. Just like the 4 founders of Hogwarts, they did not agree but only warned people to give the Gaius family full respect. Professor Dumbledore, your strength is almost meaningless. A great Magister at the peak level is not a Holy Magister after all. I can break through that bottleneck at any time if I want, Dumbledore said weakly. But Voldemort will not give you this chance, and neither will your old enemy Grindelwald, Vico said meaningfully. The relationship between you and the 2 Dark Lords is too deep. As long as you make any move, they will immediately notice it. In addition, once you become a Holy Magister, you must abide by certain rules. After all, the world we live in is too small to withstand the turmoil of a Holy Magister. Then what if Voldemort? Dumbledore began. It's the same with him, Vico interrupted. In short, holy wars between Holy Magisters are absolutely not allowed. The reason why I gave you a chance is because your hand, Templar said. There are standards for selecting people based on their strength. Ramal, a lunatic like Voldemort, is not qualified even if he is strong, but someone willing to make great sacrifices for the peace of the magical world, like you, can make an exception even if their strength is a little bit weaker. I don't know much about you, but if you can face death calmly, it means that your character is much greater than Voldemort's, and he must not be able to beat you. Hearing this, Dumbledore smiled mockingly. It seems good people are rewarded. Grindelwald doesn't have such thoughts as you, Vico said with a half-smile. What? Are you looking for him too? The smile on Dumbledore's face froze instantly, and his demeanor was not as calm as before. Although his current archenemy is Voldemort, even he sincerely believes that Voldemort and Grindelwald are not comparable at all. The former is just a lunatic with great power. Voldemort's power is basically supported by him alone, and his fear far outweighs loyalty. Once Voldemort dies, all the forces united under him will fall apart in an instant, like a tree falling and the monkeys dispersing. But Grindelwald is different. Not only does he possess immense strength, but he also has an IQ, EQ, and vision far beyond ordinary people. Once he walks out of Nurmengard prison, his former supporters will return to him without hesitation. After half a century, those people have become prominent figures in all walks of life. If they unite, Grindelwald's power will be stronger than it was decades ago, and they could start a war that would sweep the entire magical world. Of course, Vico said matter-of-factly. When I approached Gellert Grindelwald, he was surprised, but he didn't refuse. Why? He is not a good person. The innocent lives that died at his hands are countless, Dumbledore said, his voice tinged with anger. His ideas at the time were not entirely wrong, Vico replied calmly. You and he both work for the future of wizards. The difference is that you chose peaceful means, while he chose to use force to achieve his goals. He was wrong, Dumbledore said, his voice rising with emotion. But in our opinion, it has nothing to do with right or wrong. Many wizards supported him at the time, Templar recalled. My father's evaluation of him was that he was an extreme idealist with genius-level intelligence and a ruthless personality, but he could restrain himself and stay rational. After he was defeated by you, he realized his mistake and regretted it for half a century. Hearing this, Dumbledore slumped down in his chair, his heart heavy with mixed feelings. Wait, how did you determine this? He asked. Vico fought with him, Lizana said with a strange look. It was a tie. Dumbledore swallowed hard, a few drops of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. That means his strength has not declined despite decades of imprisonment, Vico said, finishing Dumbledore's thought. As long as he wants to, he can leave that prison at any time. Dumbledore felt his mentality breaking. He had come tonight to discuss with the Gaius family about dealing with Voldemort, but now he was faced with an even greater threat. He had been mentally and physically exhausted because of Voldemort in recent years. But he never expected that a thunderbolt had been buried by him for decades without being discovered. If he were killed by Voldemort, would Grindelwald escape from prison again? And who could stop him then? Dumbledore, who originally didn't care about death, suddenly became a little scared. He couldn't die yet, at least not until the hidden danger of Grindelwald was resolved. But it's not a problem for a great magician like them to live for hundreds of years. Grindelwald really has nothing to do if he wants to hide. Don't worry, Templar seemed to see Dumbledore's worry. Grindelwald will never appear in the wizarding world again. I dare not bet, Dumbledore said bluntly. He is hundreds of times more dangerous than Voldemort. He signed a contract with Gaius, Vico said. If you're talking about this confidentiality agreement, forget it. Dumbledore said with a forced smile. He swore he had never laughed so hypocritically in his life. It's a formal contract. He can't kill anyone in the magic world, and he can't leave Nurmengard for the rest of his life. Really? Dumbledore asked, his face turning red with relief. I don't need to lie to you, Vico said lightly. That's true. Dumbledore heaved a sigh of relief. Then I will sign this non-disclosure agreement. Should Mr. C. Templar tell me the specific price of saving my life? This is natural, Templar said with a slight smile. He then rolled up his sleeves to reveal the family mark on his arm. The world tree pattern slowly swayed its branches and leaves as if it were alive, and a layer of ripples appeared in the air, forming a transparent portal. Kelia, do you want to? Templar began. Needless to say, Grandpa, Kelia interrupted. Let him take me in after I marry him, she said calmly. Okay. Templar nodded, and then led Dumbledore into the portal. Meanwhile, in the living room, Voldemort stared impatiently at the gray-white barrier, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. The negotiation between him and Vico had been very straightforward. The other party had refused outright, and Voldemort hadn't dared to press further. But Dumbledore had been talking with him for far too long. No matter how much he believed that the Gaius family would not violate their ancestral precepts, it was hard not to worry now. Don't worry, Aaron said, stroking the dragon in his arms. Dumbledore is probably trying to convince my dad, but the result will be the same. Maybe it will work, Harry said with some hope. Harry Potter, do you believe that I won't kill you right now? Voldemort said through gritted teeth. It's better not to take action on Gaius's territory, Jeans warned. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences. Peace is the most important thing for everyone, Aaron interjected, trying to smooth things over. He then gave Harry a meaningful look. Next, please don't speak. I have something to discuss with the Dark Lord. Chapter 531, The Farther Road to Eternal Life, The Offer That Cannot Be Refused. Hey! Voldemort sneered. Now you are just an outcast. What right do you have to negotiate terms with me? It didn't happen before, but... Aaron turned his head and looked at the gray-white barrier, pointedly saying, That may not be the case now. What do you mean? Voldemort's eyes instantly turned cold. Hey, Aaron sighed. I don't like the Order of the Phoenix very much, but I wouldn't mind joining Dumbledore if it meant saving my life. You should be aware of my abilities. Although I may not be your opponent in 10 or 20 years, with my help, your time to unify the magical world could be delayed by a few years. You threaten me? Voldemort snorted coldly. Do you think I need that little time? There is no shortage, but it is not necessary, right? Aaron said calmly. Anyway, there is still some time, so you might as well listen to the conditions I can propose. If you agree, we are all happy. If not, there is no loss for you. Aaron, you can't. Harry couldn't help but interject. He believed that Aaron would not stand against them, but that didn't mean he could accept any cooperation between Aaron and Voldemort. Silence. Boom. Before Harry could finish his words, a spell hit him. No matter how much he opened his mouth, he couldn't make any sound. "I told you not to talk yet," Aaron said helplessly, then turned to look at Jins. "Uncle Jins, can you help me set up a barrier?" "Okay." Jins waved his wand, and the same gray-white barrier covered everyone except Harry Potter. Aaron looked at Jins and Lucius within the barrier, feeling somewhat speechless. He had wanted to negotiate with Voldemort alone, but that seemed unlikely now. "Now you can talk. What do you want to discuss?" Voldemort asked contemptuously. "Don't waste my time." "Impossible." Voldemort did not shy away from Jins. "You should know how much you are worth to me. Would you give up if you were me?" "Okay." Aaron pursed his lips. "I'll take a step back and ask you not to trouble me for the time being." "Why?" There was a hint of sarcasm at the corner of Voldemort's mouth. "Given enough time, you will become another Dumbledore, and I will not leave any threat to myself." "Don't refuse in a hurry." Aaron took a sip of tea slowly. "You haven't listened to my conditions yet. Now you can't mobilize the resources of the Gaius family. What conditions can you propose?" "Immortality," Aaron said confidently. Voldemort was stunned for a moment, and his expression suddenly became extremely serious. "Do you know what you're talking about?" "Of course I know." The change in Voldemort's attitude was within Aaron's expectations. After all, at his level, the only thing that interests him is immortality, and becoming a god also serves immortality. "I can show you the path to longevity, but I am not responsible for any other gains." Voldemort was silent for a few seconds, then slowly said, "How do I know whether what you say is true?" "We can make a covenant. If I can't do it, I will cooperate with all your research." Voldemort's eyes lit up, but he still didn't immediately agree. "I admit that your terms are very tempting to me, but I can't ignore your threat. I can't trouble you for the time being, but how do we define temporary?" "How about 10 years?" Aaron proposed boldly. The so-called exorbitant asking price and repaying the money on the ground, it was enough for him to fight for 2 or 3 years. "Are you kidding me?" Voldemort laughed angrily. "You are hard enough to catch now. I may not be able to catch you 10 years from now." 5 years, Aaron gritted his teeth, pretending to be very unwilling. "Too long," Voldemort declined with a chuckle. 3 years, don't go too far." 1 year, Voldemort said lightly. "You're boring," Aaron said angrily. "I just want to live my own life in peace. Don't force me to join the Order of the Phoenix. With Dumbledore's protection, It will take me within 3 to 5 years. No way," Voldemort snorted. 3 years is impossible. By then, I will have unified the magical world." "That's how it is. Both sides take a step back." Aaron pretended to think for a moment and proposed a condition most beneficial to him. "You can't cause me any trouble before Dumbledore and Harry Potter die." "That's okay," Voldemort nodded slightly. "But what if you actively interfere with my plan? If I interfere, you and your forces can attack me ahead of time." "That doesn't seem fair to me," Voldemort said meaningfully. "If you ruin my plan." "It's about longevity. It's not a trivial matter, so don't push it too far," Aaron said boldly, without retreating at all. "Okay, I'll give you a face," Voldemort conceded. Aaron immediately drew out his wand, wrote a contract in mid-air, and signed his name. The content was similar to what they had agreed on, but Voldemort's face was not very good-looking. "Wait, why can't you take me further down the road to immortality after I kill Dumbledore and Harry Potter?" Voldemort questioned. "Nonsense, of course. I'm not ready yet," Aaron said seriously. "If you are not satisfied, you don't have to sign." Voldemort had no doubts and wrote a line of red characters with his wand. Tom Riddle. After the contract was completed, it automatically dissipated, and Aaron breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of security. The longer road to immortality was something he had come up with recently, and it was an offer that Voldemort absolutely could not refuse. But in fact, this road was exclusive to him alone. It was the immortal power formed by the combination of the dog spell and the horse spell. If Voldemort knew this, he would absolutely arrest him crazily and would not negotiate any conditions with him at all. And now it's about Dumbledore and Harry Potter, a white devil and a prophesied savior. It will take at least 2 years for Voldemort to kill them. These 2 years are his developmental period. As for the offensive and defensive transformation after 2 years, it would be good if he didn't kill Voldemort. "Master, can I remove the barrier?" Jins asked. Wait a moment, Aaron waved his hand easily. I still have something to talk to the Dark Lord. What else is there? Voldemort asked blankly. After signing the contract, neither he nor his forces could take action against Aaron. Aaron smiled slightly, opened a red magic circle, and stretched his hand into it. After a while, he took out a small purple glass bottle. Voldemort's pupils widened in an instant, and he stood up directly from the sofa, completely losing his indifferent attitude. Aaron tossed the moondrop in his hand. I want to use it to make a deal with you. Say. Voldemort suppressed the urge to snatch it, but his vertical pupils were staring at the purple solution. Your Death Eaters are causing trouble everywhere. The magical world is very unstable now, and this will inevitably affect some people. Tell me the important point, Voldemort said impatiently. I don't care about other people, but you can't touch Ollivander's wand shop, Aaron said seriously. My uncle is a conscientious businessman, and he is old and will not have any impact on you. Voldemort hesitated for a moment, and then said in deep thought, I can only promise not to use violence against him, but he must cooperate where necessary. Otherwise, I don't mind using other methods. No, this is not negotiable, Aaron said firmly, with a very tough attitude. Master, Lucius interjected cautiously, Ollivander is not the only master wandmaker in the wizarding world. You don't need to remind me, Voldemort snapped. Mr. Ollivander is one of the few relatives of Madame, Jin said. Although the Gaius family will not participate in the disputes in the magical world, I hope the Dark Lord can save face. Since Mr. Jins has said so, I will not move Ollivander, Voldemort smiled, then looked at Aaron. I agree to this condition. Give me the potion. What's the rush? Aaron said unhurriedly. This bottle of potion is a priceless tree, sure, only to ensure that Ollivander really can't show. You. Voldemort gritted his teeth anxiously, but soon a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. You want to protect her, don't you? Aaron nodded helplessly. On the premise of self-protection, it is a little bit of help. A mudblood? Voldemort pouted contemptuously. Granger is really lucky. Hermione Granger? Jins opened his mouth in surprise and looked at Aaron with more playful and teasing eyes. Master, does Miss Keelia know? None of your business, Aaron scolded angrily. Besides, don't think too much about it. I know my priorities clearly. Talking about love is a waste of time. I am still very clean now. Don't worry, I understand. Jins raised his eyebrows at Aaron. I will keep this matter a secret. Aaron sighed internally. I believe you, he thought sarcastically. I'll thank Merlin if you don't add insult to injury. She may hinder your plans in the future. If one day she falls into your hands, I hope you can let her go, Aaron said, a little depressed. Okay, but this kind of thing won't happen twice, Voldemort snorted coldly. Beyond that, Death Eaters can't go out of their way to trouble her. I think the majestic Dark Lord should not be able to tolerate a little witch of Muggle origin. Ha ha ha. You are really kind to her, and you are very considerate. Need me to help you spread the word? It's not necessary. Voldemort snorted contemptuously. I can agree to this condition. Now give me that bottle of potion. Sign a contract. That's not necessary. Voldemort felt insulted. Since he made a promise, the mighty Dark Lord would keep his word. Ollivander was not irreplaceable. As for Hermione Granger, he didn't pay attention to that mudblood at all and could easily crush her. It doesn't matter whether it's necessary or not. You just need to tell me, sign it or not. Sign. Voldemort spat out the word angrily. Moondrop was very important to him. Before the huge benefits, dignity could be put aside. Very good. Aaron clapped his hands and wrote the second contract in midair. Voldemort glanced at it and wrote his name without any hesitation. Pleasant to work with. Aaron smiled and sent the moondrop to Voldemort with a levitating spell. After getting what he wanted, Voldemort couldn't hide his excitement. He directly opened the cap of the bottle and used his wand to guide out the purple solution inside, for fear of causing any waste. A ball of moondrops turned into a purple drizzle and fell on Voldemort. His pale skin gradually turned red, his snake-like face transformed into a human face. His facial features became more defined, and even the bald head of his head sprouted black hair. Except for the red vertical pupils, Voldemort had become a handsome middle-aged man, which was very different from his previous inhuman appearance. Master, you now. Lucius looked at this scene in astonishment, not knowing how to express the shock in his heart. What happened? Lucius conjured a mirror and handed it to Voldemort respectfully. Look. Voldemort looked at himself in the mirror, subconsciously touched his cheek with mixed feelings in his heart. Since splitting his soul, he had become neither human nor ghost, but he had no regrets about sacrificing his appearance for longevity, and even felt that it was worth it. But if he had a choice, he wouldn't want to be like that. Wouldn't it be nice to be an upright person? More importantly, he could feel a magical power in his body, which allowed him to reshape his body with the help of the soul in the Horcrux. Although it could only be used once, it was no different from having a second life in the true sense. Very good, Voldemort said with a proud smile. Lucius, you came here at the right time today. I haven't been this excited for a long time. Congratulations, Master. Lucius forced a happy smile. This is definitely a good sign. I believe Master will soon dominate the magic world. Ahem, Aaron coughed inappropriately. You two, this is Why House. Can you restrain yourselves? Jeans, you can remove the barrier, Harry instructed. As ordered, Jeans replied. The gray-white barrier slowly dissipated, and simultaneously, another barrier began to lift. Voldemort and Dumbledore appeared in Harry's sight almost at the same time. The Dark Lord's appearance had changed drastically. He seemed a little less mad and a bit more composed than before. His eyes fell on Harry, making him feel cold and numb, as if he were being targeted by a poisonous snake. In stark contrast, Dumbledore's demeanor was entirely different. Though he still appeared amiable, his pupils were shaking violently, as if he had witnessed something unimaginable. It was as if his entire worldview had collapsed. Chapter 532, You Must Not Die. The sea is vast, fish can leap high into the sky, and birds can fly. Professor, Harry said hesitantly, trying to suppress the fear in his heart, Voldemort seems to have changed. It is evident, Dumbledore nodded, speaking with a meaningful tone. Tom, it seems you have gained much during my conversation with Mr. Vico. Indeed, old man, but surely you haven't come away empty-handed either? Voldemort retorted. Yes, I now understand why the Gaius family wields such immense influence, Dumbledore replied with a self-deprecating smile. The term sitting in a well and watching the sky truly applies to us. Voldemort frowned, turning to Vico with concern. Is Gaius going to violate the ancestral precept? Don't misunderstand, Vico waved his hand dismissively. I assure you, based on the reputation of Gaius's ancestors, I have not and will not provide him with any assistance. Better be so, Voldemort said, taking Lucius with him. After regaining his appearance, his sanity had improved significantly, and he did not doubt the authenticity of Vico's words. Judging from Dumbledore's reaction, he definitely knew some secrets of the Gaius family. These secrets were undoubtedly very important, but they could not bring him any benefit. And what he got were real benefits, and all he paid was a little time, so what else could he be dissatisfied with? What did you do? Harry asked warily. Tell me you weren't on his side. What are you thinking? I just made a simple deal with Voldemort. I helped him restore his appearance, so he can't cause trouble for me for the time being. That's all, Aaron said, half-truthfully. Hearing this, Dumbledore frowned, his heart pounding wildly. It was a mistake, and they had accidentally signed an armistice agreement. Professor, you are the main force against Voldemort. You must live well. 200 years is not a long time. You can also think about 300 years. If you feel uncomfortable somewhere, you must come to me in time. Abe is better than the therapists at St. Mungo's Hospital of Magic, so he can still help you get better. Aaron said sincerely, making Dumbledore feel flattered and deeply ashamed. He had not been very kind to Aaron and had even plotted against him for a long time, but Aaron was able to repay evil with kindness, which made Dumbledore feel inferior. Jeans turned his face away silently, fearing he would laugh out loud. If he hadn't understood the contents of the contract signed by the young master, he would probably have been deceived. This was definitely not about respecting the old and favoring the young, but rather a concern that if Dumbledore's shield was broken, his situation would not be so safe. And you, Harry, Aaron looked at him solemnly, you are the only one who can defeat Voldemort according to the prophecy, but until you have enough ability, you must protect yourself. Understand? Harry nodded blankly. I understand. Actually, I have an immature suggestion. You could find a place where no one can find you and spend 3 to 5 years improving your magic abilities. Forget it, Harry refused immediately. If 3 to 5 years could give him the power to defeat Voldemort, he wouldn't mind giving it a try, but with his talent, it would be more reliable to help Dumbledore stop Voldemort. Ahem, the time is almost up, Vico said unhurriedly. Aaron was stunned for a moment and turned to look at the clock on the wall. There was less than half an hour left before dawn. He sighed slightly, then put on his backpack. The time of joyful gathering is always short, and the next step is my own adventure. Vico, I'm leaving now. Tell my mother and grandpa to take care of themselves. What about Clea? Vico asked. Aaron paused and said, Say goodbye to her for me. The next time we meet won't be as long as 7 or 8 years, but I guess it will be 2 or 3 years. The moonlight shone on the clean and tidy avenue, and 3 figures walked side by side. Aaron rubbed Abe and him. He said with a triumphant smile, I never thought I would gain the freedom I wanted under such circumstances. From now on, the sea is wide and the sky is high. What do you mean? Dumbledore asked, puzzled. I have been secretly protected by djinns and a team of followers since I was a child. This kind of life has lasted for more than 10 years, making me feel that my personal privacy has been seriously violated. But it's different now. I was temporarily expelled from the family, and they won't follow me. I have also reached a deal with Voldemort. The wizarding world is still safe for me, and I can do whatever I want. No one can control me. Ah! Dumbledore shook his head and sighed. You don't know the blessings in your blessings. Professor, I think I may understand his mood, Harry said with a complicated expression. I understand, but that's not what I'm talking about. I just met his 6 followers, and they are all extraordinary talents. In my opinion, any one of them has the ability to be the Minister of Magic. Are you kidding? Aaron didn't believe it at all. The idea that his bodyguards had the ability to be ministers seemed exaggerated. It's really a joke, Dumbledore said sarcastically. Just think of it as a way to enhance the atmosphere. Aaron, what are you going to do next? Harry asked hesitantly. I will move into my store and take advantage of this time to relax. You can come to my shop for a drink if you are free, but don't come if it involves Voldemort or Death Eaters. I don't want to be tricked into it again, Aaron said, giving Dumbledore a playful look. Professor, I think you should understand what I mean. Dumbledore and Harry looked at each other, and they could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. Aaron had jumped out of the plan, and it would not be easy to get him back in. Why did you come to my house tonight? Aaron asked. This is really a coincidence, Harry explained far-fetchedly. Umbridge was fired, and we went to persuade an old retired professor to take the job tonight. His name is Horace Slughorn, and he seems to be interested in geniuses. Afterwards, the professor proposed to visit your house, just in time for you to be surrounded by Death Eaters. Aaron had no doubt about this coincidence. If Dumbledore knew that he would promote the cooperation between Aaron and Voldemort, he would never have come here tonight. Slughorn is the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. He's the new Potions professor, Dumbledore said. I handed over Defense Against the Dark Arts to Severus. What? Aaron looked at him with wide eyes. Are you sure? Professor Snape gladly accepted the position. But what about the curse? No one can hold the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor for more than a year. I don't think anyone knows better than him. The corners of Aaron's mouth twitched slightly, and he was speechless. But he wasn't too worried. The curse was not fatal, and it wasn't like Professor Snape had never taught Defense Against the Dark Arts before. Professor, how do you plan to arrange Harry? Aaron asked curiously. Should he be placed in the Order of the Phoenix or at the Dursleys? The Burrow. Wait a minute, Harry said excitedly. Professor, you mean that I can live with the Weasley family this holiday? Isn't it safe enough there? Aaron frowned. The Ministry of Magic has set up strict protection. Although it will cause some inconvenience to the Weasley family, they will not mind. The protection of the Ministry of Magic. Aaron rolled his eyes. I don't know how our new minister is, but the protection of the Ministry of Magic may not be reliable. Otherwise, Bones would not be dead. Protection is better than no protection, and members of the Order of the Phoenix will occasionally come by. As long as Harry doesn't act without permission, there shouldn't be much of a problem. I won't, Harry said firmly. Keep your word, Aaron patted his shoulder and said seriously. You must live well, and don't let us down. After speaking, Aaron apparated and left the place. Returning to his small plot of land in Diagon Alley, Aaron lay on his bed, a smile spreading across his face. The trouble that had worried him for so long was resolved perfectly tonight. From now on, until the deaths of Dumbledore and Harry Potter, he could develop in peace. System. Open the personal panel. Okay. Magic Energy Body, 7934. Intermediate Magister. Thought Body, 7934. Intermediate Magister. Total, 15,840. Primary Great Magister. A rare existence in the magic world. Talent. Rare in a lifetime. Magic energy increases by 4 points every day. Body increases by 2 points. Mind-body increases by 2 points. Items. Resurrection Potion. Can resurrect any creature that dies within an hour. Magic Carpet. Captain Jack's Compass. Prophecy Book. Pensieve. Magic Points. Still a junior Grand Mage, Aaron murmured. In his opinion, the total amount of magic energy must be at least 20,000 to be able to contend with Voldemort. But with the normal growth of over 4,000 magic energy, it would take at least a year to replenish it, and there must be no loss in the process. However, now that the immediate threat hanging over his head was gone, time was not so urgent. System. Open the mall interface. I'm in a very good mood today and plan to spend all my magic points. No problem, host. Magic category. At sleep. 600 magic points can make the opponent fall asleep. At precognition, 400 magic points can sense impending danger. At detection, 500 magic points can detect a certain area based on the user's ability. Heaven's Punishment, 2,000 magic points creates virtual life from items containing magic power by resonating one's own magic power with the surrounding magic power. At Control Fire, 300 magic points. Material category, at Deep Sea Octopus Tentacle, 5 magic points. At Seaweed, 1 magic point. Dyroth's Tooth, 1,000 magic points. The tooth of a legendary dragon that can live for 10,000 years. At Venom of the Eight-Eyed Giant Spider, 10 magic points. At Bee Sting, 1 magic point. Item category, at Lara's Mask, 2,500 magic points. The wearer can summon the Shadow Core Blade Group. Note, collect all 10 masks to control the Shadow Kingdom. At Fire Crossbow Arrows, 50 magic points. At Chicken Festival, 1,000 magic points. Floating, Mind Power. At Harmonica, 5 magic points. At Big Bowl of Instant Noodles, 5 magic points. One person can't finish it. Aaron looked at the 15 full product columns and directly used 300 magic points to purchase the ability to control fire. After a moment, he pointed his palm at the fireplace and drew out the blazing flames. The flame constantly changed into various shapes under Aaron's control. Even the direction and size could be manipulated as he wished. Not bad, Aaron murmured, returning the flame to the fireplace. Although this ability still needed continuous development, it compensated for the shortcomings of his fire dragon slaying magic to a certain extent. After that, Aaron spent 5 magic points to buy a large bowl of instant noodles. This bowl of instant noodles shocked him a little. It was as big as a military pot and enough for 10 people to have a full meal. Putting the instant noodles into the system space, Aaron still had 39 magic points left. He patiently refreshed the blank product column in the magic category. At Change Sound, 200 magic points, imitates or adjusts the voice. Useless and quite expensive. At Change Color, 100 magic points, changes the color of objects and creatures. Even more useless than the previous one. At Bloodthirsty, 600 magic points, absorbs the blood of other people or animals to restore one's own injuries and physical strength. Disgusting, and nothing compared to the healing ability of the Horse Talisman. At Telepathy, 400 magic points, transmits your thoughts to others to achieve long-distance dialogue. After refreshing it more than 20 times in a row, a barely passable magic ability appeared in the product column. Aaron sighed slightly, then set his sights on the harmonica in the item category and refreshed decisively. The bargain had been sitting there for too long, and he would rather have a blank product column than have it remain as an eyesore. At Within a Jar, 500 magic points, with sealing ability, can seal up to 3 people. Aaron stared blankly at the triangular prism-shaped box in the product column, and it took him a while to react. This was the first time he had seen a sealing magic prop. It was definitely more useful than his own sealing magic, but it was a bit more expensive, and now he could only covet it. Continue, Aaron muttered, looking at the last remaining blank product column and starting a new round of refreshing. At Rotten Iron Sword, 7 magic points. At Cheeseburger, 3 magic points. At Magic Defense Theory, 10 magic points. At Oak Seed, 1 magic point. Dozens of refreshes yielded nothing useful. Just when Aaron felt that Wei Zheng's jar had exhausted his luck for the night, an oval-shaped stone shining with a faint blue light came into view. At Haiti Division, 2,500 magic points, the energy component of the Dark Emperor of the Dark Tribe, is the most powerful among the 5 Dark Spirit stones. Haiti Division, Reincarnation Bloodstone, Black Magnetite, Dark Moonstone, and Tatar Stone. One stone contains enough energy to destroy the barrier of space-time rifts. It is greater than the combined energy of the other 4 spiritual stones. It also has independent consciousness and strong temptation. Aaron's eyes widened in awe. The Haiti Division Stone was a legendary artifact, far beyond anything he had ever encountered. The sheer power it held was enough to make his heart race. He knew that possessing such a stone would change everything, but the price was steep, 2,500 magic points. It was a fortune he didn't have. He sighed, feeling the weight of his limitations. For now, all he could do was dream of the possibilities that the Haiti Division Stone represented. Chapter 533, The Expensive Energy Core and the Weasley Twins' Business Success. Upon reading the introduction of the Haiti Division, Aaron couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. He immediately thought of the purpose of the spiritual stone. The artifact forged by Argo's ancestors still lacked 2 crucial components. One was a rare material capable of withstanding powerful magic, and the Fang of Doroyus met this requirement. The other was an energy core, and now the emergence of the Haitian Division had solved this problem. However, it was incredibly expensive. 2,500 magic points were enough for him to buy a second ghost mask or 2.5 talismans. Including the 1,000 magic points for the Fang of Doroyus, he would need to sign a 1-year contract with Huo Gawards to afford these 2 materials. Aaron took several deep breaths to calm his excitement. System, what are these 5 dark spiritual stones used for? He asked. There are 2 specific methods, the system replied. One is to devour it directly. For those below the Holy Magister level, it can increase magical energy by 1/5. For those above the Holy Magister level, it can increase magical energy by 1/10. Aaron gasped. Goodness, that's impressive, he thought. He didn't consider the Holy Magister level, as it was too far from his current capabilities. However, even a 1/5 increase in his magical energy was highly appealing. If he consumed 1 spirit stone, he could match Voldemort. If he consumed 2, he would be confident enough to overpower Voldemort. However, increasing his current strength by 1/5 seemed a bit cost-effective. It was only a few hundred points more than directly using magic points to increase magical energy. But when his magical energy reached a certain threshold, consuming a spiritual stone could maximize the benefits and potentially advance him to a holy magician. What about the second method? Aaron inquired. You can create physical incarnations with different personalities and independent thinking, but they will have 100% loyalty to the host, the system explained. Aaron pondered for a moment. How strong is the avatar? When you start as a great mage, your incarnation's strength can be improved through training or by the host consuming magic points, the system replied. 2,500 magic points in exchange for a loyal servant of a junior great magister seems like a good deal, Aaron murmured. What happens if the incarnation is killed? The Samsara Bloodstone is immortal and can be reborn infinitely, but there will be a certain cooling period. Other spiritual stones need to be reactivated by the host, each time requiring 1,000 magic points or magic energy. The strength of the incarnation after resurrection will remain at its peak. I understand, Aaron said. The incarnation of the Samsara Bloodstone was necessary. As for the other spiritual stones, he would consider them later. Also, a friendly reminder, the system said seductively. Collecting 5 spirit stones will allow the host to learn all the magic of the Dark Emperor. Aaron's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly remembered his depleted magic points and his current status as a weak junior great mage. Don't mess with my mind, Aaron gritted his teeth and cursed. Collecting 5 spirit stones required at least 10,000 magic points. This meant he would have to struggle for 5 more years, and it was not something he could consider in the short term. In the early morning, the first ray of sunlight shone on Aaron's face through the window. He stretched comfortably, got up, washed his face, and started cooking. With a wave of his magic wand, eggs, meat, and various vegetables floated in the air, then fell onto the plate after being processed. Aaron straightened his clothes and continued cooking. Smelling the increasingly strong fragrance in the air, Aaron felt a surge of gratitude towards his ancestors. He was fortunate not to be short of money now. Otherwise, he would definitely have him to change his lifestyle. Aaron had decided to transform his beverage shop into a restaurant. With his culinary skills, he felt it would be disrespectful to the teachings of the god of food if he didn't make a lot of money. 10 minutes later, Abe arrived, drawn by the delicious aroma. Vegetable chicken breast rolls, ham and potato pancakes, a bucket of milk, and 2 roasted chicken legs for you, Aaron announced while eating. The ingredients are limited, so we can only make these. Just make do with it. Abe nodded excitedly, wiped his mouth, and jumped onto the dining table for a spin. At Hogwarts, it had to restrain itself when eating. It was better at home, where it didn't have to worry about revealing its identity, but there were strict butlers to arrange recipes, so it could eat no more than 70% of its food at each meal. It was still more comfortable following Aaron, eating well and feeling full, with its mood and appetite fully satisfied. After breakfast, Aaron took Abe out of the shop. A man and a dragon walking in Diagon Alley was a rare sight, but because Voldemort's resurrection had brought panic to the entire wizarding world, this shopping mall dedicated to wizards was now in a state of depression. Many people were afraid to open their shops, and some old-time store owners had been arrested by Death Eaters. The only shop that could still operate normally was Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, run by Fred and George. Other shops were strictly restricted by the Ministry of Magic. What a troubled time, Aaron lamented. He had finally gained the right to enjoy life freely, but the current situation in the magical world always made people feel uneasy. Aaron walked to the front of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, where laughter and chatter filled the air, in sharp contrast to the bleak street outside. It's amazing. They both have really good business acumen, Aaron thought, nodding to himself as he walked into the store. The store was bustling with customers, and there were wizards of different ages in front of each shelf, with minors making up a large part of them. Densely packed cargo boxes were piled high, and various props, such as quick-acting skipping candies, nosebleed nougats, magic wands, and quills that answered questions automatically, were placed on the counter. Aaron, Fred greeted warmly. You came without saying a word in advance. Even if I told you, I guess you wouldn't be free, Aaron replied. You are different, George said. This store couldn't have opened without your startup capital. I think Mrs. Weasley would be proud of you. She would never have imagined that your store's business could be so good. There are not as many customers in the entire Diagon Alley as there are here, Aaron remarked. Fred and George looked at each other and smiled. The 2 brothers were not particularly rich now, but with the potential of this store, it was only a matter of time before they became wealthy. Coming from a poor Weasley family, it was very fulfilling to achieve this by starting their own business. Would you like to know more about our store? George asked enthusiastically. I can just take a look for myself. You 2 bosses should go and entertain the customers first. Every second you waste is money, Aaron said. But, Fred began. Stop it, Aaron interrupted. I'll ask if there's anything I don't understand. Okay, George shrugged. As long as you're happy. I almost forgot, Fred said, slapping his forehead. I remember you also ordered a batch of goods from us, 50 sets of fish-catching props such as quick-acting skipping candies, right? Are there that many? Aaron's mouth twitched slightly. The extra ones will be given to you, George said with a nonchalant smile. It's free. No, I really don't need that many. Aaron waved his hands hurriedly. I can't use so many now. Just 3 or 5 sets are enough. In addition, it is inappropriate not to accept money. The brothers are still settling the accounts. But you are definitely responsible for the opening of this store, Fred's mouth eyed with a serious face. The most difficult days in the early stages of starting a business have passed. We would be ashamed to accept your money at this time. That's right. Anything you take from the store from now on is on us, George added. George nodded. Aaron raised his eyebrows, realizing that discussing money with these two brothers was futile. In that case, give me 3 sets of fishing props. Let me try them out first. If everything goes well, I'll be staying in Diagon Alley for a while, and I'll come back for more when I need them. Easy enough, Fred said with a smile. He then took 3 boxes from a row of shelves and filled one with various candies. Quick-acting skip candy, nosebleed nougat, fever candy, coma candy, vomit candy, and blood-bend beans. These are the 6 types we've developed so far. Try them out, and remember to give us a good review. Got it, Aaron replied, winking at Abe, who quickly stuffed the box into his pocket. Would you like anything else? George asked, pointing to a shelf more than 10 meters away. We also have many joke products, like portable swamps, fat tongue toffee, witty answering quills. No, I'm not very interested in those things. I thought so, Fred said with a meaningful smile. He then led Aaron to a light pink counter. These items might be more suitable for you. There are many girls who like you, but as far as we know, you haven't even had your first love yet. It's a waste of your good looks. There are a few things here that can help you, George added, pointing to a box on the display cabinet. With a simple spell, you can enter a realistic dream. It only lasts for 3 to 10 minutes and has some side effects, but it has received good reviews. Aaron blinked and mentally dismissed the idea. A false dream? That was nothing compared to his illusions and spiritual space. Not interested? George asked, unsurprised, as he unscrewed the cap of a glass bottle. How about this? Aaron sniffed the air, his expression changing slightly. The quality of this love potion is quite high. Where did you get it? Don't worry, we get our supplies through normal channels, and we don't sell this to children. Only those over 16 are eligible to buy it, George said seriously. You just meet the conditions. How about it? Want to try it? It's a catalyst for love. Ha-ha! Aaron took a step back, resisting. Do you think I need this? Fred and George exchanged glances and said in unison, yes. Aaron felt slightly insulted. He just didn't want to waste energy on such things, and he wasn't the type who couldn't find a girlfriend. Many people know how good you are, but your experience in this area is really hard to describe, Fred said with emotion. If I had half your charm, I would have had 3 or 5 girlfriends at the same time at Hogwarts without any trouble. Aaron felt an urge to hit someone but suppressed it. You guys really misunderstand. I don't need this. No, you do, Fred insisted. You're just embarrassed to admit it, George added. Ugh! Aaron rolled his eyes. I don't need love potions. Fred and George exchanged surprised looks. Can we understand that you plan to use a love potion on a girl you like? But remember, it's best to use it when you both like each other. Otherwise, the love you get will be unreliable. Your imagination is really something, Aaron sneered. Besides love potions, I have dozens of other potions, all traded from Professor Snape. They're just for my collection. I don't have any other intentions. Do you understand? We understand, the two said in unison. But you really don't think about having a girlfriend? Fred asked. George clasped his fingers together. Hermione, Siren, and Luna. At least 3 of them. Both of you, Aaron said, taking a deep breath, feeling a bit tired. I'm much busier than you think, and I don't have time for that. Aaron didn't have time to think about that kind of thing, so he decided not to dwell on it. After saying that, he picked up Abe and walked towards the Zep door. Fred and George watched him leave, amusement playing on their lips. I have a good idea, but I think it's a bit unkind, Fred said. As it happens, Fred, I had the same idea, but he will be grateful to us in the future, right? George replied. That's necessary, but we have to plan carefully first. After leaving Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, a wry smile appeared on Aaron's face. What had happened recently? Why did so many people care about his life events? If he hadn't obtained the ability of the Horse Talisman, he might have thought he was cursed. Coincidence. It must be a coincidence, Aaron muttered, shaking his head to dispel the random speculations. His parents had started caring a few years ago, and his grandpa was probably the same. As for the Weasley twins, they always thrived on chaos, so it was normal for them to make a joke or two. With these thoughts, Aaron felt more relaxed and headed towards Ollivander's wand shop. Ollivander had been crafting exquisite wands since 382 BC. The shop's dilapidated signboard was a testament to its long history, and Ollivander had never considered replacing it. Jingle bell. Aaron opened the door, and the jingling bell announced his arrival to the shopkeeper. "Ollivander, your lovely grandnephew is here," he called out. "Wait a minute." A clear female voice responded from the back hall, leaving Aaron a little confused. The voice sounded familiar. After a moment, a beautiful young woman wearing a blue wizard robe emerged, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall and lighting up the room. "Gaius, long time no see," Fleur Delacour said in surprise. "Why are you here?" Aaron asked, equally surprised. "You recommended me to come here," Fleur said with a smile. "You forgot that after the competition last year, I mentioned wanting to find a job in the UK, so you recommended me to work as a salesperson at Ollivander's wand store." Aaron paused, trying to recall. "Oh, right, it seems I did. Chapter 534, The Blessing of the Guilty Peach Blossom." There's someone behind Fleur Delacour. "It seems that you are doing well here," Aaron remarked with a smile. "The job in the wand shop is easier than I thought, and the salary is decent," Fleur replied, stretching her arms. "Usually the customer flow is relatively small, but it gets much busier during the school season." "Where is my uncle?" Aaron inquired. "Mr. Ollivander is resting upstairs. Since I started working here, he doesn't have to worry about selling wands. He only needs to keep records. Unless he meets someone like you who isn't suited for a normal wand, he doesn't need to intervene personally." "I see, but that's a good thing," Aaron acknowledged. "After all, Ollivander is getting older. He's not like a great wizard such as Dumbledore. His lifespan is estimated to be no more than 100 years. Having a salesperson to help with daily work makes things easier." "What brings you here?" Fleur asked, pouring him a glass of wine. "If you want to buy a wand, I can choose one for you. After all, your wand is really old." "I just came to see Ollivander. The magical world isn't very peaceful right now," Aaron explained. "Huh?" Fleur snorted, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. "I thought you were here to see me." Aaron nearly choked on his drink, spurting out a mouthful of red liquid. "Ha! This is no joke!" "Who are you kidding?" Fleur smiled and slowly pushed him into a corner. "I haven't seen you for a year. Have you missed me?" Aaron inhaled the fragrance of her hair, his heartbeat quickening. He swallowed hard. "Nima, I must be cursed." "System, can't the Arima charm remove the curse? For example, something like a life-threatening crime?" Aaron thought desperately. The healing power of the horse talisman is not omnipotent. Drunkenness, sleep, and overeating are all controlled by the host, so they are not considered negative effects, the system responded gleefully. "As for the luck of love, are you sure it's a curse and not a blessing?" Aaron: "Blessing? Blessing my foot. He might actually accept it 2 years later, but now he was just a student who hadn't graduated." "This question shouldn't be that difficult to answer," Fleur urged, a bit shyly. She had let go of her reserve to ask this question. "Well, actually, I have someone I like," Aaron said with an awkward smile. "Who?" Fleur asked with interest. Aaron was speechless for a moment. Could he make up someone who didn't exist? "This is personal privacy. I can't tell you," he stammered. "No, you must be lying to me," Fleur smiled lightly. "We've known each other for a long time, and I think I know you a little bit. If there was such a person, you wouldn't hesitate now." "Maybe there really is?" Aaron said, grasping at straws. "Hermione Granger or Luna Lovegood?" Fleur asked meaningfully. Both of them had been Aaron's dance partners at the Yule Ball, and they were both possible candidates. Why don't you take a guess?" Aaron deflected. "Granger, Lovegood, Delacour," Fleur listed. "Yes, that's right, it's her. I didn't expect you to guess all this," Aaron said without thinking, then met Fleur's half-smiling eyes. Realizing his mistake, Aaron smiled bitterly, feeling like crying without tears. He had been too hasty to get rid of this trouble. "What a pity, it seems that this person does not exist," Fleur said proudly. "Oh, Aaron sighed slightly, quickly adjusting his mentality. You are the most daring girl I know. After all, I'm not a student anymore. The longer we wait, the stranger the relationship becomes, Fleur analyzed. That's a good analysis, but I'm sorry. I don't want to think about it now. Don't ask me why. I won't tell you even if you do, Aaron said firmly. It doesn't matter, Fleur blinked. I know you have a lot of secrets and it's normal to be busy. Besides, according to the standards of the wizarding world, you still have to wait a few months before you are considered an adult. It would be nice if my parents thought like you, Aaron said with a hint of heartache. He had been forced by his family to go on a blind date a few years ago. Who could understand his sadness? Would you like me to visit your home? I've only met your housekeeper, not even your uncle or aunt, Fleur suggested. That's not necessary, Aaron replied, clearly excited. His relationship with Fleur was just that, but Vico and Lasana would never see it that way. When they saw the beautiful girl, they would probably think she was their future daughter-in-law. I think it's still necessary, Fleur murmured. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. I'm just visiting as a friend. Aaron chuckled. If he believed that, he might not even realize he was being set up. Besides, even if he believed it, his parents wouldn't. The first female friend to visit his home in 5 years, especially one he met during the Triwizard Tournament, would definitely raise suspicions. There's really no need for that. I've already been kicked out of my house. What? Fleur frowned, but then a flash of joy crossed her face. I think I understand why you came here. After tidying up the back hall, I can squeeze out a room for you. Hearing this, a few more lines of worry appeared on Aaron's forehead. You're overthinking it. My store can still accommodate people. Does that mean you'll stay in your store this holiday? That's what I thought originally, but now, I suddenly feel that staying in a hotel is quite suitable. After Aaron finished speaking, he added, a hotel outside London. The implication was clear. He would stay far away during this holiday, at least not in Diagon Alley. I understand. So where exactly are you going to live? I don't know. It's okay, I can ask Mr. Jeans, Fleur said lightly. I think he will tell me. Aaron almost stumbled and fell to the ground. He looked at Fleur bitterly and said, You are very beautiful. You are among the top 3 girls I know, but why do you fall in love with me? I have a quarter of Vila blood, and there are very few men who can resist my charm, Fleur said delicately. You are the only one in the same age group. Is this a reason? Aaron said speechlessly. Only those with weak hearts cannot resist the charm of a Vila. Try another Auror who has experienced hundreds of battles. Of course, it's not just this. You helped me a lot in the 3 events of the Triwizard Tournament and saved me several times. Fire Dragon, Grindylow, and Voldemort. Don't get me wrong, that's because my eldest sister doesn't want the lives of the contestants to be in danger during the competition she is hosting. I only look at the facts. At first, I thought you were just a damn connection person, but then you overturned my perception of you again and again, Fleur said patiently. As long as you are a woman, it is difficult not to be tempted. Aaron pursed his lips, feeling a headache because of his nowhere-to-place charm. I understand everything you say, but it doesn't mean I have to like you, right? Do you dislike me? Fleur asked confidently. I don't dislike you. Then do you hate me? I don't mean that. Then it's settled, Fleur spread her hands. You don't hate me or despise me, so why can't you like me? Rumble. Aaron felt that his soul had been greatly shocked, as if something was wrong, but he just couldn't tell. Jingle bell. The doorbell rang suddenly, and a boy walked in, accompanied by his parents. I want to buy my son a wand. Aaron felt like he was hearing the sounds of nature. His head was pounding, and this guest was just the distraction he needed to get Fleur away. He came at the right time. It would have been better if he could have come earlier. Sorry, mister. Ollivander won't be back for half an hour. Is that so? Then we'll come back in half an hour. Aaron watched blankly as the parents took the boy away, and a wry smile appeared on his lips. Is it really appropriate for you to do this? I will give them a discount and deduct it from my salary. Aaron was stunned for a moment. Aaron gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Worthy of being the brave woman of Beauxbatons. Fleur rolled her eyes at Aaron. Are you mocking me? In the past, I might have thought I was a genius, and there weren't many people in the magical world who could compare with me. But your presence made me see what it means to be truly exceptional. Can you let me finish my words first? Aaron said, unable to decide whether to laugh or cry. It's an honor for me to be valued by such a beautiful girl like you, but unfortunately, I haven't considered the topic of finding a partner for the time being. I can wait, Fleur said through gritted teeth. Hearing this, Aaron's breath caught in his throat. It took a lot of courage for a girl to speak so firmly, and he didn't know how to refuse her. It's really embarrassing, Aaron sighed. If you haven't waited, you have to know that the future is full of uncertainty. Fleur's face paled slightly. She understood what Aaron meant. The future was uncertain, and he might find someone else, leaving her youth wasted in vain. But thinking about everything that happened in the Triwizard tournament, she knew she would never forget him. Ahem! Fleur was about to speak, but was interrupted by a cough. Ollivander came down the stairs and looked at Aaron in surprise. When did you arrive? I've been here for a while and didn't dare to disturb you. Don't tell me you came to see me. There must be something wrong, Ollivander said. Aaron scratched his head in embarrassment. I have been temporarily removed from the family. Have you violated the ancestral teachings of the Gaius family? Ollivander asked in surprise. No way, aren't you usually very steady? On impulse, coupled with layers of calculations, even Merlin couldn't handle it, Aaron said bitterly. But those things have passed, and I am now in a neutral position again, but without the protection of my family. It's not too bad. At least I'm safe now. Tell me, what can I do for you? Ollivander asked seriously. No need, uncle. With your little strength, you can't help at all, Aaron said politely. I'm here to tell you good news. I signed a contract with Voldemort. You can open your store with confidence. No dark wizard will come to trouble you. Ollivander, however, was not happy at all. If Aaron had not been removed from the Gaius family, there would be no harm in signing the contract. But now he was just a homeless little wizard with no background, money, strength, or connections. He must have paid an unknown price to sign a contract with Voldemort. What contract did you sign? Ollivander asked. Don't worry, I won't suffer any loss. Tell me, don't let me, an old man, worry about it, okay? I just made a small exchange with him for a bottle of magic potion. Aaron shrugged. That bottle of potion can help him restore his appearance. He has no reason to refuse a wand shop. What else? Ollivander stared closely into Aaron's eyes and said meaningfully, I'm not an old fool. If you don't have enough leverage, Voldemort will never let you go easily. Ah. Aaron hesitated for a moment, then smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. I did make another deal. If nothing else happens, I will definitely confront Voldemort, but he won't take action against me in the short term, and even when he sees me, he has to pretend not to see me. I know you have had your own opinion since you were a child, but that's the Dark Lord, Ollivander said melancholically. Are you sure? I'm absolutely sure, Aaron said confidently. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. She knows my strength. Voldemort still can't catch me. Ollivander turned to look at Fleur and was relieved to see that she didn't deny it. If you have any trouble, you can come to me. I can't help you much, but I still know some friends, Ollivander said. After all, he was a master of wand-making and still had connections. I know. Aaron waved his hand. Nonchalantly, he walked out of the store with Abe in his arms. Ollivander struggled to sit back in his cha. This kid doesn't usually cause trouble, but when he does, it's big trouble. Is he going to be okay? Fleur asked worriedly. It's safe for the time being. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so relaxed just now, Ollivander forced a smile. Let's talk about your business first. How were you going to answer him if I hadn't come out just now? Fleur hesitated, her face as red as a ripe apple. I don't know, but I won't give up, even if it means serving him tea and water. You! Ollivander shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, you chose him. Otherwise, you might have suffered a lot of injustice if you married him in the future. I thought you would criticize me, Fleur said sarcastically. Do I look so unreasonable? Ollivander said angrily. From the moment you came here to apply for a job, I knew why you came. You ran to that store. Do you really think I can't see anything? Is it that obvious? What do you think? However, I have been very satisfied with you over the past year. If you become my granddaughter-in-law, I will fully approve it. But this shouldn't be rushed. After all, there are too many excellent girls around him, and his parents have been preparing for his lifelong event for a long time. I listen to you, Fleur said firmly. I will do whatever you say. I will arrange this. Ollivander thought for a moment. You and I will go out this afternoon and visit Gaius's house to meet Vico and Lysana. As long as they recognize you, then everything will be easier. But you can't let him know for the time being. Chapter 5 and 35, Narcissa's Request for Help, the Shura Field on the Platform. A few weeks after moving to Diagon Alley, Aaron received the results of his ordinary wizarding level examination. Unsurprisingly, he achieved an O in all 11 subjects, a rare feat in the history of Hogwarts. During this period, he lived a very relaxed life. There were no cram schools, no constant presence of Jeans and a team of bodyguards, and no threat from Voldemort. In addition to his daily routine of signing in, Aaron spent his time reading books and newspapers. He also diligently practiced magic, working with his missing body to divide the tasks. One part focused on improving forbidden magic, while the other increased the number of instantaneous casts of the ultimate magic circle. As for business, he attended to it based on his mood. After all, he had inherited a significant portion of the Black family's wealth, leaving him with no shortage of money. Although the goblins of Gringotts had embezzled some of this money while Sirius was in prison, Aaron still had hundreds of millions in assets. He hid this golden mountain in his dressing space, leaving only a small portion in Ab's pocket. With these millions of galleons, Aaron purchased a large amount of food and supplies, including rice, flour, grains, oils, fruits, vegetables, meat, poultry, eggs, milk, wine, and seafood. The food was preserved in a special way, enough to feed hundreds of people for a year. He also bought a lot of magical materials, such as dragon's blood, snake bark, bezoars, dried nettles, and more. Anything useful, he acquired. The market saw a sharp resurgence due to his purchases. The only thing that made him feel tired was Fleur Delacour's daily visits. It was hard for him to refuse her, as she always used Ollivander's name as an excuse. Over time, Fleur gradually took control of his 3 meals a day. Even Ab was deceived by her and eagerly awaited her meal deliveries. I really can't tell where you are working now, Aaron said to Fleur, feeling exasperated. You spend more than 3 hours at my place every day, and Ollivander still pays you? Actually, I can switch jobs. Mr. Ollivander won't mind, Fleur replied. But I mind, Aaron retorted, rolling his eyes. You really don't have to be so serious. I said I won't consider falling in love for the time being. My answer won't change. I can wait, Fleur said, turning around and leaving with a smile. Aaron's mouth twitched slightly, but he was helpless. He had hoped that his words would make her give up, but it seemed to have the opposite effect. She appeared more confident the next day, as if she was sure of him. There must be something wrong, right? Aaron mused. The master is right, Ab said seriously. This mistress brings me food every day, so the master doesn't even cook for me. As expected, I can't count on you when I need to use my brain, Aaron sighed. Master, someone is coming, Ab reminded him. Aaron looked in the direction Abby indicated and saw a figure wearing a cloak and hood approaching. Rare visitor, Aunt Narcissa. Would you like something to drink? Business in Diagon Alley has been sluggish recently, but I definitely have enough drinks here, Aaron greeted. No need, Narcissa said nervously. Aaron, we are here to ask you for a favor. Oh, Aaron raised his eyebrows slightly. Does Lucius know? He knows. He was the one who asked me to come here. What about Draco? Narcissa paused. He doesn't know, and I don't want him to know. He wouldn't let me come to you. It seems the matter is quite serious, Aaron frowned slightly. Let me guess, Voldemort assigned him a task, but this task is very dangerous, right? How do you know? Narcissa asked in a low voice. Because you are a mother. If your child is in danger, you would do anything to protect him, Aaron replied gently. If the child hadn't been in serious trouble, you wouldn't have taken the risk to find me, considering how much Voldemort values me, Aaron said. Narcissa nodded in despair. There is nothing we can do. You are the only one who can help him now. You have to tell me what Voldemort asked him to do before I can help him, Aaron insisted. Narcissa hesitated, looking extremely conflicted. After several seconds of silence, she shook her head vigorously. I'm sorry, I really can't tell you this. Aunt Narcissa, if I want to know, you can't hide it from me. Narcissa choked up, tears streaming down her cheeks. I can't tell you. Please don't ask. Okay, Aaron said, pursing his lips. I'll leave it alone. What do you want me to do? Save his life, Narcissa said sadly but firmly. What the Dark Lord wants him to do is simply impossible, not even for the Dark Lord himself. Once he fails, the consequences will be severe, and you won't be able to help him in that matter. When that happens, I hope you can save his life. I can only promise to do my best, Aaron said, feeling embarrassed. I can help if he has nothing to do with Voldemort, but now I can't guarantee anything. Thank you, Narcissa said, her voice filled with gratitude. But I have a small request. He must listen to me at school. Maybe I heard wrong, but he seems to always respect your opinions, doesn't he? Aaron asked. This is different, Aaron said lightly. He will be very nervous this year, and no one knows how many ridiculous things he will do under such circumstances. Once he makes a big deal out of things, it won't be easy for me to cover it up for him. I understand. I will warn him when I go back, Narcissa promised. Not long after Narcissa left, an owl delivered the Hogwarts 6th grade book list to Aaron. He looked at the list and sighed slightly. He used to have his textbooks prepared in advance, but now he had to do it himself. In the future, the physical incarnation of the dark spiritual stone must be summoned. With a loyal servant, he wouldn't need to worry about trivial matters. But before he could get to Flourish and Blots, a package flew out of his fireplace. It contained all the textbooks he would need, as well as several new wizard robes. I've prepared it for you. You're welcome, Clea. Aaron read a line of words written on the package, feeling a little complicated. No matter what happens to him at home, he is still very popular outside. Although he feels like a freeloader, he can still be regarded as skilled. On the first day of school, Aaron pushed his suitcase through the partition wall of platform 9 3/4. But he was not alone. Next to him was Fleur, dressed brightly. Her 1/4 Vila blood made her attract the attention of many people. You don't have to go to school. Is it necessary to come with me? Aaron asked, speechless. This is what Mr. Ollivander meant, Fleur said confidently. If you have any objections, you can ask your uncle. Ha ha! Aaron smiled forcefully. Can you stop using his name to suppress me? What do you think? Fleur replied with a smirk. Aaron's mouth twitched. This is the benefit of having a backer. Aaron, when did you arrive? Harry's voice came over. With him were Hermione and the Weasley family. But besides them, there were 2 strangers in suits, one on the left and one on the right, guarding Harry. They were probably Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. Ha ha! Interesting, so interesting. Aaron couldn't help laughing. What you are experiencing now is what I have always wanted to get rid of. How does it feel? Not good, Harry said sadly. Aaron's bodyguards are much more reliable than Aurors. Their strength aside, at least they do not hinder Aaron. But these Aurors are different. As soon as he got out of the car, these 2 burly men grabbed his arms, pulled him, and pushed him into the partition wall without considering his feelings at all. This kind of life will last for a long time. You have to learn to adapt, Aaron said sympathetically. I will try my best, Harry replied. Why is she here? Ron asked, looking at Fleur next to Aaron in astonishment, with a look of obsession on his face. Are you here to see him off? Fleur smiled and nodded, not denying it. The gap is too big, Ron said with some resentment. We were so scared the whole way. The escort was a bearded person, and the atmosphere was almost depressing. Ahem, Mr. Weasley glared at him. The 2 Aurors were still present. What are you talking about? What's the relationship between you 2? Fred and George asked with interest. Does it have anything to do with you? Aaron asked angrily. We're just asking for some people, Fred said, raising his eyebrows at Aaron, while George quietly glanced at Hermione. Hermione's face darkened as she looked directly at Fleur. Their eyes met in midair, causing the surrounding atmosphere to gradually freeze. George, who do you think will win? Fred laughed softly. Granger, I'll bet a galleon. I think so too, otherwise I'd be sorry for the secret weapon we gave her. That's enough, you 2. Come here. Mrs. Weasley placed her hands on their shoulders and pulled them to the back of the train in the blink of an eye. Aaron slapped his forehead, feeling upset. You can do whatever you want. I'll get on the train first. Harry, you and Ron, Ginny go up first. I have something to talk to Miss Delacour. This, Ginny said hesitantly. Do you want me to stay and help you? No need, Hermione said confidently. Just remember to send your brother to the prefect's carriage. Come on, kids, we don't have much time, said Mr. Weasley as two Aurors hurried Harry onto the train, followed by Ginny and Ron. Hermione took a deep breath and walked up to Fleur openly. What is your relationship with him? Not boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Not yet? Hermione's eyes narrowed. Does that mean it will be in the future? You can understand it that way, Fleur smiled. I'm a student at Hogwarts, but you're not, Hermione snorted. We're still 2 years away from graduating. So what? You didn't even come to Diagon Alley to see him during the summer vacation, did you? It's not that I didn't want to go, but Dumbledore doesn't allow us to leave casually, Hermione explained somewhat defensively. Then I really have to thank Professor Dumbledore. Otherwise, I might not have had much chance. Fleur smiled meaningfully. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, Hermione. I learned a lot about things through some channels, including everything that happened that night in the Department of Mysteries, and the deal he made with Voldemort the night he left Gaius Castle. You are much luckier than me, and I have to admit that he is very special to you, so special that it makes me jealous. However, he faces greater pressure than anyone else and will not consider that kind of thing in the short term. You currently have the greatest advantage, but this advantage will soon no longer be yours alone. What do you mean? Hermione frowned. The other party obviously meant something, and it was really annoying not to make it clear. Do me a favor, and I'll tell you. What do you need help with? Fleur took out a blue crystal bracelet from her pocket. Help me give this to him. Why don't you give it to him yourself? I braided this with my own hair. Do you think he would want it if I gave it to him? Why should I help you? Hermione said proudly, raising her chin. Granger, do you think you can handle this alone? Fleur said playfully. Hermione's face turned red instantly. She never expected that Fleur would say such a thing. Is this still the proud Bobens warrior? How did you? It's surprising, isn't it? Fleur sighed and shook her head. I also made a lot of determination. I was a little reluctant at first, but Mr. Ollivander took me to Gaius Castle, and everyone would pale in front of her. Who is she? Hermione asked. Fleur didn't answer, just looked at the bracelet quietly. Let me see you off, Hermione said angrily. Fleur hurriedly put the bracelet in her hand, fearing that she would suddenly regret it. You can see her when you get to Hogwarts. After saying that, Fleur turned and left. Hermione watched her go, feeling a mix of emotions. Frozen on the spot, the Riddler deserved to die. At that moment, the siren suddenly blared, snapping her back to reality. She quickly boarded the train just before the doors closed. Unbeknownst to her, in a corner of the platform, George and Fred were staring at each other in disbelief, their eyes wide. I thought Hermione could win, Fred said, shaking his head. But I didn't expect that Aaron would be the only one to come out on top. George sighed deeply. Is the gap between people really that big? We both look pretty good. We're successful entrepreneurs, humorous and witty, but why don't any beautiful women come to us? Not even one, Fred agreed, raising 3 fingers. How does he do it? I'd like to know that too, George replied. That's enough from you two, Mrs. Weasley scolded, her voice stern. Eavesdropping is immoral, and discussing it is even worse. That's not what you said when we used the extendable ears just now, the 2 brothers retorted in unison. Don't talk back to me, Mrs. Weasley snapped, feeling a burning embarrassment on her face. You two are full of nonsense. I was simply worried that Hermione might suffer. Chapter 536, Stay Away from Malfoy and Have an Ordinary Dinner. The Hogwarts Express started slowly, moving forward along the tracks. Aaron stayed in the prefect's compartment after attending the prefect meeting, and all the bad memories of the summer vacation seemed to fade away as quickly as the scenery outside the window. When the other people in the carriage had almost left, Hermione tentatively asked, "What's the matter with you and Fleur?" "It's not because of my damn charm that has no place to be," Aaron said, sounding depressed. Thanks to you, I was kicked out of Gaius's house. I spent most of this holiday living in Diagon Alley. Fleur worked in Ollivander's wand shop and came over to visit whenever she had something to do. This was my uncle's tacit approval, and I had to give him some respect. Tell me the important point, Ron asked with interest. What is your current relationship with her? Nothing to do with you. Ah, why don't you just care about it? Nonsense, of course not. She likes you, doesn't she? Hermione bit her lip. Obviously. Aaron spread his hands helplessly. I don't know what was going on during this holiday. My parents, grandpa, and uncles all seem to have agreed upon it, and they are all very concerned about the major events in my life. I personally am very resistant to this. After all, I am really under a lot of pressure. Falling in love is a waste of time, so I can only put it aside, but reality taught me a good lesson. Some things really can't be avoided, even if I want to. Who are you? Ron was envious and jealous. You don't know how beautiful she is. If I were you... Boom. Before he finished speaking, Ron's left foot was stepped on hard. It hurt, but he didn't dare to make a sound, because at this moment he almost felt the same aura as his angry mother. Tell me, what would you do if it were you? Ron was about to cry, but said insincerely, I am still a student, and learning must be my top priority. I thought so at the time. Aaron nodded in agreement. So I politely rejected a beautiful girl's confession. She confessed? Hermione was surprised and felt a sense of frustration. No wonder Fleur behaved so confidently in front of her. She really had nothing to say when someone took the first step in what she didn't dare to do. You? Refused? Ron's mouth twitched slightly, somewhat doubting Aaron's sexual orientation. She is a great beauty. If it were anyone else, they would be so happy that they would die of joy. At least he would definitely not refuse her. But they are obviously more patient than I thought, and they didn't give up for more than a month. Aaron smiled mockingly. Fortunately, Hogwarts has started school, and I won't have to hold on any longer. Hermione was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and took out a blue crystal bracelet. She made this with her own hair. Let me hand it over to you. Aaron looked at the bracelet and was stunned for a while, a wry smile on his lips. It's really embarrassing. This must be Ollivander's idea. I wouldn't accept it if she gave it in person, but I can't accept it now. At least I have to keep it until the end of this school year, and then return it to her. Meeting your true love at the age of 16, Ron joked, enough for you to brag about for a lifetime. Are you envious? Aaron responded and gave him a playful look. I know this is a big blow to you who are single. Click, the heartbroken voice suddenly sounded. Ron's eyes were dull, and his face was twitching uncontrollably. That is to say, it cannot be defeated. Otherwise, there will be a life-and-death duel between high and low. Hermione rolled her eyes speechlessly, and then she suddenly thought of something. Harry said you've been staying at home for half a month, right? There is such a thing. Aaron didn't deny it. Originally, I couldn't go home, but someone came to the house as a guest. For the sake of the guest, my grandfather allowed me to stay at home for an extra half-month. What guests? Hermione asked. See, Aunt tell you, Aaron said sheepishly. One hibiscus is enough to make people feel dizzy, but if another one appears, no one will believe it's a coincidence. If his image spreads, it could be disastrous. Forget it, Hermione breathed out slowly. I have to tell you something. It's best to keep some distance from Draco Malfoy. What? Aaron was slightly stunned. What happened to him? There's a problem, and it's a big one, Ron said seriously. When we were buying textbooks in Diagon Alley, we saw him sneaking into Nocturne Alley and staying at Borgin & Burke's for a long time. That store specializes in selling all kinds of dangerous and unknown things. Is that so? Aaron pondered for a moment. I see. This is really not a joke, Hermione said anxiously. His father is a Death Eater, after all, and we also heard him severely warn Borgin. That's not a warning, that's a threat, Ron corrected. He threatened Borgin not to let anyone else know about it, or Fenrir Greyback would settle the score with him. Greyback is the most ferocious werewolf in the wizarding world, a truly ruthless character. Hearing this, Aaron couldn't help but feel a headache. Draco had gone a bit overboard, purchasing dangerous dark magic items and possibly working with Death Eaters. I know, but he will definitely not do anything to me. Ron and Hermione wanted to persuade him further, but the door of the compartment suddenly opened. A junior Slytherin wizard walked in. He cautiously handed a roll of parchment tied with a purple ribbon to Aaron. "Senior, this is what the new professor asked me to give to you." "Professor Horace Slughorn?" "Yes, that's him." The junior wizard nodded and then exited the compartment. "What?" Hermione asked curiously. "An invitation," Aaron said as he opened the parchment. "Aaron Gaius, I would be very happy if you could have lunch with me in Box C. Your faithful professor, Horace Slughorn." "Why would he invite you?" Ron asked, puzzled. "How do I know?" Aaron frowned. "I have no connection with this professor at all. I only heard his name from Harry the night he came to my house. However, the professor's invitation must be respected, and I happen to be a little hungry too." Aaron picked up his belongings and walked through the busy corridor to the door of Box C. Upon arriving, he discovered that he was not the only one invited by Slughorn. There were Slytherin Blaise Zabini, Gryffindor Cormac McLaggen, Ravenclaw's Marcus Belby, and 3 of his acquaintances, Harry Potter, Neville Longbottom, and Ginny Weasley. After seeing these people from different houses, with whom he had little interaction except for Harry and the others, Aaron immediately regretted coming. He thought that Horace wanted to discuss something important. After all, he was the potions professor personally invited by Dumbledore, but now it seemed that this was just a dinner party. He didn't know the purpose, but he was sure it didn't mean much. He might as well have stayed in his compartment and slept. But before he could retreat, Slughorn enthusiastically pulled him in. "The last one has finally arrived, Aaron Gaius. I've always wanted to meet you." "Good afternoon, everyone," Aaron said simply, and then was seated by Slughorn. 8 people sat down around the dining table. The food on the table was carefully prepared, much more exquisite than the food on the train. This was the only part where Aaron felt his visit was not in vain. "Before lunch starts, let me introduce everyone," Slughorn began. He first looked at the tall black boy. "Blaise Zabini, who is in the same grade as you must know each other." Zabini nodded slightly to Aaron, but ignored the others. "This is Cormac McLaggen, whom you may have met." The big guy with thick hair raised his hand. Harry and Neville, both Gryffindors, responded with polite smiles, even though they were not very familiar with him. "This is Marcus Belby." The thin Ravenclaw looked nervous and forced an unnatural smile. "And this charming young lady, Ginny Weasley, when I saw her just now, she cast a very impressive bat spirit spell, impeccably executed," Ginny said with a sheepish smile. Everyone else had come with invitations, but she was the only one who had been invited in a daze. "Harry Potter, the famous savior, Neville Longbottom, whose parents are both renowned Aurors, and Aaron Gaius. I really didn't expect him to come to Hogwarts. His family is comparable to pure bloods." "Ahem," Aaron hurriedly interrupted Slughorn. "Professor, you don't need to introduce me. I think they all know who I am." Okay, Slughorn conceded, knowing not to push too far. He immediately changed the subject. "Everyone, take a napkin, and we can eat. I brought this myself. The food on the train always smells too strongly of licorice wands, and for an old man like me, my digestive system can't handle it." Slughorn chatted casually with the students while they ate. "Tell me, Cormac, have you seen your Uncle Beluce recently?" "Yes, Professor. I'm actually supposed to go hunting with him and the Minister of Magic this holiday. Don't forget to say hello to both of them for me," Slughorn beamed. "And what about your Uncle Balby? In case anyone hasn't heard, Marcos's uncle invented the wolfsbane potion. Any new inventions from him recently?" "I don't know," Balby replied, focused on his meal. "He doesn't have a good relationship with my dad. Maybe because my dad said that potions are garbage. He claims the only magic potion that works is a few sips of strong wine when he gets home." A look of embarrassment flashed across Slughorn's face, and he quickly shifted his attention to others. He seemed to have done his homework. Except for Ginny, who was invited on a whim and about whom he knew little, he was well versed in the family backgrounds of everyone else. He even knew that Shabini's mother had been married 7 times, with each husband dying under mysterious circumstances and leaving her a huge inheritance. He was aware that Neville's parents had been tortured to madness by Death Eaters and were being treated at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Naturally, Harry Potter was a treasure trove of topics. Slughorn first reminisced about Harry's parents, using their deaths and Voldemort's to confirm Harry's identity as the savior. He then mentioned the summer's rumors. News published in the Daily Prophet includes prophecy balls, battles in the Department of Mysteries, and more. A series of indiscriminate questions left Harry at a loss. He didn't know how to respond, so he could only nod silently. This is the price of fame, Aaron thought silently. No one knew Harry Potter's true capabilities better than him. Among his peers, Harry was indeed a genius, but he was far from the invincible hero the newspapers made him out to be in a head-on battle with Voldemort. Slughorn seemed to have an endless supply of topics and could casually share interesting anecdotes about various outstanding wizards. It wasn't until the train entered dusk that he finally stopped, still with more to say. "I didn't even notice it was getting dark," Slughorn said, lighting the lamps in the carriage. "You'd better go back and change into your school uniforms. Cormac, you can come to me when you have time to borrow the book about the giant-tailed beast. Blaise, Harry, Ginny, feel free to visit me anytime. Gaius, your pet seems very special. If necessary, I can introduce you to a magizoologist." Aaron, who was the last to leave the compartment, paused and looked at Slughorn, feigning confusion. "Professor, I don't understand what you're talking about. Abe is just an ordinary cat." "You can't fool me," Slughorn said proudly. "I know many magizoologists, and I knew it wasn't a cat from the first moment I saw it, and when I was clearing the dishes just now, I accidentally discovered that it actually ate 5 of my lunches." The corner of Aaron's mouth twitched slightly, and he stared at Abe speechlessly. His life had been a bit relaxed recently, and his vigilance had dropped significantly. Slughorn accidentally discovered my flaw. He can still manage after eating 1 or 2 servings, but how can he handle 4 or 5 servings? "Can you tell me what it is?" Slughorn asked with great interest. "I promise I won't tell anyone." Aaron hesitated for a few seconds and gave Abe a wink. After all, the other party had been so straightforward, and it wouldn't make sense if he didn't reveal something, as long as it wasn't too shocking. Abe suddenly understood and spread the white wings hidden under his clothes. "Oh my God!" Slughorn exclaimed, swallowing hard, his eyes flashing with excitement. "No wonder you have to keep it hidden. This is truly a unique creature in the magical world. Even a Kirin may not be as precious. If you report its existence to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, I can guarantee that you will be able to apply for an Order of Merlin no lower than 1st class." "Professor, I wouldn't do that. I've been guarding it since it was an egg. It has been with me for the 5 years since I started school. It means a lot to me and my family." Okay," Slughorn said reluctantly, "but I still suggest you consider it. This is a huge honor." "Professor, do you think the Gaius family lacks honor?" Slughorn paused, then sighed. "Forget it." Chapter 537, Caught Eavesdropping, Transfer Student to Hogwarts. After leaving Slughorn's compartment, Aaron walked directly to the Slytherin compartment. He needed to check on Draco, at least to ensure he wasn't causing any trouble in the heat of the moment. Shabini and Goyle were quarreling when Aaron entered. They immediately fell silent and returned to their seats, glaring at each other. "Can anyone tell me what just happened?" Aaron asked. "It's nothing," Shabini replied. "There was something wrong with the sliding door, and I accidentally tripped over Goyle." Aaron shook his head in exasperation and found a seat. "Draco, you don't seem to be in a good state right now. You look worried." "Don't worry about it," Draco snapped, resting on Pansy Parkinson's lap. "It's none of your business." "I don't want to pry, but I have to remind you to protect yourself," Aaron said. Draco nodded slightly, ending the conversation. He turned to Shabini. "What does Slughorn want?" "He fawns over people connected to prominent figures, but he didn't find many," Shabini explained. "Who did he invite?" Draco asked. "McLaggen from Gryffindor," Shabini replied. "Yes, his uncle is a senior official in the ministry," Draco said contemptuously. "Belby from Ravenclaw," Shabini continued. "He's an idiot. Don't pay attention to him," Pansy interjected. "Who else?" "Me," Aaron shrugged. "Harry Potter, Neville Longbottom, and Ginny Weasley." "I can understand inviting you and Potter, but Longbottom." Pansy was incredulous. Could he be mistaken? I don't think Longbottom has anything noteworthy. "It's not surprising," Aaron said. Neville's parents were once the most outstanding aurors, although now they have retired due to illness. What about the Weasley girl? Draco sneered. What's so special about her? A lot of boys like her, don't they? Pansy said disdainfully. Being pretty is only one aspect, Aaron explained. What really matters is her talent. If we were to duel, at least 1/3 of the people in this compartment couldn't beat her. I really feel sorry for Slughorn's taste. He may be a little old and confused, Draco said. My father said he was an excellent wizard. He probably didn't hear that I was in the compartment, otherwise. I think it's unlikely you would be invited, Shabini said. He asked me about Nott. His face darkened when he learned that Nott's father was arrested by the Ministry. I think Slughorn isn't interested in Death Eaters. Old fool, Draco cursed angrily. Who is he? Just a stupid teacher. It's not that simple, Aaron said calmly. As far as I know, he was personally invited by Dumbledore. Coming to teach at Hogwarts at this time takes courage. Additionally, he was born in Slytherin. Putting aside his professional knowledge, his connections are beyond your imagination. He has contacts from all walks of life in the magical world, from high-ranking officials to low-ranking peddlers. My dad is definitely better than him, Draco said, unconvinced. I don't deny that. Your father is definitely a professional in this aspect. But Horace Slughorn is indeed a capable professor. Although he has some shortcomings, they are innocuous. You have a pretty good opinion of him, Draco snorted. It doesn't matter if this old fat guy doesn't like me. Maybe I won't go to Hogwarts next year. What do you mean? Pansy asked, displeased. She had liked Draco for a long time. If he was no longer at Hogwarts, where would she find him? Maybe I want to do something more exciting instead of wasting my life in Charms class, Draco said. Crabbe and Goyle stared at him in astonishment. Shabini looked curious, Pansy was dumbfounded, and Aaron sighed slightly. This is the rhythm of being tied to the Death Eaters, but your parents can't control it. Do you want to be so confident? You mean him? Pansy asked cautiously. Academic studies are not that important now. Will the Dark Lord care about grades after he gains power? No, he only cares about loyalty and results, Draco said, his voice lead with determination, about how others can serve him and show their loyalty to him. But you are only 16 years old, Shabini frowned. You haven't obtained the formal qualification yet. It's impossible to say. He asked me to do it. That's enough, Aaron yelled. Draco's voice stopped suddenly, and everyone else in the car turned their eyes in unison. If you have nothing else to do, just turn your face away from me, Aaron said slowly, but his voice was extremely cold. The others naturally did not dare to continue paying attention. I don't care what he asks you to do, but if I were you, I wouldn't let anyone know until it's done. The Dark Lord is not a good person, so don't do anything for him until you are ready. I know, Draco said weakly. We won't tell, Pansy said. Aaron didn't take it seriously, because no one would believe it even if it was spread. The train slowed down and stopped at Hogsmeade Station. Everyone else in the compartment left one after another, leaving only Aaron and Draco. You go first. I'll check things, Draco said. Aaron ignored him and turned to look at the luggage rack. The invisibility cloak is pretty good, but it can't fool my eyes, nor can it fool Abe's nose. From the moment I came in, I knew someone was hiding in the box. Tong Tong Petrochemical. Draco pulled out his wand and cast the petrification spell. Boom, boom, boom. Harry's body tilted on the luggage rack, and he fell heavily to the ground. This time, the invisibility cloak failed to cover his figure. He was completely unable to move, and could only watch the two approaching. Malfoy looked at him triumphantly. I heard Goyle's box hit you. You must have blocked the door when Shabini came back, but unfortunately, I saw something white flash past. His shoes, right? Aaron looked at the white sneakers that Harry was wearing speechlessly. I really don't know what to say to you. Spying on intelligence is great, isn't it? But have you ever thought about the consequences of being caught? I can handle it. I don't need your help, Draco said. Do you think I want to help you? Aaron rolled his eyes at him. Harry Potter does need to be taught a lesson, but you can't go too far. Draco pursed his lips, looked at Harry for a moment, and then kicked him in the nose. Red blood spurted out, coating Harry's mouth and nose. Sk! Aaron shook his head in disgust. It's too cruel. He deserves it, Draco cursed angrily, then picked up his suitcase and stepped on Harry to leave the box. Stop the curse. Aaron lifted the petrification spell, and Harry's body was no longer stiff. He wiped the nosebleed and stood up staggeringly to make himself look less embarrassed. Do you want me to fix your nose? No, no need. Okay, that would be great if that's possible. Quick healing. There was a crunch, and Harry felt his nose burning and hurting, but it soon returned to normal. Thank you, Harry said. I don't think I did anything wrong, Aaron said calmly. It's okay to eavesdrop, but if you are caught eavesdropping, you should pay the price. But I didn't hear any useful information. It's better not to tell such jokes. Aaron patted his shoulder. If you had heard any important information, he would not have used the petrification spell, but the amnesia spell. Harry was speechless. He changed into his school robe and followed Aaron off the train. Ron and Hermione were waiting anxiously for them at the car door and were slightly relieved when they saw the two come out. Where did the blood on your face come from? Ron frowned. It fell, Aaron answered for him, and said angrily, Face to the ground, that hurts. It doesn't matter, it was just a little accident, Harry said sarcastically. It was too embarrassing to suffer a big loss at the hands of Malfoy, so it would be better not to let anyone know about it. Get in the car quickly, it's too late. A few minutes later, the four of them took the last carriage and headed towards Hogwarts. Looking at the Thestral pulling the cart, Harry couldn't help but think of his godfather, and stood confidently, waiting for the sorting hat to be placed on her head. The entire hall seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. Welcome, Miss Clee Darwin. Dumbledore's voice echoed warmly through the hall. Please take a seat and let the sorting hat decide your house. Clee sat down gracefully, and Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat on her head. The hat seemed to ponder for a moment before it shouted, Slytherin! The Slytherin table erupted in applause, and Aaron, despite his earlier surprise, joined in enthusiastically. Clee made her way to the Slytherin table and took a seat next to Aaron, who was still trying to process the unexpected turn of events. Welcome to Slytherin, Aaron said, trying to sound composed. I'm Aaron, the prefect. Thank you, Aaron, Clee replied with a warm smile. I'm looking forward to my time here. Draco, still curious, leaned over and whispered to Aaron, So, what's the story with her? Aaron sighed. It's complicated. Let's just say she's someone very important. As the feast continued, the students gradually returned to their conversations, though many still cast curious glances at Clea. The new term at Hogwarts had begun with an unexpected twist, and it was clear that Clea Darwin's arrival would bring new dynamics to the school. After the feast, the students made their way to their respective common rooms. Aaron led Clea to the Slytherin common room, explaining the house rules and traditions along the way. Clea listened attentively, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. Once they reached the common room, Aaron introduced Clea to the other Slytherins. Everyone, this is Clea Darwin, our new transfer student. Let's make her feel welcome. The Slytherins greeted Clea warmly, and she quickly found herself surrounded by new friends. Aaron watched from a distance, feeling a mix of relief and anticipation. He couldn't shake the feeling that Clea's presence at Hogwarts would change everything. As the night wore on, the students gradually retired to their dormitories. Aaron lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind racing with thoughts of the future. He knew that the challenges ahead would be great, but with friends like Harry, Hermione, and now Clea, he felt ready to face whatever came his way. The next morning, the students gathered in the Great Hall for breakfast. The atmosphere was buzzing with excitement and anticipation for the new school year. Aaron, Harry, Hermione, and Ron sat together, discussing their schedules and plans. So what do you think of the new transfer student? Hermione asked, glancing over at the Slytherin table where Clea was sitting. She's definitely interesting, Harry replied. I wonder what her story is. Whatever it is, I'm sure we'll find out soon enough, Ron said, taking a bite of his toast. Aaron nodded in agreement. Let's just focus on our studies and be ready for anything. This year is going to be different. I can feel it. As the day progressed, the students attended their classes, reuniting with old friends and meeting new ones. The professors introduced the curriculum for the year, and the students quickly settled into their routines. Despite the usual hustle and bustle of Hogwarts, there was an underlying sense of tension. The return of Voldemort had cast a shadow over the wizarding world, and everyone knew that the challenges ahead would be formidable. But for now, the students of Hogwarts were determined to make the most of their time at school, forging new friendships and strengthening old ones. And as the days turned into weeks, the bonds between them grew stronger, preparing them for the trials that lay ahead. In the midst of it all, Aaron couldn't help but feel a sense of hope. With friends like Harry, Hermione, Ron, and now Clea, he knew that they could face anything together. And as the new term unfolded, he was ready to embrace whatever the future held. Aaron looked down silently, a proud expression on his face. Are you surprised? If nothing else happens, I should be at this school for the next 2 years. The sound of heartbreak echoed silently but palpably through the room. Countless eyes filled with anger were directed at Aaron. At that moment, most of the boys seemed to understand what it meant to feel the pain of losing a beloved. You are really amazing, Aaron said, giving a thumbs up and speaking with a hint of exasperation. You've attracted so much hatred towards me since you arrived. It seems you can't blame me, Clea responded confidently. If you feel uncomfortable, you can transfer to another school, but I don't think you will. Indeed not, Aaron replied with a wry smile. He had grown the most at Hogwarts. Leaving this school would mean years of struggle elsewhere. Miss Darwin, Professor McGonagall interjected, can you come over to attend the sorting ceremony? Of course, Professor, Clea said, walking gracefully to the chair. Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore exchanged glances before placing the sorting hat on her head. Although the result was already anticipated, they wanted to take this opportunity to understand the talent of this new student. Chapter 538, Almost a Pair of Mahjong, a replica of the model worker spirit. The sorting hat looked surprised, its folds wrinkling tightly. It's hard to decide, very hard to decide. The only one who has made me this conflicted is Gaius, a noble and pure soul with an extremely tough heart, suitable for Gryffindor. An insatiable thirst for knowledge. You could read more books than a library. You are a born Ravenclaw. Loyal, stable, and able to stick to one thing for a long time, Hufflepuff would welcome you warmly. As for ambition, love, it's not easy for you to realize such an illusory thing. I want to go to Slytherin, Clea said confidently. Okay, Slytherin, shouted the sorting hat. The long Slytherin table suddenly burst into cheers. As a prefect, Aaron couldn't help but laugh. You were actually chased to school, and you still refused to let them pass? Clea sat next to Aaron without hesitation and held Abe in her arms as if to declare her sovereignty. I believe everyone is already hungry, Dumbledore said, opening his hands. This is just the right time to enjoy a sumptuous dinner. As soon as the words fell, various hot foods appeared on the empty plates, and the students from the 4 houses started to feast. I am now a 6th-year student in Slytherin. If I have any problems in my studies or life, the prefect will help solve them, right? Clea asked. Aaron smiled awkwardly and nodded. Tell me honestly, who came up with the idea? This is quite a lot, Clea counted on her fingers. Vico, Lysana, Tepler, Jeans, Leon, and the eldest sister. Every time she read a name, Aaron's face darkened. It's so painstaking. And you? What are you thinking? This is not important. What is important is that I am your classmate now, Clea said seriously. As long as you realize this, it is enough. I still want to know what you think. Clea shrugged and glanced meaningfully in the direction of the staff table. Aaron was completely speechless. After all, with her family background and the knowledge she had, it was very easy to find a formal position. Huh? Murderous intent? Aaron suddenly felt a chill on his neck, turned his head inexplicably, and then met a pair of eyes burning with anger. Do you need me to explain? No need to explain, Hermione interrupted, raising her hand and forcing a stubborn smile. I am mentally prepared. Fleur told me. What the hell? What does she know? Wait. Aaron seemed to have thought of something and looked blankly at Clea, who was feeding Abe. Have you met her? We had a great time chatting. That's not what I want to ask. Are my parents also? What do you think? Aaron took a long breath and said with a depressed look, It's so beautiful, it almost looks like a pair of mahjong. Ollivander, he must have done this because I paid so much to protect him. He's not the only one you're protecting. Uncle Jeans told me, and Hermione Granger, right? Me? Hermione pointed at herself in confusion. What's going on? It's better that you don't know this, Clee said pleasantly. But you are really jealous. He has never protected me that much. Is that necessary? Your family's level of protection for you is extraordinary. Does Voldemort have the courage to attack you? Who knows? Crazy people are often unreasonable. Wait a minute, Hermione interrupted with a stiff face. How long have you known each other? We grew up together. Leon Darwin's biological sister, Clee Darwin. Hello. Clee extended her hand. My brother and eldest sister have talked about you, a smart and interesting witch. From today on, you are my friend. Hermione stared wide-eyed at this girl who was so friendly and could hardly find any faults, looking incomprehensible. Don't you want to? Not everyone can be my friend. No, of course I do. Hermione quickly reached out and held Clea's hand. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, their eyes meeting together. There was no tension, only an aura of peace. When I first arrived, I didn't know much about Hogwarts. Since we're both girls, could you show me around the school over the next couple of days? Of course, Hermione replied, blushing slightly. Thank you. I won't let your help go unappreciated. I'll tell you anything you want to know. Aaron couldn't help but silently complain in his heart. Women are truly the most complex creatures in the world, but he didn't want to dwell on it for now. Their thoughts didn't matter to him. After all, women would only slow down his path to becoming a god. At least, he wouldn't let anything distract him until he had enough strength. Your life is really colorful, Draco teased, with Crabbe and Goyle looking at him in admiration. The two had been single for so long, and seeing Draco's situation highlighted the gap between them. Ha ha! No matter how rich my life is, it can't be better than yours, right? Draco was immediately at a loss for words. Aaron wasn't interested in falling in love at the moment. Being caught between two girls was a bit tiring, but his situation was different. If he didn't do things for Voldemort, he would be imprisoned. After eating and drinking, Dumbledore stood up again, and the laughter in the auditorium quickly subsided. Okay, new students, welcome to Hogwarts. Returning students, welcome back. What awaits you is a new year of magical education. Administrator Filch has asked me to remind you that any joke merchandise purchased from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes is absolutely prohibited this year. Students who want to join their house Quidditch team should submit their names to their head of house as usual. Additionally, we are still looking for a new Quidditch match commentator. Interested parties can also sign up with their head of house. Quidditch? Clee asked with interest. Can I participate? Yes, of course, Draco said immediately. If a beautiful woman joins the competition, the Slytherin team will definitely be greatly encouraged. Go if you want. Although it's a waste of time, it's not that troublesome if it's you. If anyone dares to make trouble, just mention my name, and I'll stand up for you. Understood. Let me introduce our new teacher, Professor Horace Slughorn. Slughorn stood up on the staff bench and received a round of applause. Professor Slughorn, I am honored to announce, has agreed to return as potions professor. At the same time, Professor Snape will be the professor of defense against the dark arts. The Slytherin students applauded enthusiastically, while some students from other houses whispered among themselves, baffled by Dumbledore's arrangement. Once the auditorium quieted down, Dumbledore continued, As you know, everyone was searched before entering the school tonight, and you have the right to know the reason. Once upon a time, there was a young man who, like you, sat in this hall, walked through these corridors, and slept in these beds. He looked just like everyone else. His name was Tom Riddle. Today, the world only knows him by his other name, Voldemort. There was an uproar at the mention of the Dark Lord's name, and many students looked horrified. Dumbledore was not surprised. His blue eyes swept across the crowd as he said calmly, Because of this, at this moment, I look at you and think of an indisputable fact. Every day, every hour, maybe even at this moment, the dark forces are trying to invade the high walls of this castle. But in the end, their deadliest weapon is you. Therefore, I implore you to strictly abide by every safety rule, whether inside or outside the school, and report any abnormal or suspicious situations to the staff immediately. I believe you will restrain your behavior for the safety of yourself and others. Okay, Good night. Go to bed. Hundreds of students left the auditorium and headed toward the dormitories. Aaron gathered the first-year Slytherin students together, just like last year, and led them to the Slytherin common room. Clee, the transfer student, was taken to the girls' dormitory by Pansy. Aaron received the 6th grade class schedule and knew he had to deck ID on his subjects by tonight. After returning to his dormitory, he closed the door and added another layer of enchantment before lying on his bed. "System, sign in," he commanded. The host signed in at Hogwarts and received 5 magic points. "Currently, there are 340 magic points in total," the system responded. 340? Aaron murmured. "If I persist for another month, my strength will improve by 1 level. Only when I reach the mid-level Grand Mage can I truly feel safe." "System, open the task panel," he instructed. A blank interface appeared in front of Aaron's eyes, and he was so frustrated that he almost cursed. "Are you sure you're not mistaken? It's rare for me to be so motivated." "That's right," the system said confidently. "System tasks need to be triggered by the host, and the host only knows how to survive, so it is difficult for the task panel to have specific content." Aaron sighed. "Damn it, I actually think it makes sense." The next day, Aaron was woken up by his alarm clock. After a quick wash, he opened the secret door in the corner and took Abe to the Shenming Palace. "How was your vacation?" the missing body asked gloatingly. "Isn't it particularly interesting?" "Don't mention it," Aaron said angrily. "You don't have to go to cram school, and you have reached a truce agreement with Voldemort. Logically speaking, it should be a good time to develop easily, but it turned out that I was still too young. My parents made arrangements, and my uncle made another arrangement. I seriously doubt that they had negotiated." "It is indeed possible," the missing body tapped its chin and analyzed. "Vico and the others prepared a blind date list a few years ago. We will be adults in a few months. It is normal for them to feel anxious. But the question is what to do now." Aaron said with some annoyance. "There is Fleur Delacour outside the school, and I can still handle it for the time being. But when I got to school, there were 2 of them, and we saw each other every day. It is really difficult for me to be sandwiched between them." "You have to hold it tight," the missing body joked. "Time is very precious to us and cannot be delayed by love." "I know what's going on," Aaron nodded seriously, then changed the subject. "So I decided to send you out." The missing person blinked in confusion. "What?" "This is the best way," Aaron said a little embarrassedly. "Come on, I have confidence in myself." "But I don't have confidence in myself. You know you. Can I handle it if you can't handle it?" "Because you are a clone, and the clone obeys all the orders of the main body," Aaron said seriously. "I can give you the corresponding orders now to ensure that you can put reason first when facing them." The missing body sighed. "What a loss. Why didn't I realize that I was such a loss before?" "I can only apologize to you this time," Aaron sighed. "I will definitely accept these memories after taking you back, but at least it won't be so embarrassing. I understand very well. This is the fate of the clone. But what about the progress of the magic circle?" The missing body looked at Aaron suspiciously. "Can you be a diligent toolman?" "I can do it," Aaron said confidently. "Toolman, huh? That's nothing compared to the Shura field that can appear at any time. And also maintain firearms and make enchanted bullets? Leave it to me. Various homework? That's no problem. Sirius Black's recovery? Huh." Aaron took a deep breath. "Okay. The construction of psychic space? Grit your teeth and pass. Listen to me first. The current area of spiritual space has expanded to 30 square kilometers. I added some nice scenery and divided some key areas which need to be strengthened by defensive magic circles." Aaron's forehead creased. "What else?" "The reconstruction of the Divine Call Palace requires 2 large warehouses to hold the massive amounts of food and magic materials you purchased during the holidays. Some of the assets. The Black family also requires a vault for storage, as well as the construction of teleportation arrays and the development of magic potions." "That's enough," Aaron interrupted with a wry smile. "Your dedication is impressive." He could handle 1 task easily, 2 without much pressure, and 3 with some difficulty, but with this pile of responsibilities, his small frame might not be able to manage it all. After all, he is not invincible. If he becomes passive and slows down, it will significantly impact his ability to improve his own strength. You've worked really hard these past 2 years, Aaron said sincerely. You just realized? The doppelganger rolled his eyes. Besides being able to set his own salary, he works tirelessly. Otherwise, the main body's various abilities would never have reached their current level. Do you still want to send me out now? The doppelganger asked with a half-smile. It depends on the specific situation. Aaron replied, Chapter 539, 6th grade class schedule. She is perfect. Aaron stored the food, magical materials, and half of the Black family's wealth he had acquired over the summer. After explaining future tasks to the house elf, he returned to his dormitory. As soon as he emerged from the entrance, he heard a knock on the door. Who is it? He called out. It's Klee, came the reply. Wait a moment, Aaron responded. He carefully closed the secret room, placed his suitcase on top, and added a layer of illusion before opening the door. Klee entered and took a careful look around Aaron's dormitory. Her eyes lingered at the entrance to the secret room for a moment longer than usual. A hint of surprise flashed across her green pupils, and the corners of her mouth curved slightly, but she quickly restrained herself, not letting Aaron notice. The dormitory has been converted into a single apartment. Does the dean know? She asked. Of course, Professor Snape knows. My parents discussed it with Hogwarts when I was in 1st grade. Otherwise, I would be living in a mixed dormitory now, Aaron explained, curling his lips. Early in the morning, you came here to disturb my sleep. Have you chosen your 6th grade class schedule? I will take whatever classes you take, although I don't think I need to take classes, Klee said bluntly. She was the proud daughter of the Darwin family, a prodigy who only appeared once in a century. It was no exaggeration to say that no one at this school could teach her, not even Dumbledore. It's up to you, Aaron said. He had already chosen his courses for the semester. His OWL's scores were all excellent, allowing him to choose from all courses. The required courses were essential, as he aspired to be a professor or even the principal of Hogwarts in the future. More certificates would make it easier to find a job. As for the elective courses, he had given up on divination and arithmancy. He already knew how to use a crystal ball for divination, and no matter how much he learned, the effect would be the same. Additionally, the advanced class teacher for divination, Trelawney, was not particularly impressive. Muggle studies and care of magical creatures were unnecessary for him, but ancient runes were still useful, especially for alchemy. The two of them headed to the Great Hall. After breakfast, they handed their course schedules to Professor Snape, who approved them without even looking. Other students needed to ensure their OWL's scores met the requirements before entering advanced classes, but these two were geniuses among geniuses. They chose their courses. The courses did not choose them. The dean is easier to talk to than I thought, Klee said with a strange expression. I can tell from his face that he has suffered a very serious emotional injury. I thought he had some psychological distortion. You can't say that. Although Professor Snape is a bit harsh on students from other houses, especially Harry Potter from Gryffindor, he is really kind to Slytherin, Aaron replied. By the way, Granger, Klee began. Do you have to talk to me about her on the first day of school? Aaron interrupted. Okay, Klee shrugged. I'll wait a few days until I have a good relationship with her. Aaron sighed. The first class in the morning was Ancient Runes. They didn't waste time and went straight to the classroom. Only a dozen or so students had chosen this course, as the Ancient Rune test was more difficult. Among these students was Hermione Granger. Upon seeing her, Klee took the initiative to sit next to her and acted particularly warm and friendly. She easily pointed out anything Hermione didn't understand, which made the top student feel ashamed. Their relationship quickly changed from friends to good friends. Aaron sat in the front row, listening to the whispers behind him. He always felt 2 pairs of eyes on him from time to time, making him feel like he had a thorn in his back. He thought it might be better to sit in the last row next time. From now on, we will row in class. At the end of the lesson, the professor assigned a mountain of homework, including a 15-inch paper, 2 translations, and a textbook preview. This is too much, Hermione said sadly. It's twice as much homework as the 5th grade, and it has to be finished before Wednesday. Do you need me to help you? Aaron offered. That's really not necessary. I can handle it, Hermione replied angrily. She used to let others copy her homework, but now the situation was reversed, and she had to maintain her dignity as a top student. Moreover, it was her competitor who made the offer. Although she didn't dislike Clea, it was difficult to accept help from her. I'm talking about Aaron, Clea said, sticking out her tongue. I can help you with the translation and thesis. Don't worry about the font. I'm pretty good at transfiguration. The teacher will never be able to tell. Aaron blinked in surprise, not expecting this unexpected offer. Thank you. I can do that too, Hermione stammered, blushing. This was her first time doing homework for someone else. You? Forget it, Clea said dismissively. The professor had assigned a lot of homework, but it took Clea no more than 10 minutes to finish it. Hermione, on the other hand, took more than twice as long. The gap between a top student and a prodigy was still quite significant. Hermione suddenly felt belittled. She snorted angrily and took the textbook directly from Aaron's hand. You saved my life. Leave such a small matter to me. This? Are you not satisfied? Hermione glared at him. Satisfied. Very satisfied, Aaron said quickly. Hermione hugged the book and left the classroom, leaving Clea looking at him with a half-smile. It can be seen that Granger is very strong-willed and will not give in easily, especially when it comes to studies. She can't compare to you, Aaron said angrily. We can't compare to you. Muggle-born wizards can surpass most people. She is an out-and-out genius, Clea said with emotion. I have thought about what gift to give her. She will definitely like it. As long as you are happy, Aaron replied. The second class was Defense Against the Dark Arts. There were quite a few students who chose this class. Basically, as long as their grades were up to standard, they would not give up on Defense Against the Dark Arts. Professor Snape finally got the professorship of this course as he wished, but his teaching style had not changed at all. He still preferred to teach in dark classrooms. So far, you have had 5 professors in this course. These teachers all have their own teaching methods and priorities. In this chaotic situation, I am surprised that so many of you can pass the exam in this course. But the content of the advanced courses is much more profound. I hope you can keep up, Snape said. Black magic is of many types, varied, ever-changing, and never-ending. To fight it, your defenses must be flexible and innovative, Snape continued, waving his wand. Several pictures suddenly appeared on the wall. One showed a witch screaming in pain, another depicted a wizard huddled in the corner with blank eyes, and the last was just a pool of dirty blood mixed with some rags. Can any of you tell us what happened to these victims? Snape asked. Hermione raised her right hand and said hesitantly, the witch was hit by the Cruciatus curse, the wizard had his soul sucked by the Dementors, and— What else? Snape sneered. The Inferi, Hermione swallowed. I have read in books that the Inferi is a dead corpse summoned and controlled by black magic. It has no life, soul, or mind. Has anyone really seen the Inferi? Parvati asked nervously. The Dark Lord has used it in the past, and we don't rule out that he will continue to use it, Snape said. Professor, Aaron raised his hand and asked, what should you do if you encounter an Inferi? Finally, someone asked the important point. 5 points for Slytherin, Snape smiled. Inferi usually live in dark and damp places and are afraid of fire and light. But if you are unlucky enough to encounter one, if you encounter them, run away if you can. If you can't, it's best to cast a death spell on yourself. The number of Inferi is generally not small, and only a handful of people can kill them with their magic power. The rest will only meet a gruesome end. Snape pointed to a pool of blood on the drawing, his warning very clear. Rather than being eaten alive by a group of corpses, it's better to end it yourself. At least the death will be less painful. All right, let's get down to business. This lesson is mainly about silent spells, which is silent spellcasting. This can achieve unexpected effects, but it requires strong concentration and willpower. Not all wizards can do this, Snape said, glancing around the classroom. Gaius, you want to set an example? Me? Aaron asked, surprised. Yes, you. Who else? Snape replied impatiently. Okay, then let's demonstrate the magic for dealing with the Inferi. Aaron shrugged, picked up his wand, and twirled it around his head. Flames flew out from the tip of his wand, extending outward layer by layer, forming a fireball with a diameter of 1 meter that hung in the center of the ceiling. The temperature in the classroom rose significantly. "That's enough," Snape said, his mouth twitching slightly. The demonstration he had in mind was just a levitating spell, not a fire spell. If it went wrong, the classroom could be ruined. Boom! A purple rune hit the fireball, causing it to burst into countless light spots and disappear into the air. "Not bad," Snape said, giving Klee an appreciative look. 10 points for Slytherin. "Is that a rune?" Hermione asked in surprise. "Sometimes writing is easier than chanting a spell," Klee said lightly. "If you want to learn, I can teach you." "Really?" Hermione was intrigued. "Of course, you can come to me on Saturday, but be prepared. It's not easy to learn." "That's enough small talk. Next, you will practice in pairs. Use silent spells to attack and defend. No one is allowed to make a sound. Let's start," Snape instructed. Klee stood opposite Hermione with a smile. Harry naturally paired with Ron, and the others formed their own teams, leaving Aaron standing alone. "Professor, can I find a place to rest?" Aaron asked. "What do you think?" Snape replied tiredly. "I think so. But I don't think so. You can do whatever you want, but you can't rest." "Stingy," Aaron muttered, finding a random table and taking out his notebook and quill to practice drawing the magic circle. Half of the class quickly passed, and only a few could cast spells silently. Most were whispering incantations under their breath. Professor Snape didn't bother addressing this kind of cheating. He kept an eye on Harry Potter as usual, wanting to personally let him experience the education of love. During the demonstration, Harry instinctively read out the Iron Armor Curse, reflecting Professor Snape's curse back at him. Snape staggered, barely regaining his footing, and glared at Harry angrily. "We are practicing silent spells, right, Potter?" Snape hissed. "Yes, sir," Harry replied, looking embarrassed but secretly pleased. Snape had always tried to make things difficult for him, and Harry felt Snape was partly responsible for Sirius's death. Embarrassing him in public felt like a small revenge. "Don't call me sir. Professor?" Harry blurted out. "Detention," Snape said darkly. "Saturday night, in my office, and for your rudeness, 10 points from Gryffindor." After class, many students gathered around Harry to express their admiration for his courage in class. "You shouldn't have done that," Hermione frowned. "Was I supposed to just stand there and get hexed?" "That's what he did to me when he taught me occlumency," Harry said, looking depressed. "I don't know why Dumbledore asked him to teach defense against the dark arts. I thought I could get rid of him by not taking potions class." Hermione was speechless for a moment. The feud between Harry and Snape had lasted for years. Years of interactions had deeply ingrained their impressions of each other. Even if she wanted to ease their relationship, it couldn't be done with just a few words. "What do you think of Klee?" Ron asked. "Smart, beautiful, kind, confident, cheerful, approachable." Hermione replied seriously, her face becoming more bitter with each word. Wait, Ron interrupted hastily after half a minute. "You've used almost all the compliments I can think of." "I used some I didn't expect," Harry said unnaturally. "It's as if she is perfect. You've only known her for a day. She is perfect. Can you find any shortcomings in her?" Hermione said loudly, her voice slightly choked with emotion. She suddenly vented the strong unwillingness in her heart. Harry and Ron looked at each other. They wanted to comfort Hermione and come up with a couple of shortcomings for Klee, but nothing came to mind. "Ha!" Hermione shook her head. She finally understood what Fleur had said to her at the station that day. Everyone would pale in comparison to Klee. Hermione had always been confident that she wouldn't be worse off than Fleur. Although Fleur was slightly better in appearance, Hermione was only 16 years old and believed she might surpass her in the future. But Clea, whether it was her intellect, aura, or the knowledge Hermione was most proud of, Clea made her feel ashamed. Hermione had originally felt she still had an advantage. After the incident in the Department of Mysteries, her 5-year friendship with Aaron had reached the edge of something more profound, but she didn't dare to show it too obviously. After all, he didn't seem to have that intention for the time being, and they had just graduated this year, so she thought she could take her time. But now, a perfect woman had appeared. Clea was straightforward, confident, and always did her best. Even Hermione had to surrender in the face of such self-assurance. Chapter 5 and 40, Harry's old textbook, reward from potions class. It's still a long time, right? Harry said humbly. You are the smartest witch in Gryffindor. Don't give up so easily. I just thought you were comforting me. Hermione forced a smile, gathered her mood, and headed to the arithmetic divination classroom. Harry and Ron returned to the common room. Based on their Owl's test scores, the arithmetic divination professor would not allow them to attend advanced classes. On the way back, Harry received a letter from Dumbledore asking him to come to his office for class at 8 o'clock on Saturday night and providing him with the password for the principal's office. Harry was excited that the greatest wizard of the century was taking an interest in him, but he was even more thrilled that Snape couldn't give him detention on Saturday night. The professor still had to bow his head in front of the headmaster. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the bell rang for potions class. There were only a dozen students in the advanced class, 6 Slytherins, 4 Ravenclaws, 3 Gryffindors, and 2 Hufflepuffs. Originally, Harry was not eligible to take advanced classes due to his grades, but the potions professor had been replaced. Slughorn was very interested in the famous savior and lowered the performance standards for Harry and Ron to enter the advanced class by 1 level, just enough to include them. The classroom door opened, and Slughorn walked in with his beer belly, followed by the students. Unlike Snape's classroom, this one was filled with steam, and several large cauldrons were bubbling, emitting various smells. Veritaserum, polyjuice potion, and... Clee raised her eyebrows as she sniffed the air. This is a love potion. Merlin's beard. Slughorn looked at Clee in disbelief. You guessed it all just based on the smell. 10 points for Slytherin. Honey, what's your name? During the sorting ceremony, I was too focused on admiring Aaron's pets. I only knew that you were newly transferred to Hogwarts. Aaron subconsciously hugged the napping baby dragon tightly in his arms. Professor, I told you, Abe is an ordinary cat. I actually like cats too. Aaron thought to himself. Brazen. If I said Abe was a dog, I'm afraid the old man would immediately change his stance and become a dog lover. Clea smiled slightly. Clea Darwin, Professor? Just call me Clea. Oh, Clea Darwin? Slughorn had a look of shock on his face. Is this the Darwin I understand? If there is no accident, it should be. Gollum, Slughorn swallowed. What an honor. Professor, can we start the class? Aaron reminded. Of course, Slughorn smiled. But before that, I have to test the students' level, and you two are not among them. Slughorn walked to a few cauldrons and faced the dozen students. Does anyone know what effect these decoctions have? Swish! Hermione immediately raised her right hand. Very good, this. Granger, Professor, Hermione said. Veritaserum is a colorless and odorless potion that can force people to tell the truth. Exactly, Slughorn said excitedly, then pointed to the second cauldron, the potion in it resembling mud. What about the polyjuice potion? Polyjuice potion is very complicated to brew. After drinking it, you can look like another person, but only if you add another person's nails or hair. That's right, and the polyjuice potion has a time limit. When the time is up, it will automatically change back to its original state, Slughorn said. There is one last one left, if you didn't know. Love potion is the most effective love potion. Hermione blushed and glanced at Aaron. Its smell varies from person to person, and it will emit the most attractive smell based on personal preference. For example, what I smell is parchment and lavender. Dear, can you tell me your name? Slughorn asked with interest. Hermione Granger, sir. Slughorn pondered for a moment. Are you related to Hector Granger, the founder of the Extraordinary Potion Association? I'm Muggle, born, Hermione replied. Professor, Hermione said sheepishly. It doesn't matter, Slughorn waved his hand indifferently. Although he was proud of his pure-blood heritage, he held no discrimination against half-blood or Muggle-born wizards. Potter told me before that he had a Muggle-born friend who was the best witch in Gryffindor. Now it seems he wasn't lying. Miss Granger of Gryffindor deserves 20 points, Slughorn said kindly. Hermione's face lit up with joy, and she felt more favorable towards this otherwise unremarkable professor. It is necessary to mention that although love potions can cause strong obsession, they cannot truly create love. Love is impossible to manufacture. However, If two people have a good emotional foundation but are unwilling to express it to each other, love potions can act as a catalyst. Nevertheless, it is indeed the most dangerous potion in this room, Slughorn said as he put the lid on the pot of love potion. Many students came back to their senses, and the look of obsession on their faces gradually dissipated. Okay, now let's start class. Please bring out your scales, potion ingredients, and your advanced potion-making textbook. Sir, Harry raised his hand weakly. Our books haven't arrived yet because we didn't think we could still take potions class, and the same goes for Ron. Yes, I wouldn't have come if it wasn't for Professor McGonagall's request, Ron said sheepishly. I'm terrible at potions. To be honest, asking me to make potions would be a threat to others. You won't know this until after class, Slughorn said meaningfully. There should be old textbooks left by former students in the closet. The raw materials in the storage cabinet can be used first, and the scales can also be lent to you. Harry and Ron looked at each other and walked towards the closet. They opened the cabinet door and found 2 books inside, both titled Advanced Potion Making by Lebasius Borage. One of the books had a brand new cover and looked hardly used, while the other was tattered, with more than a dozen thin lines broken out of the spine, looking like it would fall apart at any moment. Almost simultaneously, both boys pounced on the newer book. After a short and fierce struggle, Ron smiled triumphantly, holding the new book in his arms. Harry rolled his eyes at him resentfully and reluctantly took the old book. Slughorn returned to the front of the classroom. In this class, Professor, a Hufflepuff student interrupted, looking curiously at the desk. Next to the black cauldron, there was a small bottle of light golden potion held firmly in the air by a test tube clamp. You haven't said what this is. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot about it, Slughorn said, suddenly realizing. He carefully took out the potion. Gentlemen and ladies, what you see is a magical potion called Felix Felicis, also known as liquid luck, Aaron said, looking at the bottle of light golden solution with interest. The color was average, but the effect should be remarkable. That's right, Slughorn raised the small bottle in his hand with some pride. The production process is extremely complicated, and if there is a slight mistake, the consequences can be disastrous, but all it takes is a small sip, and all your efforts will be effortlessly successful, at least until the effects of the potion wear off. After his words fell, the whole class seemed to straighten their backs. Even Draco, who was not very interested in potions class initially, had a glint in his eyes. Easy success? It was undoubtedly a huge attraction for someone who wanted to do things for the Dark Lord. Today, I'm offering this as a prize. This small bottle of liquid luck will be awarded to the student who can brew a perfect draught of living death within an hour. All the materials are listed on the 10th page of the book, but I want to remind everyone that only the student who brews a qualified draught of living death can win this award. Now it's time to officially start. I wish you all good luck. The enthusiasm of more than a dozen students was fully mobilized by the promise of a reward. Everyone placed their crucibles in front of them, concentrating intensely, not daring to make a sound. Would you like to compare? Clea asked Aaron meaningfully. I can see that you want the elixir of happiness. I have a few bottles in stock, but you can never have too much of this stuff, right? Aaron spread his hands. Whether you're fighting or escaping, it can increase your survival rate. Clea couldn't help but laugh. It seems your life these years has been extraordinary. I'd be in tears if I talked too much about it, Aaron said with a bitter smile. Besides dealing with Voldemort, he would take a big drink before every trip to another world, often falling freely from high altitudes. If he weren't a wizard, how many lives would he have lost? Not enough, that's for sure. While everyone else was meticulously preparing materials and carefully brewing potions, Aaron and Clea, at the end of the classroom, were chatting leisurely and only started brewing after a few minutes. The Living Hell decoction, also known as the Water of Life and Death, is a powerful sleeping potion. The main ingredients are narcissus root powder and mugwort, but brewing it is a delicate task. The ingredients must be handled with precision. Any mistake in the details could ruin the potion. Aaron, being Snape's favorite disciple and having an ancestor to guide him during holidays, knew every step of the living hell decoction. He began as soon as the ingredients were prepared. He chopped the valerian root into fine pieces and crushed the sleepy beans to extract the juice. The steps were much simpler than those in the textbook. What surprised him was that Harry Potter's steps were very similar to his own, almost exactly the same, except Harry didn't use magic to stir and control the temperature. Aaron frowned slightly. He didn't think a student with a good E potion score could do this. But seeing Harry flipping through an old advanced potion-making book with great interest, Aaron realized something. It was either a benefit left by a senior, specially arranged by someone, or something even more likely. Harry Potter was originally not allowed to attend the advanced potions class, but he happened to be in this classroom. No one knew how long that old book had been in the closet. So many people hadn't found it before, but Harry got it today. Coincidence? Aaron didn't believe in coincidences, but Aaron didn't care. Even if Harry knew the simplified steps of brewing the potion, he would never be as good as Aaron. Besides, Aaron's foundation and experience were far superior to Harry's. If Harry surpassed him with a broken book, Aaron might as well have killed himself with a piece of frozen tofu. As time passed, different colors appeared in more than a dozen crucibles. Purple, pink, red, blue, and some were just paste-like mixtures that didn't resemble solutions at all. "Okay, time's up. Please stop stirring," Slughorn announced loudly. He went to each table, inspecting the cauldrons. He made no comments on the half-finished products, but would smile bitterly or frown at the failed works. When he reached Hermione's table, he showed an approving smile. She was indeed an excellent witch, Muggle-born, but with such talent, she had a promising future. When he saw the light-colored solution in Harry's cauldron, his eyes widened slightly in surprise. "Merlin's beard. It's outstanding. Maybe it's just luck," Harry said sheepishly. This was the first time in 5 years he had been praised by a potions teacher, and it felt pretty good. "Preparing potions is not just about luck," Slughorn said earnestly, patting Harry's shoulder. Then he walked towards the end of the classroom, very satisfied with the work of the savior. In the magical world, Aaron was more interested in the Gaius and Darwin families. These two families were legends in the wizarding world, yet their existence was unknown to many due to their insufficient status and recognition. "Hiss, Slow!" Slughorn couldn't help but gasp when he saw the solution in front of Aaron becoming clearer, even reflecting figures with clarity. "Is it all right?" Aaron asked. "Mr. Gaius, you are so humble," Slughorn said excitedly. "This potion alone could make you a master of potions." "Thank you for the compliment. I was able to successfully brew the living hell potion 3 years ago," Aaron replied modestly. "It can only be said that you are even better than I thought," Slughorn said with a smile. "I have to look at Clea's work again, but no surprise, you will be number 1. Clea raised her eyebrows at Aaron and then opened her cauldron. The faint smell in the air made Slughorn's expression change, and the clear, transparent solution in the crucible left him stunned. After a long silence, he looked at Clea in disbelief. "How did you do it? You actually increased the efficacy of the living hell potion by 20%, he exclaimed. "I made some small adjustments to the recipe in the textbook," Clea said lightly. "Replacing some of the juice of the sleepy beans with soothing herbal powder makes the medicinal properties milder and the taste better." "This can no longer be evaluated as perfect," Slughorn sighed. "It is truly unparalleled. Almost no one can do it. You are the undisputed winner. I keep my word and reward you with a bottle of elixir. Use it well."